Hi friends, welcome to another video. I have been struggling for about 6 months over whether or not I should make this video. I've talked to a lot of people, a lot of other creators, a lot of friends, people who are super online, people who are not online at all, and I have decided to go forth because people are nosy. And if you are going to purchase a book, you're gonna purchase a book. But if you just want to know this story and you don't want to financially support anybody, and by the way, I have this out from the library, I'm gonna tell it to you. I am reading this book so you don't have to. I initially wasn't even interested in reading this book, to be honest. I was so tired and fed up by this story in general, as evidenced by my plot breakdown videos. But like I said, we're nosy people, and my interest has been piqued because I really thought that I would have to struggle to avoid spoilers or any talk about this book series or this book in particular. Tell me why it has been radio silence. Maybe I'm just missing it, but like, I have friends that read this book the day it came out. I have heard not a peep. And you should leave now. Spoilers, spoilers, spoilers for the first and second Crescent City books. Please leave. And knowing what we know from the ending of the second Crescent City book, I feel like people would be talking about it. For better or for worse, I want to know. And I know you guys want to know because every day I wake up to at least 5 new comments on completely unrelated videos asking me when I'm going to do a plot summary for this book. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to do a traditional summary video in which I point to my board and tap things with my wand. I might hold my wand at some point, just, I know that you guys have an emotional attachment to it. What you are going to see is kind of my first draft of those plot breakdown videos, because when I'm writing those, I literally just have the book out in front of me and I just read it. And then eventually I just basically reread it again, pointing to things. So I'm going to skip the pointing step and we're just gonna go right into, I'm going to tell you everything that happens in this book again, so that you don't have to. That being said, here we go. Let me pull it up. I don't even know. Oh no. I thought that this book was going to be her typical 800 pager, but according to my Kindle, it says it's 951. Okay, we're going to do this together. I'm going to turn on the air conditioner. I'm going to make myself some tea. And in we go into Crescent City, House of Flame and Shadows. Our story starts with a prologue. The hind knelt before her undying masters and contemplated how it would feel to tear out their throats. Our story starts 2 days after the end of Crescent City 2, where we saw Bryce escape to try to raise hell to come back and take down the Asteri. We also remember that the Hind, even though she is one of the top soldiers for the Asteri, is not loyal to them whatsoever. The Asteri are having a meeting with the Fae Kings. They are currently dressing down Cormac's father because Cormac passed away and was exposed as being anti-Asteri, and they're questioning his father because they're like, you had him on such a tight leash. How could you not have known that he was literally a double agent? Like, he wasn't even just a prince doing things on the sly, he had a whole nother alter ego. Where were you, Papa? And Sarah J. Maas is describing each of the Asteri, and for some reason I just pictured them as like large, white-robed old people. I was wrong. We have Rigolis, who is as usual, Sarah? I don't remember you describing him as this. As usual, in the body of a Fae teenage boy. So now I'm just picturing Carden, which isn't doing anyone any good. And we also get a name for the Autumn King. The Autumn King is named Enar? And what do we hear from the Autumn King? What does he have to say? That he disowns his naughty children. Bryce and Rune, who are they? And Rigolis is like, so does that mean that you revoked Bryce's royal status? And a muscle ticked in the Autumn King's cheek. I have yet to decide a fitting punishment for her. No detail. We cannot leave any detail unnoticed. It was also mentioned that Cormac's father, the other Fae King, wherever they come from, that land is supposedly surrounded by a wall of mist that even the Asteri can't go through. So again, These little details already coming through. We're only on page 14. God's help us. The meeting was super short. The Asteri basically just wanted to scold the Fae Kings. The Autumn King is like, I know that Rune is somewhere in the dungeons. Hope he gives you all the answers that you need. He deserves to be there. But he didn't know where Bryce was. So when he asked and the Asteri said she's no longer in Midgard, and so he's sort of like, cool, keep me updated on that one. See you later, guys. And they leave. We turn our attention to Lydia and Pollux, who, by the way, Regulus calls Lydia, Lydia. And he calls Pollux the Hammer. So that's weird. But anyway, Regulus is like, hello, my minions. How are the interrogations going, actually? Lydia says Athalar and Danon, aka Hunt and Rune, will require some time to break. We are only in the opening movements, as if this is like an orchestra, okay? So we know that at least Hunt and Rune are still alive in the dungeons. We also have the Hellhound. We have Baxian. He is apparently still being assessed. But don't worry, Lydia says. I have all the faith in the world that we're gonna get every ounce of information that we need from them. So excited to do my job. Meanwhile, inside, she is reeling. She feels sick to her stomach. She wants to rip out Regulus's throat, as we all kind of do. When Lydia leaves the throne room, we get our first look outside of the Asteri Palace. We can see out onto the hills surrounding the city. We see that they are covered with these giant metal objects, and we realize that they are the mech suits we spent the whole last book trying to stop. The mech suit is basically just like a giant thing that you can wear for war. Okay. Secretly, Regulus had crafted a metal army. It was an improvement on the original model. These didn't even require pilots to operate. The suits spelled death for any remaining rebels and damned the rest of the rebellion. We follow Lydia and Pollux down to the second lowest level of the Asteri compound where they are holding their prisoners. What is on the lowest level, you might ask? 1,000 mystics who are sleeping or in a trance, focusing on a single task, finding Bryce Quinlan. And this is where Lydia is confused, because she's like, okay, if we know that Bryce escaped Midgard, the only other place she can go is hell. So why are we using so much brain power to try and find her when we kind of know where she is, right? But what if, she questions, Bryce Quinlan had wound up somewhere other than hell? These thoughts are interrupted by Pollux, who is still an asshole, by the way. I don't think he is going to have a character arc. I'm calling it now. No, I will not accept it if it is so, okay? Pollux is basically like, are we keeping these guys alive for her, like as bait? Because I would love to kill these guys. Do we have a reason to keep them alive? And Lydia is like, yes, Pollux. Yes, Hunt and Bryce are mates, and Rune is her brother. I know that you can't understand human relationships, but she's loyal to both of them. And as she slides open the door to the cell, she shuts down every part of her that can feel and that can breathe. Hunt and Baxian dangled unconscious from the ceiling. Blood is oozing from the stumps where their wings had been. Lydia couldn't look at the third figure hanging between them, couldn't get a breath down near him. The Hammer, who doesn't pick up on Lydia's vibe, waltzes in with his whip, and he's like, wake up, it's a beautiful day. Really giving vibes of, what's his name from Young Royals, who's like, good morning, motherfucker.
Jag sa god morgon, fuckers.
That's our Pollux, yeah. Hunt's swollen eyes cracked open, his battered mouth parted with a feral smile, revealing blood-stained teeth. Morning, sunshine. The hate for Hunt. Guys, I don't know why. I feel like Hunt is the most basic bro Sarah J. Maas has ever written, and people don't like him for it. They call him boring. He's just a dude, and I thank him for being just a dude, okay? Justice for Hunt. Someone else in this dungeon clearly agrees with me that Hunt is funny, because we hear a soft, broken rasp of a laugh from next to him. And even though Lydia doesn't want to, she can't help but look at Rune. The Crown Prince of Valbaran Fae was staring right at her. He is in rough shape. Pollux has torn out all of his piercings, but the prince's blue eyes remained striking, and they were sharp with loathing for her. Lydia has been trying to mind speak with Rune since the second she revealed herself to him. She knows that he can still do it because he managed to speak to Bryce when she was escaping. So it's just his personal choice that he's not answering her. It's not looking good for night and day. And then Pollux's phone rings, which I constantly forget that this takes place with semi-modern technology. His phone rings and it's Mordok. So for someone who doesn't like other people at all, like an actual sociopath, the Hammer, Pollux, he's really hung up on the Harpy's death, which I feel like no one gave a shit about the Harpy, but apparently Pollux did. Pollux was Harpy's #1 fan. And so the fact that she was killed, he's really pissed about it. So along with all of the mystics trying to find Bryce, he has also sent Mordok, sent him and all of the Dreadwolves and everything to also try and find Bryce. Right? What he doesn't know is that he's actually standing right next to the girlie that killed the Harpy. Remember, it was the Hind who did it. And for a moment as Pollux turns away, Lydia let her mask drop. Let Rune see her true face. She's just pleading through the mind speak, but he wouldn't answer. And the hate in his eyes doesn't lessen. So Lydia donned her mask once again. Pollux hangs up the phone, turns around and grabs his whip when the Hind says in a low, lifeless voice, "Why don't you get the barbed wire instead?" Part 1. The Drop. Bryce Quinlan sat in a chamber so far beneath the mountain above that daylight must have been a myth to the creatures who dwelled there. For a place that apparently wasn't hell, her surroundings sure appeared like it. Love Bryce Quinlan roasting the Night Court. We stand. Oh my god, I can't take this, guys. Okay, so Bryce is in a very deep, dark cell, and she's looking at the 3 people standing in front of her. Number 1, a petite female in gray silk, and 2 winged males clad in black scale-light armor. Hold your breath, guys. Put down your drinks. One of them, the beautiful, powerful male in the center of the trio, was literally rippling with shadows and stars. Rhysand, he'd called himself. Tone it down. Tone it down, okay? Bryce is not attracted to him though, because she's weirded the fuck out by how much he looks like her brother. She is like, this is impossible that you look so much like Rune, except remember, he has more of a tan. Bryce is like, this could not be a coincidence that I tumble through a portal that could drop me anywhere. I was aiming for hell, but I found a different circle of it. And I land smack dab in the home of my brother's twin from another dimension. Like, what is going on? Who's the other guy next to Rhysand, you ask? Yeah, he is the warrior that found her, that has that black dagger that matches hers, and has hazel eyes that held nothing but cold, predatory alertness. The other female in gray is Amren, and she's basically like, someone has to start talking. Amren is like, we are standing in the dark, just staring at each other. Somebody go. Basically, after the scene that ended Crescent City 2, they're like in this cozy, fire-lit little foyer, and Rhysand is like, hi, my name is Rhysand. Pretty much right after that, he just grabs her hand and winnows Bryce the fuck away. And they have been here ever since. She's not handcuffed, but she is like, I'm in complete darkness, under a rock, and I don't know where I am. So it's not like she's gonna try and run away anytime soon. And they haven't been mean to her. They're having like an aggressive staring contest, but other than that, she's like, I'm willing to stay. I've seen worse. Amren is like, let's get the show on the road. First question, why are you speaking the old language? Remember, Bryce was speaking in a language that apparently hadn't been used in 15,000 years. So Amren is like, first of all, what's up with that? Bryce is like, same question to you. Why are you speaking such an old language? And instead of answering, Amren is like, okay, next question. Why are you covered in blood that isn't your own? Because Bryce has obviously not changed since what went down with the Asteri, so she's covered in the Harpy's blood. As she looks down at herself, she kind of goes back to that moment, jumping through the portal away from her mate, from her brother, and she starts to have a panic attack. The ceiling is closing in on her, her breathing gets really fast, and Rhysand is like, I know the drill. Been here. We love a panic attack in this world. He's basically like, we are not going to harm you. We're just asking questions. We just want to talk. But within his words, Bryce can very clearly hear him saying, we won't harm you as long as you don't harm us. Okay? When Bryce finally calms down, she's like, okay, the question I have asked for hours now. What world is this? Okay, can you just let me know where I am? And they won't answer her. She's like, listen, you're telling me that my language has not been spoken in 15,000 years. Can you give me a hint? I don't know how exposing where I am is going to bother anybody, okay? I feel like that's a pretty normal question. Amren answers Bryce's question with another question. For someone who like wants people to talk and have a conversation, Amren like doesn't know how. So instead of answering Bryce's where in the world am I question, she says, how did you come to be in possession of the lost sword, Gwydion? The inner circle is not looking very friendly, okay? To an outsider, they just look like cold, hard asses that are just like not to be messed with. So Bryce is going through her mind like, okay, I don't have any weapons. My magic is not working here. What do I have at my disposal? My bullshitting skills. According to Hunt, she is the master of spinning bullshit. So she's like, don't worry, babe, gonna make you proud. She's like, oh, that old thing. It's a family heirloom. Picked it up, it was in some cupboard. Rhysand doesn't really react. He's just like, okay, and how did you find us? Bryce is taking notes. Like every interaction is information for her. So she's like, okay, noted, not to be fucked with. Authority rippled off of him, as if he was the entire access of this place. A king of some sort, then. So she's trying to figure out, like, who am I dealing with? No one is answering my questions. They're answering my questions with questions. She's like, that's the one thing I have told you, my dude. I was trying to go to hell, and I found you. But Rhysand, the axis upon which everything spins, is like, no, girly. How? How the fuck did you land in my backyard? And Bryce, rightfully so, is kind of worried that Rhysand could be the kind of person that just uses power in horrible ways, like the Asteri. So she doesn't want to give them too much. So she's basically like, yeah, so there are these gates in my world, and usually they open to hell. I mean,
but then there's the Northern Rift, and they like...
She's basically playing the same game that she did with Hunt in the beginning, where she likes it when people underestimate her. She likes it when people consider her an idiot, a rambling party girl that doesn't know anything. And that's the game that she is playing with Rhysand.
This is my real voice. That was just a character I was playing.
And in order to get them talking, hopefully getting some information herself, she's like, by the way, you know, where I come from, we have a little story about a dagger and a sword, and the story's all about uniting the Fae, so maybe that's why I'm here. The room was silent until the hazel-eyed warrior chuckled. And this entire time, by the way, Rhysand has been leaning over to Azriel, translating, because Azriel doesn't speak the old language. So Breeze is like, what the fuck is he laughing at? Could he understand me? Like, is he reading my body language? And Azriel spoke with a low voice that skittered down her spine. Rhysand glanced at him with raised brows, and then translated what he said for Bryce. You're lying. Bryce, trying to look both innocent and outraged, is like,
about what?
Rhysand is like, you tell us, while his shadows start growing behind him. And Bryce is like, okay, we misstepped. Where do I go from here? Bryce decides to go for the cold, hard truth. She's like, okay, what really happened? I just watched my mate and my brother get captured by a group of intergalactic parasites. I have no interest in doing anything except finding a way to help them. And I ended up here. Rhysand looks over at Azriel, like, no, oh my god, I'm so sorry that you just lost your mate. He just looks over at Azriel and he kind of nods. And Rhysand is like, well, you're not lying about that at least. No sympathy whatsoever. Amren is like, explain. That was a lot. Intergalactic parasites? Bryce? Tell us more. Bryce is looking at these three, and they are obviously Fae. And remember, even though she is also Fae, she has not had a good relationship with them, daddy dearest, etc. Other than her brother, really. She does not fuck with the Fae. And she's also been screwed over by anyone who has any ounce of power in her life. As she's trying to figure out what to say next, Amren is like, Rhys, could you just fucking look in her mind already? I am tired. No one is talking. Do your thing. Why do you even have that power? She kind of starts looking around like, oh fuck, he's about to pry into my brain. She's like, okay, there's one door. No fucking way they left it unlocked. There's no use running. She has like that protection amulet, but she's like, but Rune could still mind speak with me, so obviously that amulet doesn't protect from mind speaking people. When she gets interrupted by a voice like midnight saying, I do not pry where I am not willingly invited. Bryce lurches back in the chair. She's like, what the fuck? Get out of my brain. And she feels him pause, almost amused. He says, you've encountered this kind of communication before? And she doesn't want to say shit about Rune, right? To this little Rune body double. She's like, not telling you any more than you need to know. So she's just like, yep. Reese is like, could I look in your memories just to see? And Bryce is like, nope. Out loud, he's like, okay, fine, then we'll just trust your words. And Amren is like, come on. He snaps his fingers and 3 chairs appear. He arranges them in front of Bryce. He's like, everybody sit. We're going to have a little healing session. He's like, all right, let's start with the basics. Family heirloom from 15,000 years ago. Who's the ancestor? Bryce is just like, oh, let's get this over with. Queen Thea or Prince Peleus, depending on what propaganda is being spun. And Bryce kind of sees Amren go at the mention of those two. Bryce is like, do we know them? What's up? And Amren lets us know that Queen Thea and Prince Peleus once dwelled here. And Bryce is like, okay, perfect. This is the information we're trying to exchange, okay? So my ancestors left here to go to Midgard 15,000 years ago. Is that what we're saying? Rhysand was translating for Azriel in his mind, and I guess Azriel spoke back as well. And so Rhysand is like, Azriel says we don't have any stories about people migrating from here. And Amren lets out a small choked sound. She's like, Rhysand turns slowly, a bit incredulous. Do we? Amren is like, you know, it was a long time ago, so details, bit murky. I was, you know, in prison. During that time, I couldn't help but notice that, like, there were a lot less people here when I came out. And she says that the ones that she asked, she was like, hey, where'd everybody go? You know, I've been absent. She said that the rumors were that they went to another world or to distant lands. Others said that they'd been chosen by the cauldron and spirited away somewhere. Rhysand is just sitting there like, and Bryce is like, bingo, yep, that was probably them. Amren is like, girl, time and place. We do not give a shit about your myths. She's like, what I want to know is why you came here when you meant to go somewhere else. Bryce is like, believe me, mama, I'm asking the same thing. I want nothing more than to just get out of your hair. And Rhysand is like, to go to hell. Rhysand uncrossed his legs, bracing both feet on the stone floor. Allow me to lay out the situation for you, Bryce Quinlan. If you don't want to talk, that's your choice. But it is also my choice how long I'm going to keep you down here. Bryce doesn't really react to threats that well, so she's just kind of like looks around the room and she's like, I'll be sure to let my friends know this is a great vacation spot. And Rhysand reacts poorly. He's like, friends? Can we be expecting more of you?
Things are going great, then to my surprise, some people walked in I didn't recognize.
And Bryce is like, no. I don't think anyone knows where I am. I don't even know if any of my friends are still alive. Thanks for asking. I'm completely alone in this world and all the others. And she says, besides, they've been looking for this place for 15,000 years and haven't been able to find it. I'm the only one who's made it. Rhysand is like, and they are? Concern number 1 for High Lord of the Night Court, by the way, is, are we gonna have more people dropping into my backyard? He's protecting his court, his family. So he's like, intergalactic parasites. Tell me more about them. Bryce is still not interested in giving them that much information. So Rhysand snaps his fingers and gets rid of all of her blood, like the sticky blood on her. Cleans her up, basically, gives her a little snap bath. And he's like, you're welcome. Just to incentivize you. Okay? Answer the girl's questions. Give the girl some food. Say, sorry that I heard that your mate maybe just got killed. But no, let me just spruce you up a little. Rhysand. But Bryce is like, this is going to be a long night if I don't start talking. So she's like, okay, the Asteri, they're ancient. They arrived in my world 15,000 years ago, and no one knows from where. They've fucked with the history so much that depending on who you ask, they were the liberators. They were the enlighteners. According to the Asteri, they found Midgard when it was just filled with a bunch of little non-magical humans. Do you have those there? They're cute. Bryce swallowed, the room in the archives flashing through her memory. The Asteri are ancient, immortal beings who feed on the power of others. They harvest the magic of a people, a world, and then eat it. Some of our power is siphoned off and given over to the First Light stores for the Asteri. It's like a magic tax. Amren is like, a tax on your magic, taken by ancient beings for their own nourishment and power. They all kind of look at each other. They're clearly mind speaking, and she's like, a type. Rhysand's brows rose, but he just turns to Bryce and is like, what else? She's like, as much as I know, Midgard is just one of a long line of lands that the Asteri have conquered. I found out about it right before I came here, so all of this stuff is really new to me too. And as far as I know, there were only 3 planets that were able to kick them out. Hell, a planet called Ifraxia, and a world occupied by the Fae. The original Starborn Fae. And she kind of looks at Azriel's dagger and she's like, I'm guessing you might know who they are. But let's talk about the Starborn Fae for a second, because I have definitely forgotten everything about that. So we have Thea, the queen, and we have Peleus, the traitor prince. Thea had 2 daughters that she brought with her when they went to Midgard. We had Helena, who was forced to wed Peleus, and another whose name has been lost to history. Okay? All we know is that Prince Adis and Thea had a little thing. And so Hel and the Starborn Fae joined forces to fight against the Asteri to try and free Midgard, but Peleus killed her in the end, and her name was wiped nearly from all memory. Bryce has Thea's light. Remember, Adis recognized it earlier in the books. But other than that, we have no information about the long dead queen. Everyone puts that together and they're like, okay, so it's most likely that we are the world that kicked the Asteri out. So Bryce is like, how did you do it when all of us failed? And Rhysand, honestly, looks a little out of place. He kind of looks at Amren. He's looking around. He's like, our history doesn't even include an event like that. I don't know what you're talking about. And Bryce is like, well, the Asteri remember, and they're really good at holding grudges. There's this guy named Rigolas. He told me it's his personal mission to come back and finish what he started. So you're basically public enemy number 1, my dude. And Amren is like, Rhysand, yeah, it kind of is in our history. She's like, the Asteri aren't called the Asteri here. They're called the Daglin. Bryce could have sworn Rhysand's golden face paled slightly. Azriel shifted in his chair, wings rustling. Rhysand said firmly, the Daglin were all killed. And Amren's basically like, apparently not. And Rhysand, who is looking simultaneously more terrified, but also more insanely focused by the minute, he's like, okay, so we believe that these Daglin, Asteri, whatever the fuck, are going to come back for revenge after 15,000 years. And Bryce is like, babe, he's immortal. That's like 5 minutes for Rigolas. Don't underestimate how petty an angel can be. Rhysand immediately goes into battle mode. He's like, okay, what resources do they have? What are we dealing with? Let's say they finally figure out how to come here. We got swords. What do they got? And remember, what do the Fae fight with? They've got their magic, but they're pretty much still hand-to-hand combat, okay? And then if you're lucky, you get a dad that shows up with a bunch of ships. And Bryce is sort of like, how do I even start to describe a bullet? Like, how am I going to tell them about cell phones? And when she realizes she doesn't know how to convey other than to show, she does something that could be reckless, reaches out her hand to Rhysand. I'll show you. Rhysand looks at her hand and he's like, give me a sec. And he poofs away. He winnows. Bryce is like, where the fuck did he go? Rhysand pops back and he's like, woo, all right, let's go. And he's holding the Veritas orb. But basically any memory that she shows Rhysand will also show up here so that Amren and Azriel can see it. She pictures the weapons, the wars, the battlefields she'd seen on TV, the mech suits, the guns she's learned to fire, the lessons with Randall, the power Rigolas had blasted down the hall after her, and then she stopped. She didn't want to show them the gate or the jump through to hell, right? She didn't want to relive it, and she didn't want to reveal any of her abilities. As the orb replays her memories for everyone in the room, she kind of points out what it is. She's like, guns, bombs, and she could only see surprise and dread on her captor's face. You live in such a world? Rhysand said. Yep. Bryce nodded. That's home. And Rhysand is like, and they want to bring all of that here. Rhysand just stared ahead, thinking it through. Azriel kept his eyes on the space where the orb had displayed the utter destruction of her world, dreading, and yet calculating. She'd seen that look before on Hunt's face. A warrior's mind at work. She lets the three of them have this kind of private moment where they're sort of honestly just sitting in devastation. And she looks down at the orb again, which remember is a small bean. And Amren is like, you could eat that. She says, if you swallow it, it'll translate our mother tongue for you. So like you'll be able to speak to us without a translator. And Bryce is just like, fancy. At first she's like, I'm not gonna swallow a fucking bean that you gave me, what the heck? But then she sort of does the mental math and she's like, okay, if I want to escape here, language skills will help. Like, if I do manage to escape these people, I need to be able to talk. Do I take the chance that this is a poison bean without thinking too much about it? Pops the bean into her mouth. She felt it cool against her tongue and throat, and then lightning cleaved her brain. She was being ripped in two. Her body couldn't hold all the searing light, and then blackness slammed into her. She realizes it's not darkness, it's just the room she's in is dark. She's still in the room. She has collapsed onto the floor out of the chair. Her face is on the ground, and she realizes that she is glowing. She's glowing brightly enough to illuminate Rhysand and Amren's shocked faces. Azriel is already like standing over her with the dagger, not knowing what's going on, but just at the ready with the pointy stick. And then he looks at the pointy stick and he notices that the dagger has this black darkness leaking out of it. And on his face was the most shock Bryce had ever seen him display. Amren is like, put that away, Azriel, you fool. She says it sings for her the closer you bring her to it. And before she could even stop, Azriel's like, phew, my bad. She stands up and she can feel her whole body tingling. She can feel language on the tip of her tongue. She feels the tattoo with the horn in it. Remember her magical tattoo? She feels that like burning into her skin and she realizes, oh fuck, I was just on the ground. They probably could read my tattoo. Like as she's face down on the floor, obviously her back tattoo was exposed. So she's hoping that they didn't see, but her prayers were in vain. Amren turns to Rhysand and in that strange new language says, the glowing letters inked on her back, they're the same as those in the Book of Breathings. 3 apex killers turned to her, contemplating a threat. Then Azriel said in a soft, lethal voice, explain, or you die. Tharion's blood dripped into the porcelain sink of the hushed, humid bathroom, the roar of the crowd a distant rumble through the cracked green tiles. Yes, we are back with Tharion. Remember, he is like head of the CIA of the Mer people. And at the end of the last book, he decided to pledge his allegiance to the Viper Queen. And now he is like one of her fighters. She has like a fight club. He currently just got back from a fight with a Minotaur that ripped his shoulder out. As he's fixing himself up, somebody else enters the room. It's someone that we know, but that I forgot. But now I know because I just looked her up. Ariadne. Ariadne was the dragon that was enslaved by the astronomer from the last book. I hope some of you guys are as confused as I am. We freed Ariadne, but she decided to also pledge to the Viper Queen. Tharion gets summoned by the Viper Queen and basically just gets yelled at because he didn't make his fight last long enough. He's like, the Minotaur ripped out my shoulder. And the Viper Queen is like, and you've got 2 of them? We want to see a fight, not you just like killing a Minotaur in 2 minutes. And as punishment for him not performing, she's making Ari drag out her fight much longer. So she's going to get many more injuries for the entertainment of it all. Okay, so this is the environment that they're in currently. And this is where we get something a little bit weird. So the Viper Queen has venom. It's basically an addictive drug. Initially, Tharion had no interest in it, but after enough tastes, he's an addict. So the Viper Queen is like, by the way, babe, like, I know that I just yelled at you, but here's a little pick-me-up, and offers her bleeding wrist. to Therion. And Therion wanted to scream, to weep, to run, as he grabbed her arm to his mouth and sucked in a mouthful of the venom. It was beautiful, it was horrific, and it punched through him. Exhaustion and pain faded to nothing. And now we get back to my boys, my boy. Sorry. If we have the Bat Boys, these are like the frat bros, but Declan's here. Declan's here. Ethan, Flynn, and Declan. Wait a damn minute! Declan's boyfriend Mark is here. Declan's not as single as I thought he was. Neither am I suppose. But anyway, they're hanging out in the meat market, just trying to like listen to what's going on. And Ethan is like, are we gonna leave Therion in there? Like, we aren't gonna try and help him? Wasn't he one of our bros a second ago? Like, I'm pretty sure we played like 20 hours of video games with him in a week. Flynn is very much just like, we don't care. But even though Flynn is acting really tough, Ethan can't help but notice, but even the usually unflappable Flynn now had bags under his eyes. Everything went to shit. Remember, these are the guys that were sitting back at the apartment looking at the CCTV, watching that bloodbath happen with the Asteri. But Flynn's argument for why we aren't caring about Therion is that Rune is still alive in a fucking dungeon being tortured by the Asteri. Flynn is like, Therion chose to go there by himself. He signed up for what he's doing. Rune got kidnapped and is probably hanging upside down by his toenails right now. Which life are we gonna save first? Ethan isn't letting it go, and Flynn is just like, honestly, I can't deal with you right now. You need to go home and take her with you. And Ethan is like, oh, and he looks behind him where Sigrid Fender sits. So backtracking, remember the very end of book 2, Ethan rescued someone else from the astronomer, and it was Sigrid Fender, a wolf who also has the potential to be an alpha. Now she is kind of part of the gang, but she seems a little odd. Ethan looks over at her and she is sitting ramrod straight at a table looking alert and tense. And he has been like pushing her to just like stay at home at Declan and Flynn's apartment, but she's very adamant that she goes wherever he goes. And she is surrounded by the 3 other sprites that were also freed from the astronomers. And the reason that they're trying to get information at the meat market is because no one has made a sound about the fact that Rune has disappeared, that Bryce disappeared. No one outside knows anything that happened in the Eternal City with the Asteri. The average public, there have been no arrests, there have been no change in daily life. So everyone else is just walking around as if it's a regular day. So these guys are trying to find any lead for where Bryce could have possibly gone, what's going on with Rune, etc. And everyone is basically like, we've talked to everyone in this market, we've got nothing. They start talking about, could we do this ourselves? And also, like, even if they were to somehow stage a rescue, get Rune and whoever else, maybe Hunt, out of the Eternal City, where are they gonna go? So they're sort of like, maybe Therion can get us a boat. But then, like, what? Are we just gonna be pirates for the rest of our lives? Like, it is just such a mess. The boys decide that no matter what happens, they need to actually talk to Therion. So somebody needs to go into the Viper Den and into the Fight Club and try to talk to him. And all of the boys are really quickly like, not it. And poor Mark isn't used to their stupid antics. So he says, not it, really late, like super delayed. He's like, not it? Luckily, I think the boys are kind and they'll give him a free pass for that one. They all decide to go together, including Sigrid, to knock at the door of the Viper Queen's private lair. And they're about to knock when Mark and Ethan kind of go still because they're shifters, so their senses are stronger than Faye. And they can hear shuffling on the other side of the doorway. And they can smell the scent of converging wolves. Back with Bryce in the inner circle, they decide, even though Cassian wouldn't like it, they're going to need Nesta to come check this out. Nesta pops up. She's like, I told you guys, something about her is made. She looks at the tattoo. She's like, yup, that's the thing. Bryce tells the truth where she's like, I don't know what those words mean. My friend tattooed it on me when I was blackout drunk. And Rhysand is sort of like, that's what they all say. Her and Nesta are like about to fight. even though we know they're gonna be besties at the end of this, Bryce is literally sitting on her hands so that she doesn't like slap Nesta or something. And Nesta notices and smiles. Yeah, Nesta won't tell her what maid means, so Bryce isn't gonna give her any information. Basically, Rhysand is like, listen, seems like our guest needs to rest. Why don't we leave? So they do, and they don't come back for what feels like days. For Bryce, she gets food delivered. The door isn't locked, but when she opens it, it opens to literally nothing, just like a void. She just sits in her cell all day, throwing peas at the wall. She kind of thinks that this might be a test, them like leaving her in this cell all by herself. She's like, maybe they want to see if I use my powers so I can get out, but she can't use her powers. So literally she's just sitting in the dark with her peas, throwing her dinner at the wall. But speaking of sitting in the darkness, pain and dark and quiet, that was the entirety of Hunt Athalar's world. But no, that's not true, because the next paragraph, we get this. Beyond that sea of pain and despair, it was Bryce who was the entirety of his world. Not even Pollux's barbed wire whips could rip her face from his mind. Yeah, so we're back in the dungeon with the boys. They are all collectively, Rune, Baxian, Hunt, being ripped apart by Pollux, but none of them have broken. They aren't going to share anything about Danica. They aren't even going to say anything about Lydia. And of course, Hunt and Rune for sure would rather die than give any information about Bryce. So they're just literally hanging out by their wrists, telling each other jokes. They are like in such dire straits that everything is funny. So like whenever they talk, they start giggling. They start laughing their asses off about something, and Pollux like slams open the door and comes in. He's like, shut the fuck up, you guys. You were supposed to be being tortured. I can't have you giggling. Pollux and the Hawk are like, today we're taking out your tongues, boys, open up. And Hunt, like, they're all such brats. So they're all like, yeah, come and get it. Like, this is so unserious. So Hunt is like, here's mine. He starts to notice something behind Pollux as like Pollux is approaching him. He knows that it isn't Rune's shadow powers, because the only magic Rune is able to use right now is Mind Speak. And anyway, it doesn't look like Rune's shadows. The shadow was different. It was darker and older. It was watching them. Hunt is immediately like, hallucinations are not a good sign, baby. He takes this as a sign of an infection. He kind of self-diagnoses. He's like, okay, I'm on my way to death's door, but at least I will die with Bryce's secret intact. Across the room, the thing in the shadows moved just slightly, like it had crooked a finger at him. Death. That was the thing in the shadows. And now it beckoned. A bit later, Rune wakes up after having been literally dismembered by the hawk. I guess he used his powers to transform into a hawk and rip out everybody's intestines with his claws. But anyway, he kind of wakes up because someone keeps calling him Night. Like a little pebble against a window. It's like, Night. Night. Finally, he cracks. He's like, could you leave me alone? Lydia is sort of like, oh my god, what did they do to you? And Rune is like, nothing you haven't done, okay? Ripped my heart out and stomped on it, why didn't you? They are in the little soul bridge. Okay, they're in like a raft. And she is just like kneeling and begging. She's like, I'm so sorry. She's basically like, you need to know why I did the things that I did. She wants to explain to him. And he's just sort of like, no, thank you. They're in a raft. He literally rolls off the raft into a sea of oblivion. Back with Ethan and the gang, they need to get Sigrid out of this situation ASAP, because remember, Sabine is looking for Sigrid. Public enemy number one, wants to kill her. The only place they can agree on as like a safe house basically for them to hide is if they go and find Hunt's friend Isaiah. If we remember him, he was another angel who worked directly under Celestina, the governor, the archangel, and they're sort of like, we don't trust angels within an inch of our life, but that seems like our only hope. But before they can leave to go to Isaiah's, they realize like, we're standing on the other side of this door. We have no time to run. The wolves have already scented us. They are literally walking down the hallway to open the door to kill us right now. What are we gonna do? The boys are all looking at each other like, what? When Sigrid just goes, whoop, and opens the door, she's like, fuck, element of surprise, you know? And just waltzes in to be face to face with Sabine herself. There is a scuffle. Sigrid goes like full alpha. Declan and Flynn somehow have like gun blaster things. Declan is a gentleman, so he shoots Sabine in the leg, but Flynn just goes straight for her face and blows her face off. But apparently werewolves can come back from that kind of thing, so they start running when they notice that the other wolves aren't chasing them and have gone silent. And that is when the Viper Queen emerges from the shadows. But in another part of the city, we are introduced to another queen. Lydia has made a strange request to Rigolis, and basically she needs someone named Erithis, I think is how you say it. She's like, I need to borrow Erithis. I think that she will help me with the interrogation. At this point, they haven't gotten anything out of the boys, so Rigolis is sort of like willing to try anything, and he trusts Lydia. So he's like, you know what? I'll give you a week with her. Go down and get her. So they go down into the depths where the mystics are. She has been held captive there for who knows how long. Who knows what Lydia has up her sleeve, but now we have Queen of the Sprites. But back with Bryce, really it's only been a few hours, okay? I exaggerated. She's been in the cell for a few hours. She's just losing her mind. She's like, I don't have my cell phone. I can't check what time it is. What's going on? Below her, by the way, like the floor, there's a grate and she can see down and she can hear that there are monsters there. And finally she gets a little too close to the grate and something reaches up. So she's like, fuck that. But she sits there long enough and realizes there's no way out the door. The only possible way of escape is through the pit. And she's like, I can't negotiate with terrorists. What would Hunt do? What would Danica do? And that little bean that she swallowed, that little bit of magic that's in her now, she realizes that might just be enough that she could winnow for like a really short amount of time. And without thinking too hard, because she's like, time is ticking, fuck this, she growled and teleported into the pit. Speaking of merpeople, the Viper Queen has dragged the whole gang, Ethan, Flynn, Declan, etc., all into her private quarters where Therion is waiting. He is still high as a kite off of her venom, and he's just laying on the couch and he's like, sup, friends? Declan just kind of looks him over and is like, ooh, baby. And the Viper Queen is basically just like, I'll leave you guys to catch up. And remember, Therion doesn't know like the end result of what happened in the Eternal City. So Declan is like, just to catch you up, Bryce, Hunt, and Rune never made it out. Of course, Therion's first reaction is like, oh my god, they're dead. Declan catches him up. He's like, listen, some of them are in the dungeon, some of them are God knows where, but either way, you missed a lot, buddy. Bryce is pretty much the luckiest girl alive because when she winnows into the pit, her star power starts to shine. So she gets down there and all of the beasts, all of the Sobek, all of the crazy thing act super tame. They don't seem very interested in her. And on top of that, the light is pointing her in a direction. Like she'll turn one way and it'll get dim and one way it'll get brighter. So she just starts walking and she's walking for hours and hours and hours. She hasn't brought any food, any water. Eventually she wakes up. She has somehow managed to fall asleep. She is so tired that she passed out, wakes up, turns around, her light flashes on a figure standing above her. And who is it?
When I come to the club, step aside.
What are you? Hey, man, calm down.
Yeah, we're gonna get some girly bonding time.
You almost scared me to death. Hope you're fucking proud of yourself.
I thought you saw me.
Bullshit. You thought I saw you.
I really didn't think it was gonna work.
Because Nesta's sort of like, listen, we don't want any trouble. I have a friend who has wings. He's gonna fly us out of here. Let's go back to the opening of the pit. And Bryce is sort of like, yeah, you're right. I don't want any trouble either. Like, come on, let's go. And then she just bursts her light, like as much light as possible out, blinds Nesta for a second, starts running. Somebody uses shadow power to try and grab her, so she gets like beat up by shadows, but she keeps like shining her light. Anyway, she manages to run. Something happens that causes a cave in. So now Nesta and Bryce are stuck in the caves. They just blocked their way out, and Nesta's very chill about this. Bryce is like, I'm really sorry. I genuinely didn't mean to cause a cave in. And Nesta's just very calmly like, lead on. Bryce is like, listen, this light is shining me, telling me where to go. Like, I'm sure I can find a way out. And Nesta's like, yeah, girl, What else have I got to do? And off they go.
I do not like this room at all.
Our girls almost immediately run into trouble and they find a bridge, and Nesta is just like, ooh, bridges, perfect place for an ambush, get ready, girl. And sure enough, they get attacked. They get halfway across the bridge. All these creatures start coming out of nowhere. They start trying to run. Bryce honestly freezes, and Nesta is like, girl, get your ass over here. They finally run when a worm comes out of the depths, eats all of the creatures, and then just dives back into the abyss. Bryce is like, the fuck was that? Nesta says it's a Midgard worm, and Bryce is sort of strangely comforted. She's like, oh, Midgard, like Midgard. He's from my neighborhood. And she's like, even though that thing was terrifying, like, wow, another connection. I'm not crazy. And they go upon their merry way. This is a very like episodic, I know that it was like that for the last Crescent City book, but this even more so is very just like quick little scenes bopping back and forth between characters. I'm trying to make it a little bit more cohesive, but that's what's going on. Also, this is when Nesta brings up like, listen, your family was from here. What court were they from? Because Queen Thea was a high lady when she was here. So high lady of what? We also get a weird scene if you want a continuation about the Sprite Queen. Lydia brings her to question a different prisoner just to like test out if the Sprite Queen can even like listen to her commands. And so she brings her to a witch named Hilda, the one who's in charge of like tattooing the halos and all of this like horrible things onto other people. And she is the one that put like the slave collar on the Sprite Queen. So of course Lydia is like, of course the Sprite Queen will want revenge on this lady, so she'll have no problem testing out her burning powers on Hilda. But the Sprite Queen refused. She was like, I'm not fighting fire with fire. I have honor. And so we got nothing out of that. But knowing Sarah J. Maas, we did get something out of that because Lydia took something that Hilda had. And it's like an orb that nobody knows how to use. The rebels stole it. It's kind of like nothing, but nothing's nothing in this world. Okay? Oh, and do you remember when Hunt was looking Death right in the face? His eyesight's not really the best. It was not Death, in fact. It was Apollyon, Prince of the Pit. He's basically like, sup, bro. So, how you doing? Looks like you're not doing too hot. But Hunt isn't here to play games. He's like, oh my god, you're from hell. Is Bryce with you? No. The shadow blinked. Why would she be? Horror leached through Hunt, colder than ice. Bryce didn't make it to hell? He must have made some pitiful noise because Apollyon said, hold on a sec, before you get hysterical, and vanishes. He reappears with the Prince of the Chasm, Adis. He has the same question as Hunt. He's like, where the fuck is Bryce? Hunt is like, she went to find you. His voice is breaking. He's having a mental breakdown at this point because he thought at least Bryce got away. You know, at least Bryce is part of the plan. Worked. He said, she went to fucking find you, Adis. The two princes of hell look at each other, and Adis is like,
Is it? No. But it could. Is that possible? After all of these years?
Apollyon is like, no way, you're just a dreamer, Adis. And he's like,
But the star could have guided her.
the princes of hell are basically like, okay, thanks, Hunt. Bye. Keep staying here, like, do your thing. We'll call you when the time is right to do what you need to do. And Hunt is like, to do what? You're just sitting there in the corner watching me from the shadows, and now you just disappear without giving me any information. And Apollyon says, to do what you were born to do, to accomplish the task for which your father brought you into existence. Apollyon fades into nothing. Adis is there. Hunt is just like, I don't have a father, Adis. He's like, how much fucking more of this can I take? But Adis's expression was sad as he stepped out of the shadows. You've spent too long asking the wrong questions, Hunt. And Hunt is like, the riddles, man? I'm being literally tortured. You're torturing me even more. And Adis is just like,
Stay alive, man.
and disappears. Bryce and Nesta continue on their cute little walk through the darkness when they come to a fork in the road. One of the tunnels is just a run-of-the-mill tunnel. The other one has a bunch of carvings, and that is the one that her light is pointing her towards. So she's like, off we go, Nesta. And as Nesta is about to walk through the tunnel, Bryce kind of grabs her by the collar, and Nesta immediately grabs her sword and is about to cut Bryce's head off when Bryce is like, no, girl, hold on. My job back in my home planet was to read antiquities, to look at, carvings. All of these carvings say warning. So pause. They end up looking at the carvings, and it's this queen named Celine, and there was this horrible battle. It warned about some kind of shooting mechanism. So the tunnel is very like Indiana Jones booby trap kind of vibes. So they end up throwing something down there, and of course all these things go like pop, pop, pop. So Nesta's like, okay, sorry I almost stabbed you. Thank you. As they keep walking, Bryce continues to read the carvings, and she keeps seeing a lot of like chain imagery. Like it seems like the Fae also had slaves and things like that. And she just keeps thinking about how the Asteri basically gave the veneer humans so that they felt like they had power. The magical people felt like they weren't being controlled because they had power over someone else. So she just feels really sick to her stomach. I mentioned it in the previous books, like, why the fuck aren't we on the humans' side? Why are we talking about the humans as if they are terrorists when they are clearly the bottom rung of society and like we should be helping them out? Bryce is seeing how she might have made an error there. Okay? But anyway, her and Nesta have seemed to have made peace with each other. Nesta's sort of like, why didn't you just let me die? And Bryce is like, I don't want you dead. She explains that she only tried to escape because she knows how interrogations end. And Nesta's like, oh, we weren't gonna torture you, but how the fuck was Bryce supposed to know that? They're basically like, okay, so we still don't really trust each other, but like, I'm not trying to kill you, you're not trying to kill me. Let's just be girls eating cheese in the dark. And that is exactly what they are. Back with the Viper Queen, we get chaos and we get an info dump, and so I'm gonna be really quick. Basically, they all catch each other up. Therion lets everybody know that Cormac died because nobody else knew that Cormac had died. Therion also tells them that he went to the Viper Queen instead of asking them for help because he didn't want the River Queen to then come after Declan and everybody. Ethan was very hurt that Therion didn't come to him for help first. Basically, they're deciding like, listen, we're strongest together. All of us need to go and rescue Rune. We need to somehow get Therion and Ari, I guess, if she wants to come. We need to get you guys out of the Viper Queen. So they're coming up with a plan when who opens the door but Lydia, the Hind. We get a moment where everyone is yelling at each other. It's chaotic, but basically the Hind just tells everybody what's going on. She's like, listen, Rune, Baxian, Hunt, alive. Celestina, sold them out. Your plan was gonna work, but Celestina fucked them over, which they didn't know, right? They were about to go run to Isaiah for help, who lives with Celestina, like next to Celestina, right? So good thing that that didn't happen. She's also like, listen, I know you guys know me as like the top interrogator, but I'm actually working against them. She's like, I'm the only one who can get into the interrogation room, into the dungeons without question. So help me out. I will help you. Flynn is like, am I the only one that feels like they're on a really bad acid trip right now? And Therion is like, pretty sure I'm still on mine. And that is when the Hind plays her biggest card, which is the fact that she is Agent Daybright.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
And they all know who Rune was working with. So they recognize Agent Daybright. And if that's true, all of the things fit together. Flynn, of course, is like, no fucking way. When Ethan does the true Sarah J. Maas thing and goes over and takes a whiff, gives a little sniff, and he's like, she smells like Rune. To Therion's shock, a bit of color stained the Hind's cheek. Flynn says something stupid, and that sets Lydia off. She is like, you have no idea how every waking thought I have had for weeks has been keeping Rune alive, so you can shut up. The Hind heaved a breath, shaking. I need to get him out, and if you don't help me, then his death is on you, and I will destroy you, Flynn. She tries everything. She's like, listen, this is what I did this, like trying to prove that she's Daylight. And Therion and Flynn are still sort of like, or you could have captured Agent Daylight and just tortured all of this information out of her. So we don't really we're not super on board, okay? And she's like, okay, but in 3 days, I'm breaking them out. So let me know if you're gonna help me. She says, at sunrise in 2 days' time, a boat will be waiting for you at Iona's harbor. Get on it, get a few miles offshore, and throw this into the water. She gives Therion one of her little white stones that are like signals, whatever. Before she leaves, she's like, listen, Rune and Hunt are in danger. Rigolas is right now deciding which one of them he wants to kill first. So please make up your mind. I can't let him die. Back with Bryce and Nesta, they're still trudging along.
Came from up there.
Probably bats.
That's also a concern, I mean, but...
And because this detail has to be noted, she's still looking at all of the images going in this tunnel. So there's also imagery of a king and queen on a mountain with 3 stars above it. And she's not like communicating any of this to Nesta. She's just like, interesting art, as they're like walking silently. Okay. They come upon a river that is just like rapids. It's this underground massive river. Jokingly, Bryce is like, why don't we just swim across? And she like puts her hand in the water and it is ice cold, but also her star lights up like crazy. Nesta, when they were on the bridge and Bryce kind of froze, Nesta told her like, don't you ever freeze again. And I think that got Bryce really riled up because now she is like, no hesitation ever. And she's basically just like, weird. See you on the other side, and cannonballs into the river. Nesta is just like, you reckless piece of shit, and jumps in after her. They are like being tossed around like ragdolls in the rapids. They finally see like there's a little pool, like a calm area on this one side. Bryce manages to get there. Nesta barely makes it. She's like heaving in the pool. She's like, what the fuck? And Bryce is also panting, but she's like, the star said to go that way. And Nesta is just like, you don't think it could have been a warning? Like, why did you do that? And Nesta's like, if you could have just taken a second, we could have figured out a way to cross the river without getting wet. Now we're freezing. And Bryce is like, how are we gonna cross the river without getting wet, Nesta? And she's just like, you can come out now, as Azriel had been with them the whole fucking time.
Probably bats.
That's also a concern.
He'd been lurking in the shadows, and he could have flown them across at any point in this entire endeavor. Out comes Azriel with his dagger attached to his hip and the matching sword peeking over his broad shoulders. So yeah, Azriel has been with them the whole time. He was the one who like attacked her with his shadows, and she fought him off. Nesta's like, yeah, he's been feeling pretty put out about that, gotta say. She learns that there are such things as Illyrians, and that Nesta hates Rhysand, which she really likes. Then she just kind of spaces out. She like makes eye contact. She looks at the star sword, and her body just like twitches by itself. It like, her arm wants to grab the sword so bad, but she kind of goes like, boo. And so does Azriel. He's sort of like, ooh, that didn't feel good. At first, Bryce doesn't think anything of it, but she looks at Nesta, and Nesta's sort of like, at Azriel? So apparently Azriel doesn't twitch that much. Okay. They just continue walking, this little gang of 3. They think it might be another day because they all stopped to sleep a little bit, but it's dark there, so they have no idea how much time they've spent. Azriel clearly is having a rough time because the dagger and the sword, like something about having both of them on his body, he's really not digging it. He just keeps like flinching and kind of like convulsing, but he's still paying enough attention that he notices that the cuts on Bryce's hands haven't healed. She like cut them, washed them in the river, and then kind of like wiped them on the tunnel. She's like, ooh, sorry to the art, but she like wipes them and they aren't healing. But Az is like, her knees healed why aren't her hands healing? They kind of start talking about healing times and, oh, you know, I'm half human, so maybe I heal slower, blah, 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 blah. When she notices all of Asriel's scars, Bryce, in like a moment of kindness and vulnerability, is like, listen, my dad also used to like burn my half brother in a way that the scars didn't ever fade. And before she can say anything else, Asriel just kind of like backs away. He's like, gotta go. But let's get some answers, okay? No more bonding. We want to know about the Asteri or the Daglin. Nesta doesn't know anything. So Nesta changes the subject and she's like, so that star thing, do you have an actual star in your chest? And Bryce is like, not in the sense of a giant swirling ball of gas, but as in starlight? Yeah, pretty much. And that's when Nesta is like, but the Asteri have star power. How are you different from them? Bryce kind of winces and she's like, well, aside from the fact that I'm not an intergalactic colonialist creep, I actually don't know. But she's sort of like, the Asteri can actually do shit with their powers. Mine is literally just a flashlight on my chest. So maybe that's important. And she's also like, the Asteri have also proven that everything they have told us is a lie, so they might not even have star power. It could just, who knows what that is. Then they start talking about the dagger and the sword. Asriel finally admits that, like, yeah, they don't seem to want to be next to each other. I'm having a rough time. Bryce was like, honestly, when I first landed in Rhysand's backyard, it felt really unique. Like, she says it felt like an answer when the dagger and the sword were next to each other. And Bryce is like, I literally told you guys about the prophecy, right? That once those two things are combined, it will unite the Fae. I wasn't just making shit up. And that's when Bryce is like, by the way, speaking of prophecies, like this tunnel, man, the stories it tells, this is a whole narrative. It's really interesting. And Nesta is like, okay, she doesn't know anything about our history. Why haven't you contextualized any of that? You don't have any context. Why haven't you told me? Bryce is like, don't worry, I don't need context. Art is a universal language. Speaking of language, let's talk about the tattoo. Nesta, like, is the queen of getting the information that she wants. And Bryce is like, honestly, I wasn't lying. I don't know the alphabet. My friend, we got it when we were super drunk. I thought my friend just picked it out from, like, the wall. And Bryce is like, but now knowing what I know, I'm sure Danica knew what she was doing. And they're sort of like, well, if you want to know why she did it, why don't you just ask her? Because she's dead. The words came out flatter than Bryce had intended. But something cracked in her to say them, even if she'd lived with that reality every day for more than 2 years. The Asteri had her assassinated, then had it framed as a demonic murder. She was getting close to discovering some major truth about the Asteri and our world. So they had her killed. And she's like, and that's what I'm doing, trying to figure out what she was figuring out. And if I ever get home, maybe I'll finally get to the bottom of this. They were quiet for a while, and then Nesta kind of looks at the walls and she's like, so, context? What does it mean? Bryce examined the relief and said softly, it means there was once joy in this world. That's it? Nesta said. Bryce kept her eyes on the art. The dancers, the stars, ignored the darkness beneath, focused on the good, always the good. Isn't that all that matters? Bitch, she doesn't mention that on top of the idyllic scenes are endless layers of hell beneath the ground. Bryce. Things are starting to happen really quickly. So in the background of what's happening with Bryce, we have Ethan, who is having a meeting with the Viper Queen, agreeing to fight one single fight for her. She doesn't say against who, by the way, Ethan, in order to get Therion free, because he's like, we've got to break him out, get the gang back together, free Rune. Meanwhile, Lydia has gone back to the Asteri and she has a secret burner phone and she makes a call as Agent Daybright, trying to get the Ophion rebels, the like mostly human rebels, to get ready to mobilize in 2 days, which is when she's planning on breaking Rune out. The person that she calls is basically like, honestly, not a lot of people here to mobilize anymore. The rebellion kind of flopped, but either way, they know what's going on. Back with Bryce and Nesta, though, I have to point this out. Oh, and Asriel. He's just walking behind them, okay? Nesta's really obsessed with Bryce's star. She keeps asking questions. The reason she's so obsessed with it is because she said she got a magical tattoo recently, and it was of an 8-pointed star. The tattoo chose the design, and the star meant nothing to me. I thought it was related to my training because this was the bargain tattoo between her and Cassian in Silver Flames. Bryce, replay the tape because Bryce says, "So obviously we're destined to be best friends?" Nesta didn't smile or laugh. "Did I call this?" Nesta barely smirks, and she's like, no. "I've just been in the Fey realms long enough to know that nothing is a fucking coincidence. So I want to know. I want to get to the bottom of this." They also come across a mountain of skeletons, one of which is like a mountain in and of itself, whatever the creature was. Azriel is like, "I don't know what that was, but I'm pretty glad that I've never seen it before in my life."
Whoa, it's really creepy. Yeah. Isn't it great? We could get in big trouble. I know. Let's go check it out.
They continue walking when Bryce notices that the carvings on the cave have changed. And Bryce might have looked closer had the Midgard worm not exploded from the river behind them. Azriel and Nesta immediately get into a fighting stance, and Bryce kind of fades into the shadows. Remember how her hands weren't healing? Yeah. Our girl has been intentionally opening her wounds, leaving a trail of blood, so that eventually that worm will catch up to them and distract her captors. So Nesta and Azriel start fighting. They're like back to back, blue and silver lights going everywhere, trying to suppress the worm. And Bryce just makes eye contact with Nesta for a second, and she just kind of goes, "Sorry," and runs because she wants to keep following the light. She knows that they're getting close, but she doesn't want to give these people the information. Again, they could always turn on her. She doesn't trust them. So she wants to figure out what her power is trying to tell her alone. So she starts running down the cave when a shout bounces off the rocks behind her. Not one of pursuit, but of pain. Azriel. She glanced over her shoulder just as his blue light went out. Pretty soon, shouts from Nesta follow. And Bryce is like, what the fuck? Because she thought these two seem pretty capable. She literally says they seemed supremely badass and capable. But she's like, no, I know bullshit. That was a real scream. So she runs back to see if there's anything left of them to save. The first body she finds is Nesta, sprawled on a large rock in the river, just 10 feet away from Bryce. No sign of the worm or Azriel. Bryce feels her heart fall into her stomach. She starts running to Nesta, splashing through the icy water, slipping over the stones, and she reaches for the female. Nesta's eyes opened, blazing with fury.
In a dramatic display that's almost Oscar-worthy, a flying squirrel has faked its own death.
Immediately, Bryce feels a dagger on her back. Azriel is like, give me one reason why I shouldn't gut you right now. The Academy Award goes to Nesta and Azriel. She turns to Azriel. She's like, I came back to help you? Isn't that enough? Bryce can't believe that she was tricked, but Nesta is like, you saved my life from that booby trap. I know you have a soft heart. You were not gonna abandon us. But the worm is still a problem that they want to deal with. Azriel is like, I'm not leaving this thing alive. I'm done with it being in the world. Shows up at the most inopportune times. We're killing it today. Because it was Bryce's blood that got the worm to follow them anyway, they used Bryce's bait, so good for her. The worm immediately shows up. And honestly, this scene is really quick. This is just like a bada bing, bada boom kind of fight, okay? They chase the worm. Nesta tries to shoot it with her silver power. The worm basically like absorbs it. Nesta literally is like, it just ate my power. And she is pissed. She's like, nobody fucking touches my power. How dare you, worm? Azriel and Bryce are like, we can leave. And Nesta's like, no fucking way. She realizes that she can't use those powers on the worm. She can't get close enough to the worm to use her sword. So she uses the mask. If you remember from Court of Silver Flames, we have the crown, we have the mask, etc. The mask gives her power to control the dead. And remember how we saw that mountain of skeletons earlier? She summons the biggest one and it kills the worm. The thing that takes longer than killing the worm is getting that mask off of Nesta. Azriel has to be like, Nesta, Cassian is waiting for you. Feyre, Elaine, Gwen, Emery, Nyx. He like is naming like, please take off the mask. And she's just kind of standing there in a daze. Finally, the mask falls off after he names literally everyone she knows. And Azriel and Nesta have a moment that I don't think we've ever really seen. Like, she kind of collapses and Azriel just kind of clutches her to his chest and is just like, thank God, like, thank the mother. And Bryce is just kind of standing there like... The mask also really affected Bryce. Like, the second Nesta put it on, she could hear the mask talking. She could hear it be like, you mortal, you're gonna die. Memento mori, memento mori. That paired with seeing Nesta do crazy shit, plus the worm, it apparently took Bryce hours to stop shaking, to chase the cold, deadly wind from her skin, to stop hearing the whispering of her death. The death of all things. Bryce also says that she's sorry. She says she's really fucking sorry. She doesn't understand why they don't just kill her. And Azriel's like, honestly, whatever the fuck is at the end of this tunnel that your little light is flashing us towards, if you're willing to die for it or kill us for it, we're assuming it's worth it. So we'd really like to know. And Nesta is like, I care because I've seen that star on your chest before. And Bryce is like, yeah, your tattoo, okay. And Nesta says, not my tattoo. Then where? Bryce breathed. But Nesta strode ahead again into the darkness. They continue on their little walking journey. All they are doing is walking in the dark for 200 pages. They come across a really big chasm, but the way that the cave is, Azriel can't even spread his wings to fly them across. So Bryce comes up with a great idea of charging her battery with Azriel's power. She basically explains that, like, yeah, you can kind of jumpstart my magic if you want to give it a try, and I can winnow you across. And sure enough, Azriel's like, all right, let's try it out. Zap. Apparently his power is like 100% proof liquor. It's just potent. So just with a little zap, they cross the chasm. Okay, wasn't a big deal. Along the way, she explains the whole idea of their gods, the afterlife, and also cell phones. Nesta is very interested in a cell phone, but they finally reach the end of this cave and they find a giant metal door. It's covered in carvings of two females running. There's obviously the huge star. The lowest spike of the star extended downward right in front of Bryce. So she laid a hand on the metal and pushed. It didn't budge. Nesta literally comes up to Bryce and is like, did you think that would make it open? And Bryce is like, I mean, it was worth a shot. But sure enough, before Nesta can make fun of her further, the metal door starts to slide open. Only dry, ancient darkness waited beyond the star door. Older, somehow, than the tunnel behind them. Heavier, more watchful, like it was alive and hungry. They walk through the doorway and immediately the metal door slams behind them. Even Azriel, who is like mid-step, isn't fast enough to catch the door. They've been sealed in and Bryce's star flared and went out. Luckily, Azriel has some fey light, so they can actually see. And so they find that they're in this large circular chamber. And Nesta whispered, a voice breathy with fear, "This is the place I last saw the star on your chest. We call it the prison." So they walked all this way. They literally walked from Hewn City, which I don't think I mentioned, but her cell where they were like interrogating her was in Hewn City. They walked from Hewn City all the way to the prison underground. Anyway, back with Ethan. Therion is pissed that Ethan made this deal without talking to him, because the whole thing is if Therion leaves the Viper Queen's protection, the River Queen is going to swoop in and kill him and all of his friends and family, right? He's pissed, and he's also pissed that he made such a stupid decision because he didn't even ask who the opponent was, and it is most likely going to be Ariadne. Ethan's getting ready for the fight and he says he hadn't dared research how bad third-degree burns were. He's like, I just don't want to know. I just don't want to know. He's about to go fight. Therion, of course, is like, listen, I'm sorry I yelled at you. I'm really thankful that you guys came to get me, whatever. They have this like bro bonding moment.
I make a toast. What? What do you got there? Oh, yeah.
When the Viper Queen walks in a metallic gold tracksuit and matching high tops. There are just so many cheesy details in this world that I just can't get over. But so she walks in, they're sort of like, okay, we're ready to start. Where's Ari? And the Viper Queen says, yeah, she doesn't work for me anymore. Apparently they brokered some kind of deal and now she is employed by someone else. And she agreed. So where'd the dragon go? And who's Ethan gonna fight? The Viper Queen smiled. The Fender heir, of course. So Ethan has to fight his own alpha? He physically can't. Back in the caves, we get more information about this room. So this is where Nesta found the harp. Immediately, Bryce can sense that there's like crazy wards around this room. Like they haven't even entered the actual chamber yet. Asriel doesn't seem to want her to go anywhere without him. He's literally holding her hand. Like, you are not getting out of my sight. But Bryce is convinced that only she can get into the room. She's wearing this amulet. She just has this feeling. She knows that she can get into those wards and she needs to see what's in that room. So she literally pulls a look over there and Asriel falls for it.
Look over there. Where?
And she just like jumps across the ward. Asriel, get it together, man. And what's weird about this room is on the floor is the 8-pointed star where the harp had been sitting in the center. All of the imagery in the room, like all the carvings, are of the cosmos, are of constellations, but they are Midgard constellations. So whoever carved this room must have at least been to Midgard once and come back, which is interesting. Bryce is like, so you said the harp was here. What did the harp do? It can move its player between physical places, Nesta said, a shade too quickly. And, said Bryce. Asriel lifted a hand toward Nesta, as if he'd cover her mouth to shut her up. But she said, the harp is made. It can stop time itself. And Bryce is like, okay, so I'm pretty sure somebody put your harp here for a reason. And Asriel's like, to keep it hidden, obviously. We are in a warded room at the bottom of the prison, which is on an island. Obviously, it was in here to keep it safe. No, Bryce said quietly, facing the carved star fully. It was left for someone like me. Nesta's like, what are you talking about? She can see that Bryce is like going into a trance, like clearly talking more to herself than to Nesta and Asriel. Bryce is like, I think all of those carvings in the tunnel, they were a story. They were to remind us what happened. And they're an invitation to come here, to find the truth. Bryce, Nesta cautioned, as if reading her thoughts. But Bryce didn't so much as look back as she stepped on the star. At first, nothing happens. Very anticlimactic, but then a almost hologram of a brunette high fae woman appears in front of Bryce. Bryce immediately recognizes her as one of the women in the carvings called Celine. Asriel said softly, his voice tinged with pain, she looks like Rhysand's sister. But then the hologram starts to speak. My story begins before I was born. Here's what we learned from Celine. Basically, we learned that the High Fae were slaves to the Daglin, aka the Asteri. They were cruel, powerful, and cunning, and any attempt at rebellion was quashed before forces could even be rallied. Generations of my ancestors tried. All failed. It's essentially the same deal as in Midgard. The Asteri controlled the Vanir, but the Vanir have the humans beneath them. Exact same thing happening here. We have the Daglin, the High Fae, and the humans. She explains the Tithe, which is exactly the same as what happens in Midgard, but she says that the Daglin got a little bit cocky because this had been, a comfy lifestyle for a millennia, that they didn't notice someone was gathering forces that they've never seen before. Bryce's breath remained caught in her throat. Nesta still as death at her side, as the scene shifted to show a golden-haired High Fae female standing a step behind the Asteri's throne. That woman was Celine's mother, Thea. Back in the Eternal City, the craziest shit is going down. Okay, so first of all, Lydia and Rune meet up in their little soul-searching pod, their Love is Blind pod, and Rune lets Lydia know what he learned from the Princes of Hell, that Bryce isn't there. Confirmed. Bryce is somewhere else. We don't fucking know, okay? He also says, hey Lydia, by the way, in case you didn't get the memo, you're dead to me, so bye. What else is Rune up to? The three musketeers, Hunt, Baxian, and Rune, are trying to escape themselves, and they can't reach something, like they're trying to untie their wrists, and Rune is like, okay, this might sound a little crazy, but Hunt, how sharp are your teeth? He wants Hunt to bite off his hand, Rune's hand, because then he can get out of one of the thingies and he can like reach further, and his hand will grow back because he's a fae. And Hunt at first is like, no. Rune is basically like, listen, we need the Umbra Mortis right now. Like, we need a crazy fucking warrior man who like does what needs to be done, and I need you to bite off my hand. Hunt agrees. He's like licking his lips, ready to bite off Hunt's arm, when Baxian is like, step aside, brother. You've done enough. I'll take this one. Baxian literally says, don't worry, Hunt, you can take the next one. But yeah, Baxian's basically like, I'm a dog, so my teeth are sharper. I'll do it. And he's like, get ready, Rune, because you can't scream while I do. You need to be silent. So, bon appetit. And then, as if things weren't already insane, Lydia gets told by a very excited Pollux, he like comes back from a meeting, he's like, ooh, great news, girly. Rigolas fixed the harpy. Lydia's like, what do you mean they fixed the harpy? Pollux is like, basically they've been working on her. It's like a little pet project that Rigolas was up to. Apparently she will be awake in a day or two. Rigolas just needs one more thing to wake the harpy. Back with Bryce and Nesta, Selene continues and tells us that my mother, Thea, used the time she served the Daglan to learn all she could about their instruments of conquest. The dread trove, we called it in secret, the mask, the harp, the crown, and the horn. So it was 4 items. I feel like this is a detail that maybe should be mentioned. Bryce can't help but notice that Thea has a lot of similarities with the Hind because she's blonde and beautiful and badass, and she works for the Asteri. So I feel, I just want to... It was mentioned, okay? Also, one thing that I didn't mention is that we're pretty sure that the doorway that they walked into to get to the prison was a portal. Like, there's no way that they walked under the ocean. So Azriel is pretty sure that there was some kind of magical portal thing that they walked through that they just didn't notice. They can't help but put it together that these caves were probably part of how Thea and the High Fae were able to steal and hide bits of the dread trove from the Asteri. So Thea's husband and Selene's father is named Fionn. They started the uprising, and I guess Fionn was the final high king of what I suppose is Prythian, if not the entire world. Thea and Fionn used the cauldron to create something, the Star Sword. They fought the Daglan and won, using the Daglan's own weapons. My father became High King, my mother his queen, yet this island on which you stand, this place, my mother claimed it for herself. And her mother, Thea, really tended to this island. This was her sanctuary. It was where the Daglan that she served as a slave chose as her palace area, whatever. So Thea took it over, and that's where she wanted to be. This is, her sacred place. Dusk, twilight. That's what the island was in its long buried heart. It was, as she said, as if the island had a soul that now blossomed under her care, nurtured by the court she built there. I'm sorry for this info dump, but basically Fionn was a lot older than Thea. At the end of his life, he decided that he was going to pass his throne to Helena, his oldest daughter, instead of to Thea, even though Thea was in her prime. And so Thea and her general Prince Peleus, they were both like, what the fuck? Helena's too young. Like, there's no way. So they kind of started to plot something, it seems. Eventually, Theon, while they are hunting or something, gets killed. He gets dragged into what I assume, is the same swamp that Nesta went to find one of the trove, I forget. But anyway, he basically gets like drowned in a swamp. Once he dies, what comes out of the swamp is his star sword that he always carries and the dagger. And based on the images that we're seeing, Thea and Peleus are watching him drown. They don't seem too upset about it. When Thea returned with the dagger and the sword, she took the rest of the trove for herself. Unchecked, limitless power sat upon that throne. So Bryce is putting this all together and she's like, okay, so Thea is a murdering, all-powerful, evil tyrant?
Are we the baddies?
So for a while, everything is great. There's no wars, seems like an okay ruler with all of her power, but of course that's never enough. Thea apparently remembers the talk of the Daglin, and they mentioned other worlds. Thea's basically like, the world is literally our oyster. Why are we stopping with just this little planet? She knew that she needed the horn and the harp to open a door, and she wanted to, quote, bring the Fae to new heights, new wealth, and prestige. She approaches like the other courts to tell them like her great plan for expansion. They're all very much like, no, no thank you. They say, and I find this very interesting, okay? Because we talked about how in Crescent City number 2, there were some very strange, potentially Zionist themes going on. This is very interesting to read, okay? The other courts refused. They had just overthrown their conquerors. Now they would turn conqueror too. They demanded that she shut the door and leave this madness behind her. So we're framing Thea and her actions of being a colonizer as very, very bad. Interesting, just considering the issues surrounding SJM recently. But Thea was not to be stopped, and she and Peleus basically come up with a plan. They open the portal. Rigolis is there on the other side, ready to greet them. Celine says once they got there, this world had been mostly populated by humans and only a handful of unusual creatures that had kept mostly to themselves. Fuck you, Bryce breathed. Nesta grunted her agreement. Blank slate my ass. Bryce balled her hands into fists, a familiar, long, simmering rage building under her skin. So at least Bryce is very obviously sickened by this idea, okay? Humans lay slaughtered, the sand beneath them bloody. Bryce trembled, her jaw clenched so tightly it hurt. Azriel swore, and Nesta was breathing jaggedly. And basically, that's what the new High Fae did once they got to Midgard. They went city to city, taking the land as they wished. But as Bryce is listening to this, she's like, this is not what I heard. Like, Here's the thing. She's like, Adis seems like a nice guy, but I must remind you that Adis is a prince of hell. But she's like, but Adis loved Thea. So I thought Thea was nice. What happened? And also she has Thea's light. So she's like, is my power, is my little star tattoo on my chest? She literally is like, it's the light of a butcher. She's like, is this what I was here to learn? That I'm not some brave savior's scion, but a descendant of a morally corrupt bloodline. There would never be any atoning for what her ancestors had done. Okay, this info dump is sort of out of control, so I took notes. Basically, they are living their best lives on Midgard as evil colonizer Fae, okay? Another group of Fae arrive, and these are the shifters. So remember that is what Danica was looking into, like where are the Fenders from, all of this stuff. So these Fae are from a completely other world, and they're shifters. And this is when Thea kind of puts it all together that the Asteri are not good people. I feel like, and Bryce feels this way too, that they should have known that a long time ago. Like when everyone back in their home planet was like, maybe we shouldn't colonize people because we felt that before and it really wasn't good. But anyway, she's like, oh my god, maybe the Asteri aren't good. And they decide to try and ally with the humans, even though for like all of this time they have been hurting the humans. They try to make peace so that they can rise up over the Asteri when the humans let them know a little detail that the Fae were unaware of. The humans told them that the Asteri had affected the water we consumed with a parasite. They'd poisoned the lakes, the streams, the oceans, and the parasites burrowed their way into our bodies, warping our magic. Basically, the Asteri created a coming-of-age ritual, which we know of as the drop. And remember, the whole point of the drop is that you gain immortality afterwards. But what really happens is if you don't do the drop, parasites will eventually eat all of your magic and you'll die. And it just looks like old age. So in reality, if I'm understanding this correctly, the Fae are immortal anyway, like without the drop. But the drop, because of the parasites, if they've ever drank water in their lives, the parasites are what's actually killing them. And the humans knew this, and they watched in smug silence while we, their gleeful oppressors, had unwillingly become oppressed. So, needless to say, that was the final nail in the coffin. The Fae are going to shut the Asteri down. This is where Adis comes in. They've got the humans, the Fae, and Hell all working together. The war is horrific, and very quickly they realize it's all in vain. The Asteri are just too powerful. And this is like, Thea never really atones. Like, Thea never really has a character arc at this point. She's still really selfish and always puts herself and her family first. So when they realize that the war is going to end tonight, they are going to be defeated in a couple of hours, she takes her daughters, gives one the horn, one the harp, and she's like, go back home and shut the door behind you. Basically, because she wants, I don't even know what she wants to like keep the dread trove out of the Asteri's hands, but also she just like wants to save her daughters because Peleus is prepared to marry them and blah, 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 blah. So Selene and Helena run to the archway to open it and go back home. Helena ends up pushing Selene at the last moment. She turns and continues to fight along with her mother, Thea. And in the meantime, all of these Fae and humans see what's going on and are chasing them, holding their babies, like, please take my kids to safety. And the sisters are like, sorry, can't stop. We gotta run. We gotta go. Bryce and Nesta are like fuming hearing this story. Selene makes it to the other side and the doorway shuts. Bryce shook her head in mute horror as the screams and pleading faded. You fucking coward, she breathed at last. Her voice broke on the last word. This was her heritage. And Selene keeps going. This hologram, no shame, keeps telling the story. She decides once she has gotten to the original, like Prithian, I suppose is where she got back to. She's like, I'm not going to tell anybody about Midgard. We're going to let that become a myth. I'm just going to live my life as if none of this ever happened. And Bryce is pissed because she's like, you're not going to be punished for what your family did? Like, how convenient that you get to choose not to tell everybody what happened on Midgard. Selene says that she has spent her life atoning for her mother's crimes and that she carved these tunnels and the path here so some record might exist of what we were and what we did. And Selene is the one who created the prison because she tried to hide, even though she eventually wanted these tunnels and information to be found, she didn't want that to happen for thousands and thousands of years. So she's the one who searched for all of these evil, super old monsters and put them into her home, this island. Until even the land was so disgusted by the evil I'd gathered here that the islands shriveled and the earth became barren. And Bryce is like, not buying this. She literally says, I'm not buying Selene's for the common good bullshit. This was all to cover her own ass, to make sure the Fae in this world would never learn how close she and her mother and her sister had come to damning them. How Selene and Helena had damned the Fae of Midgard, locking them out along with their children. Another few seconds of keeping the portal open, and she could have saved dozens of lives, but she hadn't. Basically, they had to seal the thing because they thought the Asteri were going to come back to Prithian. But still, Bryce is like... Now that she's back in Prithian, after all of this time had passed, this is when they had separated into all of the different courts, 7 different courts. She ends up marrying the High Lord of the Night Court. She doesn't give details. She's like, yeah, I don't want to go into it. I'll spare you the details. After giving us literally hundreds of pages of this information dump, Sarah. Anyway, she has a son, takes him to the prison and wards all of the doors with his blood. So like he's the only one who can open it. And he also has the Starlight power. And she made sure that her son knew that the buried weapon he'd need against the Asteri was down here. I only asked that he not tell his father, my mate. And to my knowledge, he never has. And one day he's promised to tell his son and his son after him a secret shame, a secret history, a secret weapon, all hidden within our bloodline. Our burden to carry forward, carved and recounted here, so that if the original history becomes warped or parts lost in time, here it is, etched in stone. Nesta whips around to Azriel and she is like, does Rhysand know? And Azriel says with absolute confidence that no. Somewhere along the line, some son didn't tell some other son, and this game of telephone did not last. So way to go, Selene. Great job. Selene, the hologram, ends her very long speech with, I hope the mother will forgive me. And the hologram dissolved. Well, I fucking don't. Bryce spat and flipped off the place where Selene had stood. We are at the 30% mark of this book and absolutely everything is going to shit. So when I left you with Ethan, he just found out that he was fighting Sigrid, and Sigrid is up for it for some reason. She's just like, oh, okay, let's fight. The Viper Queen says that it's a fight to the death. Like, again, Ethan didn't ask any details about this fight.
Wait, I thought I was gonna be fighting PJ.
Kick his ass!
Ready?
Ethan is about to deal a death blow when he pauses and Sigrid is like,
I just wanted to thank you for setting me free.
and then she lunges and almost kills him. But at the very last second, Ethan digs his claws through her throat, her eyes wide with shock and pain. Also with Rune, he is currently getting his hand bitten off. It's like a very long scene. It takes a while. It's not like one clean chomp. Baxian has to take many bites. And when they finally get it, literally like last little bite, chomp, he's free. His hand is like still dangling in its little handcuff. The second that happens, Pollux opens the door and he's like,
Jag sa god morgon, fuckers.
nice work, guys. So all of that was in vain. They take some power from Hunt because remember, Hunt has lightning power. So Rigolis is like, hey, I'm doing a little experiment, need your help. Do you mind? Takes a little syringe and grabs his power because he's doing his little Frankenstein thing. He's bringing the harpy back, obviously. And remember, Lydia had just found out that he is reviving the harpy. So she runs in right after this is all happening, runs in and gives Baxian and Hunt a healing serum. She tells Pollux like, oh, wouldn't it be fun if we let them grow their wings back and let them have some hope that they finally got their wings back and then we just rip them off again? And Pollux is all for it. So she does that. And we know that the wings are part of the escape plan. But that's what's going down, okay? In terms of what Bryce is doing, she's just having an existential crisis. Azriel immediately is like, we gotta go tell Rhysand. So he jets off. Nesta is distracting Bryce, so she didn't see him go. And so she turns, sees Azriel flying, and tries to zap him out of the sky. Realizes she doesn't have enough power. So she just casually touches the floor where that star is. Give it a try. Touch the floor. See if I can charge my battery. And sure enough, she basically explodes with light and seals Azriel in. Azriel has a bloody nose. This is actually a very shocking chapter. So she's getting these visions of like, wouldn't it be nice if we just opened all of these cell doors? Nesta is trying to get through to her, like, please do not open those cell doors. Like, we're not gonna hurt you. We're just gonna take you back to the High Lord. Bryce is like, she's literally just having a mental breakdown. She's like, what, are you gonna try and cut the horn out of my skin? Because Nesta has figured out that the reason that Bryce was able to travel through the world is because of her tattoo. So she's a liability. If they let her go back home to Midgard, the Asteri potentially have the ability to travel as well because they have her. Like if they find Bryce, right? So Bryce is like, these people are gonna kill me at the end of the day. I need to get away. Azriel needs to stop flying. Let me just explode the prison. As she is like collapsing the world around her, Bryce only had a second to realize there was a void below her feet before the ground beneath them collapsed entirely. I can't believe this is only the first part of the book. Okay, here we go. Really quickly, In order to create a distraction, remember Lydia just gave Hunt and Baxian their wings back, and in order to help them escape, she gets Declan to hack the cameras, to move the cameras away, and then she goes and finds Erithis, the Sprite Queen again, and she's basically like, listen, that test I did for you, you passed. I was checking if you were actually an honorable person. Like, could I trust you with something like this? So the fact that she wouldn't hurt someone that wronged her was like a good thing. Anyway, she's basically like, now I need you to torture me. And that's going to be the distraction. She makes some bargain with the witch, Hilda, to take the tattoo off of Erithis so she can use her full powers, which, by the way, the second that tattoo is gone, Erithis kills Hilda, like she said she wouldn't do, which, right on, girl. But yeah, Lydia's like, this is the only way that we can make a big enough of a distraction for Regulus is if I am the one being burned alive. So have at it, my queen. Back with Bryce and the gang, they have fallen through a void into a cavern below the prison. And what is sitting there but a crystal coffin with someone sleeping inside? The person is familiar from Celine's memories that we just watched for 100 pages, but it's not a fae. It's the original Asteri that lived here, that Thea was like working for. And Thea, throughout the info dump, Thea had always told her daughters that there was evil lurking underneath the island. Underlying evil. Evil underneath it all. And she meant it literally, because damn it, nobody can just like be clear in this world, okay? So yeah, there was literally an Asteri sleeping underneath the prison the whole time for 15,000 years. Thea thought that that was worse than death for someone like the Asteri, so she kind of kept her as like a trophy, basically. Bryce, by the way, when she kind of charged up with the star thing going on, it feels like that's an everlasting charge. It doesn't feel like a power bank that's gonna run out. She feels like she has access to her powers at all times now, which good for her. Speaking of power, she knows that the Asteri haven't received a Typh in 15,000 years, so she figures this person named Vesperus is pretty weak. So she willingly lets her out of the coffin. Nobody is stopping her. I don't know, these like all-powerful badass people are just like letting this girl, who, by the way, we got a description of what she's wearing. She's in neon pink sneakers and leggings. So this girl, Nesta and Azriel, are no match. Anyway, Bryce lets her out so that we can get some answers to some questions. In the meantime, Ethan is reeling from killing Sigrid. He actually dealt a fatal blow. The way that Therion saw it, the way that everyone saw it, they knew that he didn't mean to. He was actually aiming for her shoulder, but she was super fast and she dodged his blow, but went the wrong way, and he literally beheaded her. So no coming back from that. So now they're all in the car driving away from the Viper Queen because Ethan did his job, Therion is free, and Ethan's just sitting there silently thinking, he killed the one person who might have led the wolves to a different future, an alternative to Sabine. It didn't matter that it had been an accident. To save his friends, he'd done this unspeakable, unforgivable thing. He was no better than the Hind. And as they're driving away, 3 sprites bang into their windshield because they forgot about the sprites.
My money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. I like to see you wiggle wiggle, for sure.
The sprites slam into the windshield and they're like, go, 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 drive. Like they're trying to get in the car. The boys are all like, what the fuck is going on? They turn around and they see that the sprites have set fire to the Viper Queen's lair. So they're like, well, good thing we're trying to run away where no one can find us, because we are enemy number 1 of basically everyone in Crescent City now. So they zoom off, leaving the meat market and the smoke behind them. We get a few answers to things, basically that there's a lot of Prythian that we don't understand. Like, we kind of heard this in Court of Silver Flames, but there's the whole middle bit where there are creatures that we don't know about. We learn that there are lots of different thin places, like the prison, and what marks it is the mist surrounding it. And Bryce is kind of trying to think of a place surrounded by mist in Midgard. Did I not tell you that that detail that I mentioned in the very beginning was going to come back to us? Don't forget, okay? And that's really it. Honestly, the scene is more Bryce giving Vesperus information than us gaining anything. She's telling her all about Regulus, trying to figure out like, how can I undo the parasite? But Vesperus is basically like, seems like Regulus did a pretty good job. Sounds like you guys are screwed. But the one thing that she does let us know is that Thea has been pumping power into the prison this whole time, remember? So that's kind of what helped charge Bryce. But she didn't take all of it. Bryce suddenly realizes, oh God, there's a fucking first light core here, far beneath their feet. Vesperus smiled. You really should have killed me when you got the chance. And she absorbs all of that power. Before she can use any power, like before she has even fully charged Nesta, that ataraxia is through Vesperus. And we think like, wow, damn, good job, Nesta. Cleaned that up really quickly. Vesperus just smiles, pushes the sword through her, and is like, that was cute. Do it again. Ataraxia has no power. Nesta immediately is like, okay, I gotta get the trove. Like, I'm gonna kill her with my mask and all that stuff. And both Az and Bryce are like, did we not listen to anything in the past 200 or so pages? We don't want the Asteri anywhere near the trove. Like, you can't bring that shit here, okay? We get a fight scene that's honestly quite confusing. We have light blue and silver light and different swords, and somehow Vesperus absorbs the blue, Azrael's blue light, and makes a glove so that she can touch the sword. At the end of the day, Nesta, in a rage, uses ataraxia one more time. Ataraxia severed flesh and bone, dark blood, or whatever ichor was flowing in the Asteri's veins. Vesperus's dark head tumbled to the stones. Silver fire wreathed ataraxia as Nesta plunged the blade into the Asteri's fallen head again and again. And Nesta's just like, die, 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 die. Vesperus came and went, okay? Didn't really give us anything, just pissed Nesta off. And Bryce is mad because she didn't get any information. But what Bryce did get is a way out. She realizes that this is the final straw. Nesta and Azrael aren't going to play nice with her anymore. She literally just opened a coffin, letting the Asteri almost completely free in Prythian. She's like, okay, no coming back. The best friends thing, probably not going to happen. I need to get out. She has the horn. She has the power of the harp in this room, and she notices that the crystal coffin is made from the same crystal of the gates that she jumped through previously. She looks at Nesta and she's like, I won't tell them about this place. And Azrael is like, they will get it out of you. Like, that's my job. I know that people can break you. Like, your secrets never stay safe. And Bryce said, I won't let it come to that, as she steps closer to the coffin. Something like panic filled Azrael's eyes. She met Nesta's stare. A raging silver fire flickered there. And Nesta spat. You're as much of a monster as they are. Because again, all they can see from their point of view is Bryce swoops in, is basically bringing evil straight to their doorstep, like opening a doorway where these horrifying creatures can come in, that with all of these things that they're not prepared to fight with, right? But Bryce knew. She'd always known. She just said, love will do that to you. Bryce leapt into a cold like nothing she'd ever known. Nothing but darkness surrounding her as she plunged deeper and deeper into the pit, towards home. Part 2. The search. We are in the dungeons with Hunt, and the last thing that Regulus and Pollux told them as they were leaving after they took some of Hunt's lightning power was that, surprise, they're going to kill off one of them, either Rune or Baxian. And so as Hunt is kind of fading in and out from the torture, wondering who they're going to kill, he hears a voice in his head, and it is Adis. Adis seems very concerned that Regulus is harvesting lightning power to practice necromancy, and he mentions something again about Hunt's father, about how perhaps Regulus has finally figured out what his father had made Hunt to be. Once again, Adis is like, time will tell, that's a story for another time, but what he does let us know is who Regulus has picked to kill. Adis angled his head, more feline than princely. The one whose death will mean the most to both you and Bryce. The Fey Prince. Hunt just said hoarsely, If you find her, if you see her again, tell her, I know, Ada said, not needing Hunt to finish before he vanished into the darkness. Meanwhile, Bryce jumped out of Prithian. Where did she land? Right in the Autumn King's hand. He must have expected her or something, or she might have been knocked out when she fell. Either way, before she can even realize where she is and register that the voice talking to her is her father, she is in the Gorsian handcuffs, so she can't use any of her power. She's under house arrest. They basically have a couple of chapters of a Q&A session where they just tell each other everything that we already know, so I'm going to skip over that. The only interesting detail is that we knew that the Autumn King was busy looking for the other world, trying to figure out why the Fae powers are fading generation by generation, but the one thing that we didn't know is he created some kind of prism, and he used a bit of Rune's power to study the light. He thinks that he can find some answer in the light of the star power. Bryce can't help but think that that sure looks like a siphon that Azriel uses to direct his power. But anyway, that's pretty much all we get. I forgot to mention that the boys, Ethan, Declan, Therion, etc., speed away from the fire that the sprites set, and they make it to the boat that the Hind had left for them. They get on the boat, about to pull away, when Ethan is like, I can't do it. Sorry, guys. And he just jumps off the boat and starts running back to the city. Therion is just like... But Ethan is already gone. He starts running towards the Bone Quarter, and he keeps thinking, because the Viper Queen had said, make your brother proud, and remember his brother Connor was in the Pack of Devils. He was a stand-up guy. And so Ethan is just so distraught by killing Sigrid and thinking about what would his brother be doing. He runs to the Bone Quarter, but before he walks down the plank, he turns and instead finds another black door. Ethan knocked on it twice. The metal thudded dully. The door yawned open, silent as a grave. Only darkness waited beyond. Ethan felt nothing, was nothing, as he strode in, as the door shut behind him, locking him inside the house of flame and shadow. And who is waiting for him there but our dear friend Jessica? If you remember Bryce's former boss, yeah, she isn't allowed to run her antiquity business anymore. She works out of the headquarters of the House of Flame and Shadow. She's like, okay, not who I expected to be knocking at my door. Come on in, grab yourself a drink. And Ethan leads off real strong with, hey, Jessica, I need a necromancer. Now we're back with Hunt and the boys. They are being taken to the audience room, I suppose, to meet with Rigolas. Hunt knows what is happening. This is Rune's last few hours, few minutes on this plane. They're being taken up by the Hawk. When they get in the elevator to go to the upper levels, the Hind is waiting for them. When the elevator gets to the top floor and the doors open, Hunt is blinded by the daylight because they've been underground for a very long time. All three of them are kind of recoiling from the light, and the Hawk snickers. Just a taste of what Rigolas will do to you. Hunt squinted as he lowered his wing and met the shithead's eyes. Fuck you, he said. Lydia grins mildly. I couldn't have said it better myself, Athalar. And Hunt knew he'd treasure this moment forever. The moment when Lydia Servos pulled out her gun and fired it right between the Hawk's eyes. This is when we all realized that poor Baxian didn't know about Lydia. Rune and Hunt never told him. Just in case, who knows what comes out during torture. So yeah, Baxian is very much what the fuck? Lydia is sorry babe, no time. We have 1 minute and 34 seconds to get in that car. She's fumbling to try and get everybody out of their chains and stuff. And remember, she has just been tortured by Erithis. One arm is totally burned. She leaves Rune for last, and when she removes the Gorsian magic blocker, her scent hit him, wrapping around him, holding him awake as surely as she wrapped her arm around his middle to keep him standing. But she's no time for romance. She's yelling at everybody when the doors open, go left, take the first door, go down 2 flights, take that door. These are men who have been tortured for over a week. They can barely walk. And Lydia's just the show must go on, baby. Lydia is literally carrying Rune this entire way. And when they find out what car they're jumping into, it's a massive Jeep with a machine gun on the top, which Baxian, no questions asked, jumps into that seat. Off they go. Lydia gets a call from the radio, and it's Declan's voice saying, "Daylight, do you read?" Rune just starts sobbing. His friends came for him. They're still alive. They're still gunning for him. So they end up getting through like 3 different rings of guards. Baxian is just like, and when they get to a somewhat safe area, they change into a white van. And who comes out first but Flynn? And the first words he says to his best friend who has been tortured for a week is, "Where the fuck is your hand?" Rune was well and truly crying then. Now Flynn is driving the van. The radio is still crackling, and all we can hear is, "We're a go at this location. We're a go at this location." 11 locations total. The rebels were ready to ignite the Eternal City. The distraction that Lydia came up with wasn't just burning her arm and being tortured. She got all of the rebels and Erithus to coordinate a massive explosion of every single major pit stop down the spine, which, if we remember from the previous books, was the railroad in which the Asteri moved any of their war materials, etc. So within seconds, all 12 places are detonated. Lydia thought that that was a big enough distraction so that they wouldn't be hunted down by the entire Asteri force. And Declan is sort of like, well, good news, actually. The distraction worked. Erithus seems to have disappeared. Apparently Lydia told her where to escape to afterwards, so she seems pretty safe. But bad news, unfortunately. Declan says Mordock and 24 Dreadwolves also made it out. And I think they figured out you're headed for the coast. They're already going at top speed. Declan is like, by my calculations, they're going to catch up to you in 10 minutes. They have run out of bullets. They've run out of everything. And what is the plan, Daybright? She says, have the ship at the planned coordinates and ready the hatch for an aerial landing. Yeah, it's time for our angels to use their new wings. She drives them as close to the coast as possible and is basically like, hope between the two of you, you can manage to carry Rune because you're gonna have to fly to the ship. She's like, I'm the bigger prize for Mordock at this point. I've betrayed them so much, they're gonna be looking for me. She's going to run off and continue being the distraction. There was no room for argument as she snarled, go, and shifted. Hunt had never seen her in her deer form, and she was lovely. Her golden eyes framed by thick dark lashes. But Lydia looked at Rune though. Only him. The world seemed to hold his breath as the elegant doe walked up to Rune and gently, lovingly nuzzled his neck. Rune didn't so much as move, not a blink, as Lydia pulled away, those golden eyes lingering on his face just a moment longer. Then she bounded off into the trees, a streak of sunlight that was there and gone. Rune didn't seem to fully understand what Lydia was doing. As the two angels lift him, he's like doing the mental math. He's looking at the coast. He's looking at the ship. He's like, how's she gonna do it? And that's when they realized Lydia wasn't coming. The realization clanged through Rune like a death knell. And then he hears Hunt go, oh, fuck. A pack of 24 Dreadwolves streamed like ants through the forest, all headed straight for the deer. He looks at the possible paths Lydia could take to outrun the wolves, and his stomach dropped. There was nothing waiting for Lydia but a straight, lethal plunge to the water hundreds of feet below. He is losing his mind. As much as he is not physically able to do fucking anything, he's fighting Hunt and Baxian to within an inch of his life. He wants to go back and help her. Obviously, he has one hand and he can't fly, so he's kind of fucked. And when they finally land on the ship, Therion is there to meet him, and he's like, you need to go get her. And Therion's like, we can't turn this ship around, buddy. And Rune is like, no, you. He like points at Therion, points at the water. He's like, mermaid, water, go. Therion doesn't even hesitate. He just kind of sighs, strips, and disappears under the water. Lydia makes it to the cliff. All of the Dreadwolves have their guns ready and pointed at her. She manages to dodge 3 of the bullets when she leaps, sobbing as the open air embraced her. For a heartbeat, she thought the water might be rising to meet her. But that was her falling. A gunshot cracked like a thunderhead breaking. Pain ruptured through her chest, bone shattering, red washing over her vision. Lydia let out a choked, bloody laugh as she died. Back with Ethan, who also just lost someone very important to him, he's asking Jessica for a necromancer to bring back Sigrid. Jessica's sort of like, you know what, actually, I do happen to know a bunch of necromancers, but I don't do things for free, and I'm kind of drowning under all of this paperwork because my assistant has gone MIA. So why don't you work for me, become my secretary, and then I will put you in contact with a necromancer. Ethan is like, pardon? But apparently Bryce spoke very highly of Ethan and how loyal and organized he is. I don't know. He was captain of a baseball team. So, but Jessica's like, listen, Secret can stay dead for a little bit longer. Why don't you work for me for a couple of days, a trial period, and if I'm satisfied with your work, I'll hook you up. So yeah, now he works for Jessica. Jessica, by the way, we get a weird little history lesson from her. So all of her books, her whole like antiquity business, if we remember, was built on the foundation of all of these books from the Library of Parthos, which was the library that the Asteri burnt down because there was all of this magical knowledge that they didn't want to share. So turns out Jessica's story. Jessica was a human. She was a priestess who worked at the Library of Parthos. And when they realized it was under attack, together with the Ocean Queen, randomly, they procured a boat and filled it up with as many books as possible. Jessica got away with the boat, but not before Apollyon, of all people, stops her, and he demands to know, to like understand the books. Like the magic doesn't work if you just read them, right? He wanted to know the secret of the books. She doesn't tell him, so he curses her with immortality, which is why she is what she is today. But also, he had just gotten back from eating the star or whatever the heck he's famous for. So he had too much power. And when he cursed her, he transferred some of his power to her. So that's how she became a sorceress and has magic. Okay? So that's her story. She's actually just a human that got weirdly cursed by a prince of the pit, and she's really just living still to protect the books. Speaking of the Ocean Queen, the gang has made it to the depth charger, the boat/submarine thing that we saw in the previous book. Rune is hooked up to every possible medical machine to try and heal him quickly, but he's not taking the healing serum because all of that, he demands, goes to Lydia. They managed to find her body. Luckily, Therion was able to like push water up to help her fall gently, but there was apparently a hole the size of a fist through her heart. So they needed to put her back together. They literally had to put her brains back in her head. As they're trying to reconstruct her body, she flatlined twice. Luckily, Hunt was like, all right, if Wriggles is going to try using my lightning power, why don't we give it a go? And he literally just like shocked her awake 2 more times. So now she is technically alive. Her heart is beating, but she's in a coma, and Rune refuses to sleep until her eyes open. For some reason, Hunt wants to get in contact with the Ocean Queen. He's sort of like, listen, thankful that you're helping us out, but why are you going through so much to help the rebels? Like, what's her story? We've never met her. We don't know anything about this Ocean Queen. And Hunt, being the Umbra Mortis, is sort of like, yeah, I would like to know what I'm walking into. So he asks Therion if we can potentially have like a little phone call, little conference call with the Queen. When Therion asks the commander if that's possible, can we set up a meeting? She's sort of like, funny you asked. She's gonna be here tomorrow. And Therion doesn't get why she looks nervous. He's like, oh, okay, that's great. Thanks. He's like, what's up with the little crazy eyes there, Commander? And she's like, yeah, she said something about the Viper Queen and the River Queen threatening war because we're helping you. Back with Bryce and Daddy Dearest, she has learned a couple interesting things. Number 1 is that Rune and Hunt have escaped the dungeon. Reason to live? Lighting a fire under her ass? Yes, indeed. She also learned that the Star Sword, she just wasn't using it right. She was sort of like, I tried to kill an Asteri back in the other place I was. Didn't really do anything. They just were normal knives. And the Autumn King is like, did you try ordering them to do it? Basically, you have to like know how to use the weapons. He said that they do absolutely kill anything because the Star Sword is made and the knife or the dagger is unmaking. So if you stab someone with them at the same time or you use them at the same time correctly, they create this kind of riff of nothingness, this literal void of nothing is made, nothing is unmaking. And he's like, I only know a little bit of the details. Most of the information is in the library at Avalon, let's call it Avalon, which is where Cormac is from. That's that island that is surrounded by the mist, remember? Rules, schmools about like only men can go in the library, whatever. What is important is that Bryce got what she wanted from this little visit. She somehow manages to get her shackles off and shackles her father, so now he can't use his magic. She smiles and says, "Thanks for the intel about the blades, by the way. I thought you might know something. It's really too bad you sent all your servants away, isn't it? Nobody to hear you scream." The Autumn King's face whitened with rage. "You landed here intentionally." "Guilty as charged," she said. She knew that he had done all of this research, so she came here for answers. She landed in the Autumn King's home on purpose. And once again, she loves being underestimated because she knew her father would assume she landed here by accident. Just this stupid girl, oops, happened to land right back at her dear old home. And in some sort of poetic justice, the shackles that she used to bind the Autumn King were the shackles she found in Rune's room, and she knew that they were there because that is how the Autumn King tortured her brother. She rummaged around and found him, and now he is shackled by his own instruments of torture. Before she leaves, she decides to take one last look at that prism that her father made, and she decides to blast a stream of her starlight just to see what comes out. Instead of what she assumed it would be, a rainbow, it was the exact opposite. Where the rainbow should have been full of color, this began in shimmering white light and descended into shadow, an anti-rainbow, as it were, like the fading light of day, of dusk. And then she takes a pretty big gamble. She thinks that the prism might also magnify her power, just kind of like beam it back to her and amplify it. So she makes the power collide and steps into it. With the power she's absorbed, she teleports out of the villa to the place she wanted to be most, home, wherever that was in Midgard. Because her home was no longer just a physical place, but a person too. For Bryce, home was and always would be Hunt. I died every day waiting for you. Please remember that this is a live reading experience. I know what you're about to find out just a few seconds before you. Jaw on the floor. Back in the depth charger, Rune coming in and out of consciousness, just like waiting for Lydia to open her eyes. He's dreaming about it so much he doesn't even realize that he is actually making eye contact with Lydia from across the medical wing. She has woken up and she's sort of like, am I dead or alive? When Rune tells her, "You're alive and we're on the depth charger," she leaps out of bed, rips out all the IVs and stuff. Alarm bells start going off. She starts just running through the submarine. Rune chases after her like, what the fuck is going on? She seems to like kind of know where she's going. She's running up and down the hallways, throwing open unmarked doors, bolting down the hall. And as he's following her, he realizes that the walls are covered with like bright artwork and flyers. It looks like not a warship. Then she starts looking through the windows of all of the doors in the hallway, and Rune notices that above each door it says something like year 3, year 7, etc. Finally, Lydia skidded to a halt, gripping the door jamb. Rune reached her side as she shoved her face up to the glass. The door said year 9. A group of teenagers, most of them myrrh, with striped skin and various colorings, sat in rows of desks in the classroom. She pressed her hand against the door with tears rolling down her cheeks. Then a boy, golden-haired, blue-eyed, looked away from his teacher and towards the window. The kid wasn't a myrrh. The boy had Lydia's face, her coloring. Another boy to his left had dark hair and golden eyes. Lydia's eyes. Behind them, Flint, who was also chasing them, because who are these two people who nearly died running around a submarine? He's like, "You got brothers?" "They're not my brothers," Lydia whispered, her fingers curled on the glass. "They're my sons." Therion had never met anyone as petrifying and alluring as the ocean queen. Yes, they have the meeting. Baxian, Hunt, Therion are there. At first, the queen walks in and she's like this tiny, pale, like a belly of a fish woman. She's like maybe 4 feet tall and she can grow. So Hunt is literally shitting his pants. He is very scared of this woman, okay? Therion as well. She's basically like, listen, Therion, Viper Queen has a reward of 5 million gold marks if I turn you in. And then my sister, the River Queen, really, really wants you, probably to be executed. She leans in with her eyes dark as a shark's. I would like one good reason why I shouldn't hand you over and let them squabble over your carcass. Before Therion can come up with some kind of witty response, a female voice drawls from the open doorway. If you hand him over, you'll have a third queen pissed at you. Therion's stomach bottomed out as Bryce Quinlan swept through the doorway. Hunt, who again is like shitting bricks because of how terrified he is of this ocean queen, he's like, I think I died. He's like, there's no way that Bryce is right there, right in front of me, just like casually walking in. And she's just like holding herself differently. She looks older and stronger, and she doesn't even flinch when the Ocean Queen hisses, "Who are you?" "I'm Bryce Dannon, Queen of the Valberon Fae." And Hunt let out a strangled sound, a sob. That's when Bryce finally looks over at him, and Hunt just starts sobbing. He's like, no chance, not gonna look like a tough guy today. Tears pouring down his face. And you know what he says? Hey. Bryce squeezed his hand, tears filling her eyes as well. And she also says, hey.
Hi. 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 Hi.
The Ocean Queen is sort of like, this is so annoying. Like, they're making goo-goo eyes at each other. Everybody's crying. Like, what the fuck is going on? She's like, you know what? Okay, you gotta stay on this ship until further notice. I'm gonna go think this through. The Ocean Queen is like, but for now, you and your mate can go because you're weirding me out. I want to still talk to Therion. And Bryce is like, no. Believe me, what I have to say is more important than anything you could have to say to Therion, okay? And she lets us all know. She's like, listen, I went to the old Fae world. Long story, there are worms there, we don't need to talk about it. I learned about the water being filled with parasites, and considering you are queen of the ocean, thought you might want to know. The queen apparently doesn't look as surprised as Bryce thought she would be, and Bryce is like, did you not hear me? Or did you already know this? The Ocean Queen shook her head. No, but I always wondered why my people still needed to make the drop even down here. But now that we know this truth, what are you gonna do about it? And this is where Bryce lays out her plan of attacking the Asteri with a combined massive army. She's like, would really love some help from you guys. Hell is apparently down to fight. And one more thing, we gotta turn this ship around. The Ocean Queen is like, pardon? Like, this is not, I'm not running a ferry service. Okay, like, we're going where I tell you to. This is my ship, my ocean. And Bryce explains that she needs to go to Avalon to get to the library to learn more about the history of the First Wars, the Star Sword, etc. She's like, do you want to win this war or not? Are you happy to live in parasitic waters for the rest of your life? But the Ocean Queen's grand plan, she's kind of not on board with the whole war thing. She's like, wouldn't it just be easier to take people back to where you came from? To that world that you were just in? And obviously she's not going to be able to bring everyone, like the Asteri would know and shut that down. So the Ocean Queen is basically saying, take a select few and leave. And Bryce is like, no, we're not abandoning everyone else to be with the Asteri. Like, the logic is not logicking, Queen. The Queen gets pissed and she's basically like, listen, I'll drop you at that fucking island, but when you fail in whatever uprising you think you can muster, when you realize that I'm right and fleeing is the best option, I ask only this in exchange for my services. Take as many of my people as you can. They've all been dismissed by the Ocean Queen, so they go back to one of the dorms. They're all sitting on bunk beds. They are just like overjoyed to see each other. Rune finally makes his appearance. Then they were hugging and laughing, and such joy poured from her that her starlight glowed brightly, casting stark shadows in the cramped room. And don't worry, Hunt and her have exchanged winks, so they know they're gonna empty out this room real soon. Okay. She stops jumping and bouncing with Rune because she realizes that he is still like recovering from being ripped to shreds. So Hunt slides an arm around her shoulder and guides her to the bunk. He sat close enough that his thigh pressed into hers and went so far as to drape a wing over her, like he'd never let her out of his sight again. They catch each other up on everything. What happened here, what happened there, blah, blah, blah. Weirdly, the one detail she doesn't share is about the mask and the death trove in general. She thinks that for some reason that is a piece of information that the less people know, the better. So no mention of that to anybody. Everybody kind of clears out because Rune is like, yeah, I gotta go deal with a certain surprise. And everybody else just kind of gives Hunt and Bryce their space. Instead of having this like real smutty, hot and sexy moment that we expected, they need to check on each other. Like, are you okay? Like, Bryce had no idea that the torture would be quite that bad, and so she feels very guilty about it. And it's just, they're both in like a weird headspace, so they kind of are almost prickly with each other. Like they know that they don't want to be, but at the same time they both have been through some shit. They just end up talking, and Hunt is like, are we really sure that going to this Avalon is a good idea? Like, do you really think that Cormac's dad is gonna just welcome you with open arms? And Bryce is like, actually, yeah. And she pulls out a notebook that she stole from her father, where he takes all of his crazy notes when he's studying about the Fae's power. She says, I think he will, because I've got all the Autumn King's dirty little secrets. Back with Lydia, she didn't run into the classroom because it turns out her sons, they are twins, they were put up for adoption, and they were adopted by Mer parents. So the director of the school knew Lydia immediately and came up to her and was like, listen, think of their mental state. Like, let's not rush into the classroom and pull them out of class. Let's have like a calm, planned meeting. So she walked away from the classroom, promptly faints, and now she is finally stable enough to have this meeting. Lydia sits down with the twins, Bran and Ace, that's his nickname, I'm not going to attempt his full name, and their foster fathers, Renki and Davit. They're basically like, what do we do now? Like, are we going to live with you now? Like, what's going on? She meets Renki's gaze, the dominance and protectiveness in it. She saw the glimmer of pleading beneath. Please don't take my sons away from me. It was the same sentiment she'd once conveyed to the Ocean Queen, a plea that had fallen on deaf ears. Yeah, it seems like they were put up for adoption against Lydia's will. For all intents and purposes, their foster fathers or their adopted fathers have taken such good care of them and clearly love them. So she's sort of like, at least there's that. She could have asked for nothing more, that the boys possessed such an attachment to their parents that went beyond any hope she'd harbored. The boys are, even though like Bran seems to be quite polite, Ace is very much like, you're not our mom. These are our parents. You know, they are fiercely loyal to their fathers. In a way, like, it hurts Lydia, but she's sort of like, thank God they love who they were raised by. And she just basically says like, I don't want to take you from your family, but I don't know when my work will be over, if ever. But if it is, if I'm allowed to return here, I'd like to see you all again. And that's when Bran says, you mean your work as the Hind? Because they have TV in the submarine, and they're like, yeah, we know who you are. We recognized you. Like, we know what you do. Ace is like, you serve the Asteri. You kill rebels for them. And Lydia tries to explain, like, I work for the Ocean Queen. I work for the rebels. And Ace just cuts into her. He's like, listen, this is everything I know. Like, you're dating the Hammer, until his parents and the director of the school is literally like, you need to shut up, Ace. And he lets out a humorless laugh. I'm just getting started. And Lydia's like, honestly, I get it. Like, I understand, and I'm gonna go. She says, thank you for taking care of them and for loving them. Her eyes stung, and something massive began to implode in her chest, so Lydia said nothing else before walking out of the office, shutting the door behind her. Renke follows her out and is like, listen, we weren't prepared. Like, I don't want you to think that me or my husband tried to turn them against you. Like, we didn't know who you were until literally today. We knew that their mom was deep undercover, but we didn't know how undercover. He also lets them know that the boys have loving grandparents. They've got 2 sets of grandparents that help out all the time. They have uncles, they have aunts, they have tons of cousins. And he's basically like, listen, Ace didn't speak for all of us. And I don't even think he speaks for himself. Like, he doesn't know what he's saying, and just know that, like, we're open to talking to you. Before they can talk anymore, Lydia gets summoned to speak to the Ocean Queen, who turns out that's who she answers to this whole time. And the Ocean Queen is kind of pissed at how things have gone. She's like, this wasn't part of our plan for you to bust out these random prisoner guys. Like, you're putting us at risk by going off script. She's also like, glad you got to see your sons, but back to work with ya. You're shipping out tomorrow. And Lydia, just using the mask that she's worn all these years with the Asteri and with Pollux, she just says, tell me what we're doing. But if you're like, this isn't the Lydia I know, where's the tough hind who, like, calls out people's bullshit? She is here because Rune decides that he needs to, like, sort out his mind, and the best place to do that is the gym. So he starts walking to the gym and literally walks right into the hind. He kind of tries to be like, hey girl, how you doing? Did you see your kids? What's going on? Lydia's pissed because she's like, oh, now you want to know my sob story? You want to know my reasons for doing the things that I did? Like, when I was just a person who tried to explain to you why I was this massive double agent, you didn't care. But she says, now that I'm a mother, now that I have an acceptably sad female backstory, you're willing to hear me out? Because she told him, like, everything I did was for them, okay? I haven't seen them since they were 18 months old, but Rune realizes, like, she knew them on sight. She knew exactly where they would be, what classroom they would be in. Like, she has kept up on them every second of every day for 15 years. And Rune is like, listen, I'm sorry. I would like to know. I'm still dealing with all of this. I'm processing. He's like, so what is it? Like, tell me your goddamn story. And slowly she looked back, her face a mask of utter contempt, and said before she shut the door in his face, you don't deserve to hear it. Now we get a bunch of quick little updates. Back with Ethan, the astronomer randomly shows up and is like, Ethan, you stole my slave. Give him back. Jessica is basically like, how much do you want? 10 million? There you go. Nips that in the bud. Anyway, the necromancer that she called arrives, and who is it? Hypaxia. But what took Hypaxia so long to get here when Jessica called her days ago? Turns out there was a coup within the witches. Hypaxia is no longer queen. So she needs to go and swear her fealty to the House of Flame and Shadow, which we don't get information about what that entails because apparently that's, only for the house members to know. So while they're waiting for her to finish her vows and then come back and help with the whole necromancy thing, Ethan and Jessica have a kind of info dumpy situation where basically the most important piece of information I think that comes out of it is that the Asteri actually bred and manipulated the bloodlines of the wolves in order to create the Fenders. They wanted to produce the strongest wolves possible that were very loyal to the Asteri, and that is why, like, list of reasons a mile long, but that's a real reason why Danica needed to be eliminated, is because they manipulated the bloodlines a little bit too well and made her into an incredibly powerful, one of the, like, true wolves, and she wasn't on their side. So they needed to get rid of that real fast. We also get a scene in which Lydia and Bryce ask the 3 sprites to go off and help find Erithis because she seemed like quite hesitant to go back and claim her throne because she spent a century as a prisoner of war, basically. So they're basically like, can you go find her, help her, and convince the other sprites to join us when we need you? So they go off. Bryce's slowly starting to warm up to the fact that Lydia isn't as evil as we all thought, especially because of how respectful Lydia is of sprites. And remember, sprites are like the lowest of the low in terms of social standing. She's so respectful of sprites. And of course, Bryce and Hunt, I didn't mention it, but like a couple times, Hunt was like, oh, I miss Lahaba. Bryce and Hunt love and miss Lahaba so much. So that kind of helps Bryce warm up to the Hind. And then we get a scene where Lydia is saying goodbye to her sons. She's like, listen, I have to go on this mission. I doubt I'm gonna come back alive, so I just wanted to say that I'm proud of you and I thought of you every day. I didn't leave you because I didn't want you. Ace is still kind of an asshole to her, but Bran is at least like, hey, at least thank you for giving us really cool parents. Good luck on your mission. And she leaves. She also gives them her father's ring, this like ruby ring, to be like, I don't know, it's I didn't really like my dad, but if you pawn it, you might pay for college, is literally what she says. So that's that. Off we go to Avalon. I haven't decided how I'm pronouncing that. Anyway, they're going off to the island and they have broken up into two different teams. We have Team Caves and Team Archives. I mentioned the Archives, which is where we believe there's more information about the Star Sword and everything like that. But there's also the cave, which is where they like kept the Star Sword. And Bryce believes that maybe there's something hidden in those caves that could help us understand it more as well. And both of those places have a no girls allowed rule. So Bryce says that she has a plan, and of course she's not going to tell us the plan until like 2 seconds before, or perhaps even after the plan goes through. So that's where we are. We have hit the 50% mark of this book. And I am tired. Okay, the gang is all ready to set off to Avalon, go through the mists. They meet at the top of the deck. They start to get into the boats. Rune and Declan are late because they went overboard because they found the waffle maker at the cafeteria. And so they loaded up on waffles. The details. Anyway, they board the boat and they are about to speed away, leaving Therion on the deck when he makes a last-ditch effort and jumps because he knows that the Ocean Queen can't go through the barrier. That's why they have to take like a little dinghy to the coast. He's like, I'm not going to stay here and trapped while my friends go off and risk their lives. He jumps on the boat and it's just like, go, 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 go. And they can feel the ocean rumbling under them. But by the time the Ocean Queen can react, they are through the mist. They immediately head to Cormac's father, Morven, to his throne room. And they all try talking to him. Like they get in like all these arguments, whatever. Hunt tries to say something. And Morven is basically like, I am a king. I don't need to talk to a slave or someone who was disowned or dishonored, etc. And Bryce is like, whoo boy. She's like, let's do a head count. If you're disowned, disgraced, or both, raise your hand. And the entire group is like, Flynn is the only one who seems to have escaped all of the bad stuff. So Bryce is like, the floor is yours, Tristan. Morven has this creepy, villainous smile on his face, and he's like, oh, Flynn, you especially might want to talk to me with the utmost respect. Why? These two shadowy figures who the Fae boys, by the way, nicknamed them the Murder Twins, his two main guards. Morven's guards come from the shadows holding a struggling female Fae.
This week, a hot new bombshell enters the villa.
And Flynn is like, Scythia, what are you doing here?
This is Love Island. And we always say, expect the unexpected.
Sorry, Sathia. Sathia is none other than Flynn's sister.
Y'all gonna make me lose my mind.
Yes, so apparently because of Flynn's involvement with this whole thing, the Asteri have put out a hit list for anyone related to him, so his parents, his sister, and they decided to try and take shelter on this island. And because they're somehow nobles, right, they have some noble blood, so Morven welcomes Flynn's parents with open arms, the lord and lady. But his sister causes a problem because she refuses to play by his game, and basically any Fae female of her age that isn't with a proper chaperone needs to get married. And she said no. So her options are basically stay here, get married, make fae babies, whatever, or go back to Lunathion where the Asteri are waiting to kill you. And her parents don't give a shit. Flynn's parents don't seem like they're winning any awards, okay? Bryce is sort of like, let's put that aside. She needs to like think about that for a second. But she says, listen, the reason we're here, I'm gonna go look at your archives, okay? And Morven is just like, access denied. And she's like, yeah, I thought you would say that, but I'm not really asking. And she shows him the star sword and the dagger. She's like, I need a little more information on these guys. I think they'll help you change your mind. Morven looks at the dagger and he's like, what is that? And Bryce is like, oh, this? Yeah, this is some major ass prophecy fulfillment, my man. So we're gonna go in. We're taking Sathya, okay, because her brother is here now, chaperone. We'll see you later, okay? And she's like, you're playing this game like you are close with the Asteri, like you're on their side, but why do you have the mists up? What's with all these wards? If you're so loyal to the Asteri, open up the mists, let them come get us. And Morven is just silent, which we can read as he's not really that loyal to the Asteri. Bryce calls his bluff and he's just like, But the only thing that he can argue is that Flynn, because he's like a party boy or something, he doesn't consider him a good enough chaperone to let Sathya go free. It's so stupid. So the guys, they're all doing mind speak and they're honestly like, listen, Sathya's really tough. I think she can handle herself. I don't think it's worth it. Like, he's letting us go to the archives. Why don't we just come back later, solve her problem? We're not gonna win this fight. Lydia is the only one who's kind of like, you know, nobody really ever stood up for me. And that convinced Bryce. She opened her mouth, rallying power to her star, about to just fucking blast Morven and steal Sathya back. She's rallying her power, but Therion spoke from behind them. I'll marry her.
Basically, one of us would play your boyfriend, and...
Sorry, that's like the first funny thing you've ever said.
As chaos erupts on the island, we have a bigger problem back with Ethan. Hypaxia has come back from swearing her oath. They head down to the morgue where they're keeping Sigrid's body. It takes her, I think, 7 hours, 7 minutes, and 7 seconds to bring Sigrid back to life. Hypaxia staggers back from the examination table. Ethan was there instantly, catching her smoothly. Ethan set Hypaxia back on her feet. The former witch queen looked at them, helpless and terrified. Ethan turned as the body on the examination table sat up and the sheet ripped away, revealing Sigrid's grayish face, her eyes closed. Stitches popping, Sigrid slowly turned her head, but her chest, it didn't rise and fall. She wasn't breathing. The Fender air opened her eyes. They burned an acid green. Reaper. Jessica breathed. Flynn tries very hard to convince Therion that his little sister is the worst. He's like, you don't want to marry her, trust me. But also for real reasons, Therion is basically like, it's fine. If we don't like each other, we can just get divorced. But apparently for Faye, if you get divorced, you get excommunicated, basically. You're a pariah. I hate to point out this detail, but Flynn is like, it's marriage until death. He mentions that if she's a widow, she can remarry, but if not, she's persona non grata. All right. But they're both kind of like, cross that bridge when we get to it. And not 5 minutes later, Therion found himself with a wife. Back with Ethan and the undead Sigrid, yeah, basically while Hypaxia was trying to raise her from the dead, the Underking swooped in and gave her a choice. Sigrid says, we came to a doorway. Hypaxia wanted to go one way. A smile twisted her face. I went the other. And the only thing Sigrid says to Ethan is basically, I will never forget that you killed me. And she follows the Underking out. Ethan will not accept this. So he's like, okay, we've raised her from the dead. Now we have to raise her from Reaperdom. How do we do that? Apparently there still is a way to change her, to like pull her soul closer to life rather than this kind of undead state. But in order to do that, you need a Thunderbird, which, if we remember from the last book, is the lightning power that Sophie had. We're assuming Hunt has that same exact power, but they don't know that. They only know that Sophie is a Thunderbird, potentially the only Thunderbird in existence for hundreds of years. So, God, this is complicated. They're gonna go find Sophie's body to try to get her power, to try to redo the necromancy on Sigrid. Does that make sense? Jessica pulls a bunch of strings to find out where Sophie's body went, because remember, we don't know where she was buried. Where do you think she is? The gang is getting back together because Sophie's body is on Avalon.
This is Love Island. And we always say, expect the unexpected.
Avalon, whatever. Therion and the gang are taking their honeymoon to the archives. They waste no time because they've got a lot to look for. Even though Bryce is technically on Team Caves, she heads to the archives just to look around. And she's like, listen, I need you to pull anything that mentions Thea, Peleus, Starborn. She lists like a bunch of things. And Flynn is like, okay, that's a lot. And Sathya's walking behind him like, bet you wish you learned how to read now. Flynn is like, I know how to read. And you just hear Rune and Lydia on separate sides of the archive giggle. And they look at each other because they have the same sense of humor. Okay, they're night and day. But they are both actively ignoring each other. So, they kind of set up what they're all going to be doing, head back to the castle to have some dinner, go to sleep. That is when we finally get Hunt and Bryce alone and not arguing. They say a few words, and there was more to be discussed, of course, but right now, he lowered his face to hers, and Bryce met him, the kiss thorough and open, and just bliss. They go at it, and if we remember from the last book, they had a little issue where they kept teleporting anytime they had sex because she's got like the horn power. This time, it doesn't happen, but instead their magic combines. They like explode in lightning and starlight or something. They're both shimmering when it's over. And yeah, I guess they can like share each other's power now. Your guess is as good as mine, guys. I don't know. Over in the newlywed suite, Therion is like, hi, my name's Therion. They start with the basics like, oh, you know, my favorite color is blue. Therion's like, my favorite food is cheese puffs. Sathya is like, okay, but real talk, why are you here? How did you get involved with all of this stuff? And why did you agree to marry me? And he's sort of like, well, complicated, but I've got the Viper Queen has a $5 million reward out on me. The River Queen wants to kill me. The Ocean Queen probably also wants to kill me. Sathya's eyes just like keep getting wider as he's mentioning how many bounties are on his head. And Therion's like, I'm really not doing a good job of making myself seem like a good choice, am I? My father is going to keel over dead, Sathya said. Something like wicked amusement glinted in her eyes. And they seem to like get along. They like respect each other's sense of humor. They're both kind of fuck ups, and they have a nice old handshake as husband and wife. The gang has broken in, like I said, into Team Caves and Team Archives. In Team Cave, we have Therion and Sathya, recently husband and wife, Baxian, Bryce, and Hunt. And let me tell you what they do. They walk underground in a cave for hours and hours and hours. I think I've seen this film before. Why isn't this book called like The House of Cave? Because that's all they do. According to Declan, Peleus's tomb and the Star Sword's original resting place are somewhere in this network of caves. But in what will be a few days' journey underground, there will also be lots of things that will try and eat us. So that's what they're doing. And everyone feels that it's really icky. The magic feels dead. There's another river. Bryce tells them about the worm. It's just a lot of walking in the dark. In terms of Team Archive, we have Flynn, Declan, Rune, and Lydia. What we have is just a lot of scenes of Flynn and Declan leaving Rune and Lydia alone to awkwardly sit by each other and every once in a while ask each other a question. They do find one thing though. They find that on a map from the First War, it wasn't just the one island of Avalon. There were a bunch of islands. And that's kind of similar to how Celine talked about the court around the prison in Prithian. It wasn't just the island of the prison, it had a bunch of other islands, but something about the magic, it just, all of the islands slowly disappeared. Can't help but wonder if the same thing happened with them, because there's just no, like, it's not like the ocean rose, okay? We also get, eventually their awkward questioning turns into Rune licking Lydia's neck, and then Lydia suddenly like realizes she's kind of into it, and then she's like, no. She backs up, freezes, looks at Rune, and he's just like, I'm gonna go, and runs away. So there's that. And then, as if things aren't crazy enough, back in the House of Flame and Shadow, Hypaxia and Ethan are in the cafeteria that apparently has really good food, by the way. I don't know why. So they're like bonding over how delicious the food is when the room starts to shake again and again and again. And they run outside and realize the Omega boats, which are the boats of the Asteri military, they have bombed the meadows where the humans live. And so without even talking to each other, they just look and run. Ethan and Hypaxia, who remember used to be a Medi-witch, they run to try and see if there's any survivors. We continue to get a bunch of scenes of Lydia and Rune slowly warming to each other. They bond over the fact that Morven inexplicably doesn't have coffee in his break room. I don't know. They do find something interesting though, which could be why Flynn and Sathya in particular don't feel very comfortable on the island. They always feel like their magic feels funny when they're here, and that could be because originally Fae that had an earth magic affinity were sent to look at the land and decide where best to build cities in terms of ley lines, etc. And looking at the map and the ley lines, it doesn't match with where the city currently is. And so they're trying to figure out why the city moved or why the ley lines moved. There's just something going on with where the magic is being pulled. The Fae might have had to make a decision of, we'd rather stay on the island where we have mists and we are free from the Asteri, and like we're willing to live on it even if it's rotting our magic, kind of thing. In the caves, we just have Bryce really trying to figure out what the fuck she's doing, because she has been talking to Sathya about this, about how she doesn't like the Fae. Like everything she's doing, this whole like the sword and the knife are going to reunite the Fae and blah blah blah. She doesn't like the Fae. So Sathya's kind of like, what are you gonna do? Full stop. Like, yeah, we're gonna overthrow the Asteri, and what? Are you gonna lead us? Are you just leave us to fend for ourselves? Like, what's going on? And so she has a couple of nights of like tossing and turning. She ends up having a conversation with Baxian, and he's like, listen, I know Danica didn't tell you shit, but she felt the same way about the wolves. Like, the wolves are real shitty too, but she wants to save them and she wants to redeem them. And so that is something that Bryce is dealing with. But as they're having this little heart to heart, Hunt is like, guys, I think we'd better go. He's like, I don't like lingering in these death caves. Let's head out. Bryce is like, okay, yeah, you're right. Let's go. That's the first wise decision you've made, drawled a deep male voice from the tunnel behind them. There was nowhere to run, nothing to do but stand and face the threat as Morven stalked out of the mists, and behind him, flames simmering in his eyes, strode the Autumn King. So yeah, Daddy and Uncle are here. They're pissed. I don't know if I specified, but Bryce locked her dad in a closet. Not only did he was in shackles, he was in a closet. And he was like, did you think that would take care of me? She's like, honestly, it worked on Micah. I locked him in a bathroom and he's an archangel. So I kind of thought, you know, this would hold you for a little bit. Wish it had held you for a little bit longer. Morven is like, that's the last straw. You're coming with me back to the castle. We're going to scold you. You're done here, girl. And when Bryce obviously says no, he's like, yeah, thought you'd say that. Think again. This cave has been filled with ghouls and like creepy shadow creatures this whole time, and these shadowy hands drag out two figures from the dark, and it is Flynn and Declan, blood dripping from every orifice. Two big ugly things come out of the shadows, and it is the murder twins. I mentioned them in passing before, but they are Morven's nephews. They are creepy ass twins. I feel like Sarah J. Maas has something against twins. They're always weird as hell. They are these scary bodyguard people who also have mind speak. Okay? We don't love them. So we're pretty sure that they are currently torturing Flynn and Declan in their heads. This is where we start to go into some things that I just hate reading about. On a single page, the word breeding is used 15 times. Okay? So here we go. Bryce is basically like, yeah, I don't think you're gonna kill Flynn and Declan because they're too important for breeding purposes. They are fae, they are handsome, let's just say it. They're powerful. Remember, the fae's powers seem to be fading. We can't not have these guys out and about making babies. Okay, we're not gonna kill the best of us, okay, is what she's saying. She also mentions that like, oh, I bet you're really sad that you guys don't do divorce because I'm already married to Hunt, and like if we get divorced, apparently I'm gonna be a pariah. And Morven is like, oh no, don't worry, for breeding we'll make exceptions. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, okay? So I'm just warning you, buckle up. So the Fae Kings are like, well, either way, you're coming with us. We're continuing this in the castle. And Bryce is like, yeah, well, you know, from the last time we chatted, Daddy, some things are different. And she uses her power to just kind of concentrate a little bit in like a seed form. And she's just kind of holding it, this like ball of light. She's like, yeah, do you want to kind of rethink your threats towards me? The Autumn King beheld that concentrated seed of light at Bryce's finger. Any amusement or rage leached from his expression as he murmured to Morven, run. And a beam of slicing, burning light shot from her hand towards the ceiling, and solid rock rained down upon them all. Next up, if you're wondering where the heck is Rune, how has he not noticed that Flynn and Declan are missing? Yeah, he's with his lady friend. He's with Lydia. They're still just working side by side innocently. At the end of the day, they're heading back to their respective rooms where they decide, like, let's actually have a chat. Like, let's talk about real life things. We learned that Lydia was actually taken from her mother at the age of 3, raised by her father, and just kind of brainwashed into thinking that this is what she's supposed to be, this evil, working for the Asteri, working for the angels, shutting down the rebellion. Like, that was her life. She thought that was correct. And she was legitimately entering into a relationship with Pollux. Like, they were, you know, tiptoeing around each other, but there were feelings there. What changed? She is from a long line of stag shifters. Remember, she's a deer. And they apparently have really old gods and beliefs and this whole set of kind of religious rituals that they adhere to. And this is right up Tamlin's alley. We have a mating ritual, a fertility ritual. I don't know the logistics, but they go into the woods. The couple, they don't know each other's identity. They like don't see each other. I don't want to think too hard. So she doesn't know who the father is, which I feel like maybe is important. We'll see. But yeah, she does the ritual, goes back to work, realizes, shoot, it worked. I'm pregnant. And she knew that she had this very slim window of time to get the fuck out of there before all of these men around her can smell that she's pregnant, because once again we live in a world where these people can smell pregnancy. And so she's like, yeah, I gotta get out. So she runs away. She fakes her own kidnapping. The rebels allegedly kidnap her. As she's running, she remembers that some of the rebels that she tortured mentioned the Ocean Queen. So she finds the Ocean Queen and is basically like, in exchange for you sheltering me as I give birth and then sheltering my children, I will be a spy for you. And so she then has the kids, stays there for another year to raise her children, and then dips back into the world and climbs the ranks to be as close to the Asteri as possible, all at the behest of the Ocean Queen. So that's her story. And she straight up is like, yeah, if it weren't for my sons, I would probably still be evil. And that's why she slipped right back into the whole Pollux thing. Like, when she came back, Pollux was like, oh my god, I missed you. I realized how much I loved you. And she was like, great, this will like just enhance my undercover persona that oh, she's evil, she loves Pollux, etc. So that's why she kind of willingly entered into this horrible relationship she's in. So yeah, she's like, my sons are the reason I am who I am today. And Rune is just listening like, oh my gosh, yeah, that must have been so hard, so lonely. And she's like, yeah, it was, until you came along. This nearly inept, reckless agent. And then of course they start talking about their feelings. Rune is like, listen, I could not wrap my head around the fact that you were you. Basically, like, as long as I still think of you as Day, like as long as I remember that you are Agent Daybright, I can get past this. Like, you are my Day and I am yours. Things, of course, start to get steamy. We get a very thick paragraph describing Lydia's breasts. They are lush. They are palmfuls. They're delicious, all right? But right when things are about to get serious, Lydia kind of flinches because they've never slept together, actually, physically. Like, they've only done it in the mind thing. Physically, she has only been with Pollux for the past however many years. And so her body just immediately flinches and she's like, sorry, just, you know, I can't help it. And so they instead choose to just cuddle. And for the first time in a long time, they both sleep peacefully. Back in the caves, Therion is like, is that a laser? He's like, what the fuck just came out of your finger? The cave-in has successfully put the Fae Kings, the Murder Twins, and unfortunately Flynn and Declan on one side of the rocks, and then Team Cave are safe on the other side. And they are like, the only way to escape, we gotta jump in that raging river. Bryce is like, jump in, and Hunt is like, you can just teleport us across. Like, I'm not getting in this water. And Bryce is like, jump in now. Bryce doesn't really wait for any reaction. She just dives into the river. Therion is like, we love swimming. So he grabs his new wife. They dive in. Baxian and Hunt are just standing there looking at the rapids like, what the fuck? And this is where Hunt starts to spiral because remember, he and Bryce were like, we're in this together. No more secrets. Bryce has the plan, but like, we're gonna be on the same page, right? And Baxian and Hunt kind of look at each other because they're like, we could have taken the Fae. Like, we've got the power, we've got more people. We could have fought the Fae Kings and won. Why did Bryce cause a cave-in and she doesn't want to teleport, she wants to jump into the river? Like, clearly the girl has a plan and she's not telling us. And so Hunt immediately is thinking, Bryce didn't tell him, which means his mate probably no longer trusted him. He had no idea how to start fixing that. Was it because of their fight? Athalar? Baxian growled. Snap out of it. Okay. He is dealing with some really severe self-confidence issues. Him and Bryce like have not made up, and that's really bothering him, and he is not okay with it. Not the time to be questioning things. They jump into the river and eventually wash up onto the shore. Immediately Hunt is like, what the fuck? Why aren't you telling us things? And Bryce is immediately angry. Like, she's clearly been holding back some anger towards Hunt this whole time, and she's like, honestly, somebody needed to lead. Somebody needed to be in charge. I'm not dealing with a lot of support here. And Hunt is like, I'm literally in a cave filled with ghouls for you. Like, I'm here. And Bryce says, but do you even want to be? Because it seems like your fear of the consequences outweighs your desire to defeat the Asteri. And Hunt is like, honestly, it does. Like, I'm over seeing people that I love die for this cause that I've been fighting for hundreds of years, and we don't seem to be any closer to achieving our goals, okay? So he's like, sorry if I don't want my loved ones to die. But Bryce is like, well, I would rather die, okay? Like, than see them succeed. And I guess that's how we're different. Hunt says, everyone you love will die too. You're willing to risk that? Your mom and dad, Cooper, Syrinx, Fury and June, you're willing to let them be tortured and killed? And that's when Bryce stiffens, shaking with anger. And Hunt is like, listen, I'm sorry. I know this isn't time to pick a fight, but like, I'm gonna go along with you. Like, I have your back, I promise, but you can't expect me to be happy about running towards our death, basically. And Bryce said quietly, that's not good enough for me. I don't want you to just go along with it. But before they can continue fighting, she just kind of walks away, and Therion is like, and why did we jump in the river again? How did you know there would be this weird room that we're currently standing in? And Bryce is like, I knew because I've been here before. And what Team Cave didn't know is that Bryce realized that these caves are identical to the caves that she was walking in with Nesta and Azriel. Now they're in the exact same room with a different coffin inside. And who is it? Prince Peleus. Bryce walks up to the coffin. She's like, hey, you rapist fuck, what's up? Found ya. And the boys are kind of like, well, why would Peleus build these tunnels just like Celine's tunnels? And Bryce is like, boys, Peleus didn't build it. And she like shoves open the sarcophagus. Helena did. Here's the story. Bryce figures this out. Helena built this cave structure and tomb in honor of her wonderful rapist husband because she knew that it was a good excuse. If she was gonna like be coming into these caves all the time and needing private time for whatever she's gonna use the caves for, why not make it like, oh, I'm gonna go grieve over my husband. I need to be alone. Okay? So she made this temple as a cover. And she also knew that like men like fucking Morven are going to celebrate this great man of their past, this ancestor of theirs, that they would keep it safe forever. She's like, leave it to the men to not want to touch a temple to the patriarchy. That's what this cave basically is. What was Helena actually using it for? Think about what the caves are made of. She's like, taste the walls. Little salty, isn't it? The caves are completely made of black salt, which is what is used to do dark magic, specifically to communicate or pass through other worlds. And Helena most likely was using it to communicate with her only allies, Hell. So this whole complex cave system was basically just a big phone. In order to prove that she's right and to get in contact with Hell because they need help because they're locked in caves, Bryce is like, I'm going to try it out. There's a basin of water that she thinks like, oh, if we drink this, then we can mind speak and communicate with Hell. Let's try it out. There's like this big tub and she kind of grabs a little cup full and she's about to take a sip when Hunt blurts, don't you dare. And lightning smashed the cup apart before she could drink. She whirls, temper searing through her. Hunt was glowing with lightning, furious as he advanced on her. Do not drink from that. This is not the time to go alpha hole, said Bryce. Without me, he finished. Bryce could only gape at her mate as he grabbed the drinking bowl and held it out to her, ready to follow her into Hell. So yeah, he was like thinking it over and he's like, yeah, you're right. I can't just follow her. She needs support. I need to be there. Time to put my Umbra Mortis pants on. Let's go, baby girl. Into Hell.
Hey there, demons. It's me. Your boy. I'm standing near your hole, and it's very dark.
Who greets them at the gates? My boy Adis. They're sailing down this river, still in a cave, and everything is illuminated with an eerie green light. It felt ancient and empty. They head towards a pier where they can see a figure standing on it. Welcome home, son, said the Prince of the Pit. In Hell, we get another info dump the size of Celine's little history lesson. So just bear with me, okay? Bear with me. Apollyon and then Phantanos, another prince. We have Prince of the Chasm, Adis, Prince of the Pit, Apollyon, and Prince of Souls, Phantanos. The gang's all here. Somebody says something. Hunt gets pissy, tries to punch somebody and realizes that they are like ghosts. They don't have an actual physical form, him and Bryce. So fighting, they can neither be harmed nor can they cause harm. So let's just have a peaceful conversation with three princes of Hell, shall we? Hunt's first question is, what do you mean you're my daddy?
I don't know who my father is.
Phantanos scoffed, you're no son of his. If anything, you're mine. And Hunt is like, what? Like, how do I have like 5 dads? What's going on? Then Adis is like, man, you still haven't gotten that black crown off of you? And Hunt is like, what do you mean? Like, you can't just keep saying shit without explaining yourself. You seemed really surprised that I had this halo, so why? And Apollyon cuts in to finally explain. He says, princes of Hell cannot be contained by black crowns, or the halo. The Asteri learned that, and it was their downfall. As you were made by Hell's princes, it should not be able to hold you. Made by Hell's princes? Bryce is like, start talking. All right, give us the whole rundown. And they do. We're putting Hunt's paternity test to the side. What's going on? What's with the caves, etc. Long story short is that Thea, when she separated the daughters and were like, go to the other realm, she split her power into 3. Because if the Asteri ever got a hold of Thea's power, game over. So she split them into thirds, gave 1/3 to Selene, 1/3 to Helena, and then a final third for her. That power has been passed down through generations, so Bryce, that little star in her, is Helena's power. When she went to Prithian, touched the floor, and felt a little power up, she absorbed Selene's third. So she has 2/3 of Thea's power. What do we need to do? Find the other third. Once we have all 3 parts, Bryce will be powerful enough to connect the dagger and the sword, which will open some kind of portal to fucking nowhere, and we will be able to push the Asteri there and hopefully seal it up, and we're done. And when the dagger and the sword are connected, total destruction will happen. So we got to make sure that we can control them and we know how to open this portal correctly. Where is her power hidden? Somewhere on this island of Aelin. Where? We don't know. And what else does Bryce need to do in order to make sure that this all goes down smoothly? We need Hell's backup. How can Hell's army come and help us? By opening the northern rift. Yes, we're gonna blast open that little hole in the sky so that Hell's armies can come flooding through to the rescue, save the day. And now for our favorite part of the show. Who's the father? Hunt could barely breathe. Here, after all this waiting, here were the answers. Adis is like, yeah, these guys are your dads in like the vaguest sense. You're basically just a fun little experiment we were working on. During the very first wars, Phantanos helped Apollyon breed a new type of demon. We found out that those didn't really work, so we kind of tweaked a few things and we created something called the Thunderbirds. Anyway, somehow throughout the years, Hunt was born from a scientist, basically, and an angel. And of course, his father was killed. He was apparently a really good guy, they say. Okay? Yeah, Hunt was basically just kind of a genetic experiment. He was perfectly crafted with his lightning power to be able to give Bryce, or whoever would be the heir to Helena's power, would be able to give that person enough of a boost to potentially open the Northern Rift. It doesn't... Guys, they genetically engineered a battery, basically, for whoever is going to be the heir of the power. They're like hoping that the timelines match, that somehow their little charger will find Helena's heir, they will meet, and all will be great.
Stop it. Get some help.
The fact that they're mates, Hunt is like, is that all a lie? Because remember, he's like not exactly dripping in self-confidence lately. The princes are all like, no, actually, that was a little oopsie daisy. We had no hand in the whole mate thing. That was just weird. And so Bryce is like going down her checklist of all the questions that she has, and she's like, oh, Apollyon, you ate Sirius. You ate an Asteri. So why can't you just eat them all? He's like, yeah, it requires proximity, and now that they've seen me eat one of their brethren, I'm not exactly allowed to be close to any of the Asteri. And at this point, the black salt is wearing off, so Bryce and Hunt need to jet back to the real world. But basically, that's what's going on. Fate is playing out. Hunt and Bryce are meant to combine their powers. Bryce needs to find one more piece of Thea's power, and then they are going to blast open the Northern Rift, open some kind of crazy portal, kick the Asteri the hell out, shut them in, and hopefully not destroy the entire world in the process. Does that make sense to you? Because I'm holding on by a thread. All right? Phantanos and Apollyon disappear into the darkness, and only Adis remains. Adis's blue eyes were intense on Bryce's face when he says, if you find the final piece of Thea's power, if the cost of uniting the sword and the knife is too much, Bryce, don't do it. Choose life. He glanced to Hunt. choose each other. I've lived with the alternative for millennia, and the loss never gets easier to bear. And he disappeared along with the rest of hell. Bryce and Hunt blast back to reality, surrounded by Morven, the Autumn King, and the Murder Twins. All of their friends are in a little circle surrounded by the Autumn King's fire, being like burned by everything. The Kings are like, you've had your fun, give us the weapons, now you're in for it, we're turning you over to the Asteri. Bryce is kind of weighing her options. She's looking at her friends. The Murder Twins have control of all of their minds, so they literally have Sathia holding a knife to her own throat because they can, and she tosses the Star Sword and the dagger towards the Kings. And she's talking to the Autumn King about how, like, you don't deserve this, like, give it a try, those aren't gonna work for losers, you know? And Morven is like, you're just trying to stall to think of what you can do, but like, give it up, girl. And Bryce is like, okay. And zhing, the Star Sword and the dagger come right back into her hands. She hadn't been stalling for time for herself. She'd been stalling for Hunt. The wave of power distracted the Murder Twins enough that they let go of their hold on all of their friends, and Bryce starts running towards her father, not holding back as she erupted with starlight. We get a long fight scene. Bryce is taking these guys to town, melts her dad's hand, gone. Okay. And she's like, you know what? I don't think I went through all of this shit just to get these stupid weapons and like deal with the Asteri. I need to deal with more specific problems like these fucking Fae Kings. She's like, I was so blinded by how evil the kind of top level was that I didn't realize how good Fae could be. She's like, even Nesta and Azriel, they obviously were little shitheads, but at their core, she could tell that they were good people. They just, you know, had different priorities than her. But she's like, Rune, Declan, Flynn, Sathia, all of these people in my life are good. I want to lead the Fae into what they could be. These Kings, they're going down. Essentially, the battle boils down to Bryce versus 4 male Fae at this point, and she gets a little bit distracted or something happens and the Autumn King gets the upper hand. The Autumn King was standing above her, a sword of flame in his undamaged hand. I should have done this a long time ago, her father snarled, and plunged his burning sword towards her exposed heart. The Autumn King only made it halfway before light burst from his chest. Hunt's lightning head... No. It wasn't Hunt's lightning that shone through the Autumn King's ribcage. It was the Star Sword. And it was Rune wielding it. Rune, who had driven the sword right through his father's cold heart.
This is Love Island. And we always say, expect the unexpected.
Yes, Rune and Lydia realized that Flynn and Declan were missing, and they've been wandering the caves this whole time looking for everybody, and couldn't have had better timing. No pity stirred in Rune's heart as his father gurgled blood. And he's using mind speak to talk to all of his friends, and he's like, by the way, guys, I don't think I told all of you, I lied about what the Oracle told me. Whenever anybody asks him, like, hey, what did the Oracle tell you? Because remember, every Fae get to go to the Oracle and get their future told. Rune has always told people like, yeah, she said that I would be, you know, a great king. And he's like, yeah, I lied. The Oracle didn't tell me I would be a fair and just king. She told me that the royal bloodline would end with me. I thought it meant your bloodline, looking at the Autumn King. And he's like, I was wrong. I think the Oracle meant all of them, all of the male lines. The Starborn princes, we got Cormac out of the way. We're gonna kill the Autumn King. Morven, your days are numbered. He said, I'm supposed to end all of you fucks who have corrupted and stolen and never once apologized. The entire system, this bullshit of crowns and inheritance. Because I yield my crown, my title, to the Queen. Rune always thought that the Oracle meant that he would die, but in fact, Rune is going to live, and he's gonna live well, following the Queen of the Fae, his sister, Bryce. Daddy gets beheaded. The flames disappear. The friends are free. Morven is like, oh shit. He's like, oh, white flag. Bryce takes a look around and she sees all of her friends standing together. We've got shifters, angels, fae, mer people. And she's like, what if when we're talking about these, you know, the dagger and the star sword are uniting the fae, why are we thinking so small, guys? Like, shouldn't we try to unite all of Midgard? Like, that's the only way we're going to overthrow the Asteri. We need everyone playing on our side. Morven kind of scoffs. He's like, good luck with that one, girl. And she turns to the male beneath his crown of shadows. If we win, Bryce said quietly, this new world will be a fair one. No more hierarchies and bullshit. But until then, the monarchy is strong. For the moment, I'm queen, I'm judge, I'm jury. She leans a little closer to Morven and says, and I'm your motherfucking executioner. When Bryce slid Truth Teller into his heart. Took a couple tries, she's like swack, 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 eventually manages to behead him, just to be sure, okay? And bada bing bada boom, Fae Kings out, Fae Queen in. Sathia, Flynn, Declan immediately pledge allegiance on their knees. Hello, Queen Bryce. Bryce is like, ooh, okay, baby steps. Anyone know what to do next? This is when Rune and Lydia let us know what they have discovered in terms of the weirdness of the island, the possible ley lines, etc. And Bryce tells them about what the Princes of Hell said about the power maybe being hidden on this island. And that's when Rune is like, I don't think it's hidden somewhere on this island, like in a cave. I think it is the island. And Therion is like, well, anybody got any bright ideas? Bright, Bryce murmured, and then looked up at Alphalar, scanning his face. Light it up, she whispered. I don't know how she pieces this together. This is very like 90s Lost Temple obstacle course level shit, but she notices on the floor in the middle of the 8-pointed star, there are 2 slits in the ground, one small, one larger. She looks at the weapons in her hand and realizes she is holding the key to it all. Hunt is like, Bryce? And Bryce walks into the star and falls to her knees.
Where is the opening?
She inhales deeply, bracing herself as she whispered, I'm ready. For what? Hunt is like, not again. On the exhale, she plunged the weapons into the slits in the 8-point star. Like a key turning in a lock, they released what lay beneath. Yes, she releases the last of Thea's power, and that is what was kind of killing the island. So I don't know if I really explained it, but the island is just kind of grim. The sea around it is quite rough. There's not a whole lot of stuff growing. It's very gray. And when she releases the magic, she releases the island as well. Forests erupted on the island they stood on, soon joined by mountains and rivers. So much life, so much magic. Freed at last. Sathia and Flynn are like on the ground rubbing the grass. They're like, it's green. Happy days. Happy days. Declan is extremely excited because he's looking at his phone. He's like, I have service again. Bryce couldn't stop crying and laughing with all that flowed from her heart. Her brother only pressed a kiss to her brow and said, long live the queen. We get a moment with Hunt where they kind of make up. They're like, listen, we're all going through shit, and I realize that you are only hesitating because you don't want me, who you love, to die, and I should respect that more. Okay, they see each other, okay? Don't worry about the whole trouble in paradise thing. They're still mates. They're all kind of chattering, everything's great, when there's kind of this lull, and everyone just kind of turns to Declan. They kind of feel, they all get shivers up their spine at the same time, and they turn to Declan, and a foreboding quiet settles over all of them. No one spoke as Declan approached, as the male's throat bobbed. When he looked up at Rune, at Bryce, tears shone in his eyes. Because he'd been just checking his phone, right? He's been getting news from the outside world. And he says, the Asteri made their move. He kind of pauses to collect himself, and he says, the Asteri organized a hit, led by Pollux and Mordok, on every Orphean base. And they dispatched their Asteri guard on the meadows. They unleashed 10 brimstone missiles on everyone living there. Part 3. The Ascent. Hunt found Bryce sitting atop the ruins of what had once been a tower, tangles of blooming vines and roses all around her. A beautiful, surreal place for a Fae queen to rest. Yet her face, when Hunt sat beside her, was hollow, devastated. So remember, they're just digesting the news of everything that the Asteri did. And Bryce can't help but feel like this was her fault, that she was too late, that she found the last bit of Thea's power and it doesn't make any difference. She's also really tempted to just stay here. Now they're on this beautiful island. The island has woken up. It's literally a paradise, and they still have the mists around them, so the Asteri can never come here. So a big part of her is like, damn it, why don't we just stay? Like, this is what the Ocean Queen kind of talked about. Like, save as many as you can and just try and live well. And so what if we're still on Midgard? What if we just can't fight? And Hunt, throughout this entire book, I didn't really mention it, but he just keeps picturing kids. Like, he just really wants to like settle down with Bryce, have a bunch of babies, and just like live this quiet, idyllic life. And he's looking around at these open fields and sunny skies, and he's just like, damn, this would be nice. But both of them are like, no, there's no way. If anything, they're gonna go fight the Asteri with some kind of peace of mind, knowing that their family is somewhere safe. So Bryce has called everybody in. Her parents are coming, Fury, Juniper, even Syrinx. Everyone is coming to the island by helicopter, and they're going to be here safely. But Bryce and Hunt are like, we gotta go give them hell. Hunt is like, babe, can we sit down and make a plan together? Like, I love improv, but just do me a solid. Let's have some kind of plan that I am aware of ahead of time, okay? And how do we do that? Bryce asked, what is the one thing Regulus constantly told us? That we suck? Hunt is so helpful. I love him. She chuckles. Oh, my mate. She says, no, he went out of his way to offer your freedom as a way to entice me to keep my mouth shut about killing Micah and to keep you quiet about killing Sandriel. I think the Asteri are really nervous about the fact that a couple of us randos, and Sarah J. Maas literally uses the word randos, like someone like little old me, party girl at the club, is able to take down their archangel. Their sort of untouchable image would be shattered by that. And the Asteri are so tied to their image and the media that if we were able to spread the word that we killed these angels, they would be so busy dealing with the media storm that they would be distracted. And who's gonna believe them? Party girl herself coming out and saying, I killed Micah? Well, we gotta call up an old friend, Jessica Roga, because she has CCTV footage of the whole damn show. Speaking of Jessica and that whole gang, she did not come along for the ride, but Ethan and Hypaxia managed to get on a boat to Avalon, and they're kind of freaked out because Hypaxia has been to this island before and it is not looking the same. She's like, the sun is out, the grass is green. I don't like this. So as they land, Ethan is like super alert, throws his body over Hypaxia because he hears the distinct sound of wings from above. Ethan's head emptied out entirely as Hunt Athalar landed in the sand, Bryce in his arms. Very quickly, here is Bryce's plan. We catch everybody up. Ethan is like, hey, Sigrid is dead. He's kind of shocked that Flynn, Declan, and Rune didn't tell anybody about that. He's like, this is the worst thing that's ever happened in my life and you didn't mention it to Bryce. But anyway, so here's what's going on. Ethan and Hypaxia are not with us for very long because Bryce is like, babes, need you to get back on that boat, get back to Crescent City, and do some work in the lab. Because remember, Hypaxia, medical genius, okay? She's like, I don't know how you're gonna do it, but Hypaxia, you are going to create an antidote for the Asteri's parasite. so that we can access our full powers. Ethan's like, hi, I'm a jock. What am I gonna do in a science lab? And Bryce is like, easy, you're her bodyguard. So go forth, please. And remember, they came here for Sophie's body, and Hunt is like, honestly, her body was buried under the castle. The castle fell down when we let the nature go free. So I don't know if we can even access her anymore. Regulus took some of my power to try and do the same thing. So why don't you take a bit of it? So he like fills up some crystals and he's like, you take my power. It's honestly, no offense, Ethan, not top priority right now. Do with it what you will, but like top priority, you guys are team Parasite. Next up, we have the boys, Rune, Flynn, and Declan. Because of their charm and the fact that they aren't very intimidating, they get sent back to Lunathion as well. And they are going to go find Naomi and Isaiah, other angel friends of Hunt, get them up to date on everything that's going on. We need some people on the inside to know. Baxian, who is intimidating, is going to stay here on Avalon and coordinate the incoming refugees that will inevitably be arriving. Lydia is like, I'm staying with Rune. Bryce is like, thank you. Don't trust these dweebs by themselves. And Therion gets to go back to the River Queen. He's like, record scratch, wait, she's gonna kill me. And Hunt is basically like, find a way to convince her not to, buddy. The River Queen helped last time. Like, she has taken refugees before. Appeal to that side of her. Try to make her see the bigger picture. You're the only one that can do it. And Sathia, his wife, decides to go as well. So good luck to them. And Hunt and Bryce are going to Nenna, which is another city, to break open that northern rift and let hell in. They basically are like, go team, everybody in. I'm gonna be real. There are a lot of like 2-second scenes in between everything that's happening that is just Rune and Lydia telling each other what they're gonna do to each other once they're finally alone. And I just can't I can't reenact that. So just know that they are like rubbing each other down every chance they can. Nothing has happened. Okay? Just your little update there. The parents, the best friends, everybody arrives at the island. Ember, her mom, says, good job, girl, for killing your father. Real proud of you. Fury and Juniper are there. They give Bryce a little photo of them together to just like remember what we're fighting for. And Ember and Randall are joining Hunt and Bryce going up to the Northern Rift. She was like, no, my daughter is not opening a portal to hell all by herself. So off they go. Back at Crescent City, Hypaxia is like, you're hovering. Can you stop? Because Ethan's just standing there like... So Hypaxia is like, listen, I need to figure out this parasite. I need some samples. Go get me some water from like all over the city. So he's like bopping around the city, grabbing water from like a drinking fountain, from a convenience store, from all of these different places. And as he's walking into like his last destination, a Reaper just appears. He's sort of in this position where it would be rude if he slammed the door in her face. He's like halfway through the door. So he just holds the door open for her, and he realizes as this Reaper, who is not Sigrid by the way, as this Reaper walks past him, he realizes she doesn't have any smell. And he's thinking about this, and he runs back into the lab to talk to Hypaxia. He says, I just saw a Reaper. Would they still have the parasite? He's like, the parasite feeds off of the living, so if they're dead, wouldn't the parasite also be dead? And Hypaxia is sort of like, wait a damn minute. That's really smart. If we compare the blood, or whatever, I'm assuming the blood, of a Reaper to the blood of a living person, we could see the difference and be able to isolate the parasite. Luckily, Ethan doesn't have to go out finding any Reaper. He makes a call to Jessica. Jessica makes a call to the Underking. And just like that, we get a knock on the door. A Reaper has arrived. And I want you to know that this Reaper is a hottie. I saw you sliding out the bar. Even Ethan is like, okay. But then he gets a little creepy because as Hypaxia is like taking samples, he's like, oh my God, girl, your soul smells like rain clouds and mountain berries. And Hypaxia's just like, Once we're done, the smoke show leaves, and in very limited time, Hypaxia cracks the code. She's like, I'm sorry to tell you, Ethan, but I had to use all of Hunt's lightning power to like bind science. Okay. It's apparently really unstable. So if we like shake it a little bit, it could become stale. It also isn't permanent. So it could last a week, it could last a month, we don't know. And Ethan can see the self-doubt really settling in. Hypaxia's like, I don't even think it's gonna work. Is it even gonna be worth it if it does? What if it only lasts like a day? How are we gonna know? And Ethan uses his wolf speed to snatch the vial from Hypaxia's hand. He lifted it to his mouth and swallowed. Hypaxia whirled towards him, eyes wide with apprehension. And then there was only black. Don't you worry. Ethan is okay. We think. He feels incredibly strong. He can feel that there is so much power that he has never had access to. And he's basically like, let's fucking go.
Feel the power.
Oh, I can feel it.
Bryce, Hunt, Ember, and Randall make it to the north, to Nenna, and they're kind of worried because none of the guards are there. They're supposed to be like the angelic guards at this northern post. Hunt is immediately like, bad sign. They find one of these shelters and go in and turn on a heater and just try and figure out what they're gonna do next. They're still quite far from the actual northern rift. Hunt and Bryce go to just kind of have a chat privately when Randall is suddenly like, guys, you might want to come see this. They managed to get the TV in the living room working, and there's security footage because this is like the guard house, so it's hooked to all the CCTV. And what they see on the screen causes them to go right back into the cold and teleport/fly to the rift. Because who's on TV? The Harpy. And she has eaten all of the guards.
Chanel number 3.
Flashing over to Ethan, I gotta do it. I gotta go rally the troops. I'm gonna go talk to the wolves. Even if he knows setting foot in the den as an exiled traitor wolf is gonna get him killed. But he knows he still has friends there. So he's like, if I can get anyone to listen to me, it's gonna be worth it. So he manages to go, talks to his friend Perry, who was briefly mentioned in a previous book, and is able to gather enough wolves quickly and tell them about the parasite. No one believes him until he goes, well, how do I do this then? And he manages to make snow and ice come from his hands. Turns out wolves can also have elemental magic. Who'da thunk? We have all of this untapped power. If you don't trust me, trust Hypaxia. If you don't trust Hypaxia, trust Danica. Danica was doing all of this research about it. And people are sort of listening. Mostly they're just like, no, this sounds like a trap. When a voice sounds from behind Ethan, and it's none other than Sabine, she's like, why is that traitor still alive? When he turns to face the pack leader, who is behind her? Is that the astronomer and Sigrid? Sabine and the astronomer tell the entire wolf audience that Ethan has gathered that in fact Ethan is a big fat liar. He killed Sigrid, my dear niece, Sabine, who has like been trying to kill Sigrid this entire book, right? And we happened to be able to turn her into a Reaper just to try and save her. And if you don't believe me, I have CCTV footage from the Viper Queen. So the Viper Queen betrayed Ethan. It's just a whole big thing. And Sabine is like, and by the way, I'm naming this girl my heir. And something is clearly not right. Like even Perry, one of the wolves, is like, why can't Sigrid speak for herself? Like something is wrong with her. Like they can see that she's a Reaper, but they're like, can she not speak? Like stop your yapping, Sabine. And when she announces that Sigrid is her new heir, another figure emerges from the shadows and says, funny, you didn't ask me about that. Because remember, Sabine's father is still the Prime. We have the Prime and we have the Alpha. And he's still alive. He's just very old. And And he's like, listen, I've had enough of this shit. Everything that Ethan just said about the parasite is correct. Danica wasn't completely sure, but she told me all of her findings. I just didn't know what to do about it, so I was kind of allowing the status quo. But now that Ethan is here, now that I've seen like all that he has been through to try and save us and push us to a better place, he is my heir. Oh shit, Ethan is like, no. I wasn't here for that. I'm just the captain of the Sunball team. And the Prime is like, Ethan, I offered you Spot as Alpha. I'm offering you Spot as Prime. Don't deny me twice, okay? The Prime offers him the Fender's sword. And before Ethan can even touch it, Sabine grabs it and smashes it through her father's face. Like the Prime, done. And before you're like, oh, don't worry, necromancy, we're bringing everybody back, baby. No, because Sigrid is turning into a reaper, okay? So she feeds off of souls. Seconds, she's on her grandfather, sucking out his life force, his soul. No coming back. He is now, that body is just a shell, empty. Bye-bye, Grandpa Prime. Okay? Everybody's freaking out. It's chaos. Sigrid then turns and fixes her eyes on the astronomer. He's like backing up slowly, like, I loved you like a daughter. Sigrid starts munching away on his soul as well. Sabine turns to Ethan and is like, I hope you don't think that was actually happening. You're not gonna be Alpha. You don't deserve it. I've done everything for the wolves and you're just this selfish little pup. And before she can keep going, a leap. A crunch of his impossibly strong jaws. With that extra strength he'd gained, he'd broken through the steel of a sword. Breaking through flesh and bone was nothing by comparison. Sabine was dead. Led by our girl Perry, everyone starts to pledge their allegiance to the new Prime, Ethan Holstrom.
Let's hear it for Jim!
And all he can think of is what the Viper Queen said. Make your brother proud. Deep beneath Crescent City, Rune and Lydia are going through all of the tunnels trying to find an entrance to the Angel Barracks. Flynn and Declan have also gone somewhere. Whatever. They're trying to find a secure place to meet Isaiah and Naomi away from CCTV. And Lydia is like, listen, it was my job, literally, as the Hind and as Agent Daybright, to know where every camera is. I can walk this place blindfolded. Don't worry about it. Why are you being so nervous, Rune? And Rune is literally like, well, you know, I just, this is my first mission with my girlfriend and I just kind of don't want to screw it up. And they literally have a conversation of like, are we boyfriend and girlfriend? And Rune is like, are we? And Lydia's like, okay, there we go. They say romance is dead. Back with the Northern Rift, Bryce is like, light it up, baby. She's standing in front of one of the gates at the Northern Rift. And she's like, listen, now or never, we gotta go. We aren't gonna wait for the Harpy. I need you to charge me up. And Hunt is like, I think you can do it with your new power. Like, you have all 3 parts of Thea's power. And Bryce is like, I'm not risking it. Light me up. Ember and Randall, her parents, are standing there like, I don't know about this. And Hunt is like, okay, don't say I didn't warn you. And he just starts launching lightning bolt after lightning bolt at her back. Open, Bryce said, her voice carrying on the wind. A sliver of darkness began to spread in the middle of the gate. Hunt funneled more lightning into her, and the sliver widened inch by inch. The Northern Rift had been fixed on Hell. Until now. Our little couple, always up to something, has decided that, yeah, we can try and reach out to Hell, but what if we tried one more time to reach a different world? Hunt cut off his lightning, running to where Bryce stood before the wall of darkness. Darkness, flecked by starlight. A female sat in an armchair before the fireplace on the other side, and her face was a portrait of pure shock as Bryce lifted her hand in greeting. Sup, Nesta?
What are you? Hey, man, calm down.
Back under the sea, Therion finally got in and approached the River Queen. It goes surprisingly well. Apparently the reason why he needed to be engaged and married to the River Queen's daughter is because he stole her virginity, took her virginity, whatever. He was her first and thus had to marry her. I don't know, okay? But what we didn't account for is Sathia charming the fucking gills off of the River Queen. Sathia, star of the show. She is wooing the River Queen, getting her on her side, appealing to her ego, but also like setting it straight that like, listen, Bryce is queen now. I serve her. You're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Babe, Therion is just standing there like jaw on the floor. Like, my wife is a baddie. Very hot in this scene. When they are just about to seal the deal, get the River Queen fully on their side, the interior door to the room hissed open, and the River Queen's daughter was charging in, rage and sorrow crumpling her beautiful face as she screamed, "How could you?" Ember's first reaction is like, is that a prince of hell? And Hunt is like, does that look like a prince to you? Long story short, Bryce dared to interrupt Nesta's romance reading time.
Why are you so obsessed with me?
To ask her a simple question. Hey girl, could I borrow the mask? Nesta is like, no. And Bryce just starts pleading. She explains everything that's going on. She's like, listen, think of this happening in your world. She mentions the children that are being killed. She mentions all of these things, and Nesta is just breaking down bit by bit. She's like, fuck, I want to be a hard ass, but And this is all going down in the modern language, so Hunt, Ember, and Randall can't understand what Nesta and Bryce are saying. Nesta is like, I would love to help you, but why the fuck would I trust you when you like tricked and tried to outsmart me the whole time I was with you? And Bryce is like, but I mean, I did outsmart you, right? Like, and Nesta's just like, meanwhile, they can feel this like lethal, shadowy presence heading towards Nesta's living room. And Hunt is like, what is that? And Bryce is like, Resand, don't. And Nesta's like, you better hang up this phone. You better close this before Resand comes, because I'm not gonna help you at that point. So Bryce pulls out her final card. She's like, I brought collateral. She's like, I know you don't trust me to give you the mask back. I'm going to give you the mask. I'm going to give you the dagger back. I'm sure Azzy would love that. I know you don't trust me, so I'm going to sweeten the deal. See these two fine young humans? Lovely people. They're my parents. Take them. Nesta is like, pardon? Take them. After this, if I live to tell the tale, we'll open the portal again, I will give you the mask back, and then I will take my parents back. But if we lose and everything goes to shit, at least I know that my parents are safe in your world. They're humans, they're fucked here, okay? And Nesta's sort of like, Nesta is also like looking at Hunt, and she's like, is that your mate? And Bryce is like, yeah, this is Hunt Athalar. And Nesta's like, okay. But Bryce is like, Nesta, take my parents. They're good people. They're the best people. And she's like choking back sobs. Her parents can kind of tell that something's going on, so Randall is like, Bryce. But she couldn't look at her parents, only at Nesta. The silver fire in the female's gray-blue eyes banked, then vanished. She extended her hand towards Bryce. Something gold glittered in it. The mask. For whatever good it can do you, Nesta said quietly, it's yours to borrow. Bryce's throat bobbed, and Hunt murmured, what is that fucking thing? Because he can just feel bad vibes coming off of that mask. He's like, girl, But Bryce just said thank you. She could have sworn the very world, all the worlds, shuddered as Nesta's hand crossed into Midgard to pass Bryce the mask. And Nesta whispered good luck. She nodded her head in thanks, and with a subtle nod to Hunt, his power struck her parents, not lightning, but a storm wind at their backs, shoving them into Prithian. She knew her parents would never forgive her, but girls gotta do what a girl's gotta do. So as they turn away from the gate, and Hunt is like, what the fuck was that all about? When a figure appears from the snowy backdrop. The Harpy. Hunt could feel her lack of presence, the emptiness leaking from her. The Asteri might have raised her from the dead, but they may have intentionally forgotten to give her a soul. At first, Bryce is trying to be nice. She's like, Harpy, what did they do to you? And the Harpy didn't answer, and so Bryce muttered to Hunt, fry the bitch. And Hunt didn't wait before sending a plume of lightning for the Harpy. What the fuck? She manages to dodge them, and as he's like throwing lightning trying to fry this bitch, we hear two voices from the void. The first is Isaiah shouting, "Sup, Athalar?" And the final is, "What the hell?" Naomi. But then there was a third voice coming from behind him that made his blood go cold. What new evil is this? Celestina, the governor of Valbara, has arrived. Back with Therion, the River Queen's daughter is like, you married her? Luckily, Sathia just takes it. The River Queen's daughter goes off. She's like, you married a fae? She's got like dirt in her blood. She's got like, because she means like earth powers instead of water. She's like, saying like the cattiest stuff. And Sathia's just like, They go back and forth for a bit until Therion loses it. He's like, look out that porthole. There are Omega ships. There are dead children's bodies floating in your fucking river, and you're crying about you? He's like, I'm here for help as a citizen of Midgard, like not as a mer, not as your ex-fiance, like just level with me here as a person with a conscience. And she's like, no, you discarded me. You aren't allowed to ask us for any favors. To which Therion says, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I misled you and slept with you and realized it too late that I went too far. It wasn't right of me. It was immature. And I hate that I did that to you or to anyone. But we have literally bigger fish to fry. And he's like, and on top of that, stop talking about my wife. I married Sathia to get her out of a shitty situation. And he explains the whole deal. And he's like, our marriage has nothing to do with you or our situation. Okay, I was helping a girl out, doing her a solid. And the River Queen is like, and the fact that she's some beautiful fae didn't have anything to do with it. And Therion's like, yeah, it has no... Oh, and then he realizes in that moment that his wife is not only a baddie, but she's a hottie. He's like, oh shit. Shoot, she is really pretty, isn't she? Yeah, no. It didn't occur to me until just now that you mentioned it, but no. And the River Queen finally butts in and she's like, I can't. This is too much. Like, I love you, my daughter, but you are in the wrong. They have a little chat about Therion's life and how the River Queen has watched him grow up, whatever. And she says, I see the male that you are, and I see the male that you shall become, who sees a female in trouble and doesn't think of the consequences to his own life before helping. I wish I had more of them like you here. I wish you had been that man for my daughter. But if you are that man now, and you are that man for the sake of this city, she waved a hand, then the Blue Court will help you. Any who we can bring down here before the warships catch wind of it, any person from any house, I will harbor them. All right, River Queen on board, fantastic. What's up with Celestina and Bryce and everybody up in the north, okay? Bryce is like, fuck, I don't know what is worse, Celestina or the Harpy? Like the woman who stabbed us in the back, metaphorically, or the woman who literally stabbed us in the back? The Harpy. They start fighting. It's not working. The Harpy is unkillable. So Bryce is like, new toy, let's test you out, and gave no warning as she fitted the icy gold mask to her face. Somewhere Nesta is like putting down her book like, I feel it. I feel that something is going wrong. Sitting innocently in her living room just like, God damn it. And remember, Bryce knows what this does. She's seen Nesta use it before. So she just looks at Harpy, takes a gamble. All right. She's like, I don't think she's alive, but is she? And so she just says, stop. And the Harpy does. There was no soul to grab onto, only the body. But the mask seemed to understand. She said, your work is done. Be at rest. It was sickening, and yet it was a relief as the harpy's eyes closed and she collapsed to the ground. Her skin began to wither, her body reclaiming the form it had known in death. And then Bryce just takes off the mask. Easy peasy. Meanwhile, do you remember what Rune, Lydia, Flynn, and Declan are in the city for? To find Isaiah, Naomi, and Celestina, who are where? Way the fuck up in the north with Bryce. So they're wandering around the city in the tunnels like, damn, where are they? Like, maybe Celestina killed them. But they're basically like, okay, split up. Rune and Lydia, of course, are still going to keep looking, and Flynn and Declan are going to go try and access the security footage to figure out where their marks are, right? We get, again, this cute little bonding moment with Rune and Lydia. They're being so nice to each other. She's like, so girlfriend, huh? And he's like, well, I mean, whatever you want to call it, right? Rune is grinning and slides an arm around her waist as they walk through the gloom. Lydia's phone buzzed, and she pulled it from her pocket with a glance to the screen. It's from the depth charger, she said, and paused to open the message. He watched her eyes dart over the screen, then saw her hands begin to shake. Pollux, Lydia breathed. Her eyes lifted to his, and pure panic filled them as she whispered, he's taken my sons. Back with Bryce, Naomi is like, what the fuck was that? And Hunt is like, okay, less about Bryce, more about you. What are you guys doing here? And so apparently Isaiah, Naomi, and Celestina were tracking the harpy. They have left the Asteri, cut all ties, and were trying to hunt down this abomination. And Hunt is just like, no. He's happy to see his friends Isaiah and Naomi, but Celestina is like number one on his shit list. And he just starts boiling up that lightning, and he's like, Celestina, girl, you better start running. And Celestina is like, okay, I'm sorry. And you know what? You're not the only one that suffered. Hypaxia broke up with me. Hunt is literally just like, you were supposed to be good, Hunt said, voice breaking. You were supposed to be the good archangel, and you're even worse than Micah. At least he made it clear when he was fucking someone over. And Celestina is like, I don't want to fight with you. And he's like, too bad, babe. I do. He didn't give her any further warning before he hurled his power at the archangel. His power choked, restrained by the halo, and he'd be damned if he allowed it to keep working on him. He's like, I'm a son of all the princes of hell. No way am I wearing this halo. So he focuses his power and rips it right off. And then he turns to Isaiah and he's like, hey, buddy, and takes Isaiah's halo off too. What a handy trick. He's like, the Umbra Mortis is back, baby. And luckily Bryce is able to jump in front of him before he incinerates Celestina. Bryce is staring at him sadly. And softly, lovingly, she said, you're not, Hunt. You're not the Umbra Mortis. You never were deep down, and you never will be. She's like, you're good too. You're not an angel or a shadow of death or whatever the fuck Umbra Mortis means. You're just Hunt, and I need you to be you now. Like, get this man some sweatpants and a backwards baseball cap. Like, remember who you are. And finally, he chills the fuck out. And it was really the attack on the meadows that broke them. They were like, Celestina was not going to stay another second after they killed those children, which again, I can't help but compare to current events. So what is the plan moving forward? We are ending this. Okay, we are all in agreement. The Asteri are going fucking down. Bryce is like, listen, we've got the army of hell on the way. What if we had another army? What if we raised the fallen? Hunt's former army that were mostly killed in the previous attempt at an uprising. The ones who are living are like him or Isaiah, people who are usually in that halo, but most of them are dead. And she's like, what if we bring those rebels back for one more fight? And Bryce is like, by the way, the Asteri kept all of the Fallen's wings. They're somewhere in storage because the Asteri are fucked up. And I think if we can get to those wings, we can get a piece of all of their souls. And so we're not just gonna revive zombies like the harpy. We can give them free will. You know, I want to ask them, because Hunt's big thing is like, I'm not making them die again. I can't do that. And Bryce is like, we're gonna give them a choice. We're gonna wake them up, let them choose if they want to fight or not. And with that, we can gift them these fancy new bodies that the Asteri made. And remember those mech suits way in the beginning or from the last book? Those battle suits that don't even need a driver. Wow, how handy. There's a ton of them. Almost enough for one for each fallen soldier. Wouldn't it be funny to beat the Asteri with their own weapons? And Isaiah and Naomi are completely on board. And so Hunt said, all right, let's ring Hell's doorbell. And with no trouble at all, Bryce opens the gate once more. Impenetrable darkness spread within the archway, broken only by two glowing blue eyes. Our baby Prince Adis.
Hey there, demons. It's me, your boy.
Welcome to Midgard, Bryce said. We hope you have a pleasant stay. We are now entering the last 20% of a Sarah J. Maas book, so just please hold on tight, okay? We are going to check in with Ethan and Hypaxia. Ethan just became Prime of the Wolves. And he's like, okay, first line of business, we're gonna go talk to the Underking. I want to talk to my brother. Jessica makes a few phone calls. They're on their way to the Bone Quarter. And this also just isn't him being insecure. When he became Prime and the entire pack started to howl, let's hear it for Jim! He heard specifically howling from the Bone Quarter. Like, he could tell that Connor was calling him. And they also gave all of the wolves the antidote. So he didn't stick around to see what happened, but like, just know in the background, all of the wolves in Lunathion are suddenly discovering new powers, okay? They get to the Bone Quarter, they start to talk with the Underking. We don't know much about him. And before he gives us any more information, he's like, you got 7 minutes. Go talk to your brother. Too good to be true. Underking is always up to something. Ethan walks up to Connor, who is glowing blue because he's a ghost. Connor can't talk.
She doesn't speak Saya.
Ethan is like, how am I supposed to get the advice that I want when he can just mime? But luckily, it seems like he can kind of understand Connor's body language. So they just have a little bit of a chat. Ethan catches him up on things. That takes 5 minutes. So he's got 2 minutes left to talk to Connor. Connor seems to be kind of smiling, and then he makes the like bow traditionally that you would give to the Prime. And Ethan thinks he's joking around. So he's like, this isn't funny, Connor. I'm freaked out. But Connor lifted his head, shaking it. There was nothing but pride in his eyes. And then, with seconds left, Connor reaches into his pocket and laid something on the ground between them, a bullet. And Ethan is like, I don't get it. What is this? Connor began gesturing, too fast for Ethan to follow. The Underking appeared from behind the temple pillars and declared, your time has come to an end. Ethan is pissed. Ethan does not like this. He's like, 1 more minute, please. And the Underking is like, no. So Ethan, with his brand new powers, just kind of goes insane.
Do you realize this is the Princess of Norway? Do you think I care?
And he makes the Underking into a giant ice cube. This is when Jessica appears from the shadows, because she's always she's everywhere, okay? And she's just like, well, that's one way to shut him up. She turns to Hypaxia and just says, do it. Hypaxia didn't hesitate as she struck the Underking with power, and he exploded into sparkling shards of ice. Uh-oh. So we killed the head of the House of Flame and Shadow, which, hooray, okay? He was really shitty. Ethan and Hypaxia are glad simply that he is out of the picture. Jessica is glad because she gets to appoint the new head of the house. Similar to how alphas work in the wolf den. Whoever kills the head of the house gets to be the head of the house. And Hypaxia whips around to Jessica and she's like, You didn't tell me that. I don't want to be the head of the House of Flame and Shadow. And Jessica's like, honey, we're going to talk about it later. But trust me, I've been planning this for a long time. So crossing that bridge later. But what can Hypaxia do now? Control the dead. So, first order of business, give Connor his voice back. So Connor speaks. And what does he have to say? He's basically like, not a whole lot of time, not gonna chit chat. Hi, Ethan, missed you, bud. That bullet, let me tell you about it. He says, it was made by us, the dead, all of us. He said, it's for Bryce to use with the Godslayer rifle. And Ethan is like, thank you? What's so special about this bullet? And Connor's like, nothing yet, but we learned about the second light. So we've been collecting it, like passing the hat around the bone quarter, getting a little bit of that second light. We have it all concentrated for you. All you need to do is load up the bullet and you've got a freaking insanely powerful little piece of machinery. They were like, we've been planning this the whole time. We thought we'd get in touch with Jessica, but then you showed up a little earlier than expected, but hey, we were ready. It's fine. Off you go. Make sure this gets to Bryce. And Ethan's sort of like, you guys are okay with giving up your second light? Like, you're not gonna exist. Like, remember, once they give that up, their souls cease to exist completely. So any kind of afterlife, never gonna happen for them. I'm already gone, Ethan, Connor said gently. And I can think of no better way to end my existence than by striking a blow for all our ancestors who've been trapped and consumed by the Asteri. He says, you do make me proud, you know. Every day before now and every day after. And then as he steps towards the glowing gate, he says, tell Bryce, make that shot count. We've just got so much happening at once, so let me catch you up really quick on where everybody is. We have Bryce, who has finished up with the North. She has left her parents with Nesta, of all people. She is heading back to the Eternal City. She gets a call from Rune updating her about how Lydia's kids were taken, and she's basically like, let Lydia know that we're coming and we're not coming alone, because she's looking at the rift and all 24 miles of it are packed with Hell's army coming through. Her and Hunt head to the Eternal City. They meet up with Declan, Flynn, and Rune, who are going to find a way to get Lydia's kids back. Lydia is also there, obviously. Therion and Sathia are getting ready to leave from the River Queen's court. They have finished their duty, so now they are also going to try to meet up with Bryce and everyone in the Eternal City when they get stopped by a familiar voice. Somehow the Viper Queen is in the Blue Court. She brought her assassins with her because she still has that bounty on Therion's head, and that's really just Therion's problem. So why does Sathia look so shaken by this? Okay, there aren't guns pointed at her. She suddenly is like, Colin? What are you doing here? One of the assassins is a Fae, and he is clearly under the thrall of the Viper Queen. The Viper Queen is like, yeah, he doesn't talk so much until I tell him to, so don't bother. Therion can immediately see something went on between those two. He has never seen Sathia shaken quite like this. And just as the Viper Queen is about to strike, luckily, Ethan and Hypaxia show up. For people who were missing for a huge chunk of the book, now they are like everywhere. They're in every scene. And Hypaxia is basically like, if you shoot my friend, we're gonna have issues. So put the guns down, Viper Queen. And the Viper Queen's sort of like, I don't listen to you. Remember, Hypaxia is no longer Queen of the Witches. She's kind of a nobody, according to the Viper Queen. And Hypaxia is like, well, do you answer to the House of Flame and Shadow? And the Viper Queen's kind of like, oh.
Mommy?
Do I know mommy?
Sorry, mommy?
And then Ethan is like, and what about the Prime of the Wolves? And Therion is standing there like, what? Like, these are two of his closest friends, and she's like, damn, I didn't hear about the promotion. So the Viper Queen backs down. It's very anticlimactic. She's just like, oh, okay. Interesting. Let's go, boys. And she just walks away. Ethan, Hypaxia, and Therion are like, oh, we missed you. So glad to see you. And Sathia is still just standing there looking messed up. So Therion finally is like, hi, wife. How are you doing? Are you okay? Turns out Colin was one of the guards in her household growing up. And of course, this like high-class fae lady is not allowed to be courted by this low-class palace guard. So they obviously were in love. Her father refused to let them be together. Her father told Sathya that he was transferred to another place, like he was sent off to another place. But really, somehow, Colin ended up under the control of the Viper Queen with no free will. And you could see like recognition in his eyes, but he had no control over his body. And Sathya is basically like, you know that ordeal every magical person has to go through in order to like access a hunk of their power? Losing him was mine. And that is why later that day, when Ethan goes to get Sathya, he was like, why don't you go take a nap? Check out for a little bit. I'm gonna get everything ready and then we'll go to the Eternal City. First of all, had some of the antidote, so now he's like a crazy, powerful water person. Good for him. And then he goes to get Sathya and finds a note in the empty room. It just says, I can't leave Colin in her hands. Good luck and thank you for all you've done for me. And she was gone. Over with Bryce, Hunt, and the Fae Boys, they have recorded the video. They haven't published it yet, but they have recorded the video of her and Hunt announcing that they have killed archangels, and then they show the footage of Bryce killing Micah. They've got it all packaged, ready to go. Declan's like, you just say the word. When it's ready, I'm gonna hack all the TVs and everyone's gonna see it, okay? So we have that. In the meantime, before we launch our attack, Hunt and Bryce have another private sexy time. Once again, their powers seem to combine. And I feel like this is important because Hunt is like, now I know that no matter what happens tomorrow when I fight, a piece of you is fighting with me. Keep that nugget, okay? Now we're gonna go rescue some kids and change the world. Bryce, Hunt, and the gang, they are ready to strike. They just released the video.
3, go.
The Asteri are fully panicking and distracted, trying to do some damage control.
Donald Trump likes my music 25% less.
Everyone knows about the Asteri, they know about the parasite, etc. They're sitting in a parked white van, and Bryce is like, okay, we're clear on the plan. And Rune is like, which one? You have like 7. But according to Bryce, the plan is simple. Keep the Asteri distracted by unleashing hell and the Fallen, while Athalar and I sneak into the palace and destroy that First Light core, plus gathering all of the wings so that the Fallen can rise in the first place, and finding Lydia's sons, and destroying Pollux, and getting close enough to the Asteri to actually use the power and kill them / send them off into the nether world. Got it? I must also point out that Ethan was supposed to go straight for Bryce and get them the antidote as soon as possible, but he, for whatever reason, stopped by the Blue Court to give Therion his antidote, and then stopped back at the den to get the Prime's body and go bury him somewhere nice and like have a little funeral for him. So they don't have the antidote. Ethan like gets the push notification that, oh, they just dropped the video. And he's like, oh shit, I'm too late. So they're going in, Bryce and the team are going in without the antidote, without their non-parasite affected powers. Okay? Why? I don't know. The team kind of splits up, and as Rune and Lydia take the elevator to go do their part of the mission, he turns to Lydia and says, if I don't get the chance to tell you later, I love you. He didn't wait for a response or a refusal or a denial. He eased open the door an inch, peered into the hallway. Clear, he said, and wreathed in shadows, as they stole through the heart of the Empire, they began the hunt to find her sons. Meanwhile, Hunt and Bryce are getting into the throne room to find all of the wings, to release them, etc., as we've talked about. And Hunt is having some second thoughts because he's like, damn, Thea was terrified of anything that we're about to do. Adis, Prince of Hell, told us literally like, choose life. Like, this is gonna go badly, so maybe you shouldn't do it. Even Adis. So Hunt is like, what the fuck are we doing? But no turning back now. He's like, big boy pants on, here we go. And sure enough, Bryce gets to the throne room where all of the wings of the Fallen are up as trophies, puts on her mask, and is just like, good morning, crew. The throne emptied of them like water down a drain, leaving a lone figure in the doorway, staring at them. Feathers floated in the air around him. Rigolas. Sometimes Bryce and Hunt are so smart, and sometimes they are such dum-dums, because Bryce is all proud. She's like, oh, bet you didn't expect this. Like, yeah, look behind you, buddy, and Hell's armies are like slowly coming over the hills. She's like, yeah. And Regulus is like, you thought I didn't notice that the Northern Rift opened? You just broke apart the rift, killed my zombie harpy. I knew the second that happened, girlfriend. And he just kind of snaps his fingers, and the Asteri guard just like explodes onto the street of the Eternal City. They were waiting. And you know where else they are? They aren't just bopping into the Eternal City to shut down the rebellion. No, he's like, yeah, it seems like all of Hell's armies are here. So who's in Hell right now? Seems pretty empty. Seems like a pretty good time for the Asteri to check that out as well. So sure enough, he sent the Asteri guards through the rift trying to attack Hell, which is now unprotected. So without even like giving Regulus the finger, Bryce is just like, we gotta go tell Adis, grabs her mate, and boop, they teleport. Things are getting fucking messy. We have 100 pages left. Sarah J. Maas. Go easy on me. Lydia and Rune are in the dungeons searching for her sons, where they assumed that Pollux would put them. Can't find him. So she's like, I know where we can find out where they are. She's kind of losing it at this point. So she's like, just follow me. They go downstairs to where those 1,000 mystics are. Remember the ones that were like, where is Bryce Quinlan? Yeah, she literally just like shoots the main person who's like watching over them in the head, goes to the literal computer and types in, where are Lydia's sons?
Laugh out loud.
The answer she is given is that they are under the palace. And Rune is like, this is altogether too easy. This is you're just gonna trust what you read on the mystic internet? Like, think about this for a second, Lydia. You're frantic. Lydia turns and points her gun at his head. She's like, I'm going. If it's a trap, it's a trap, but I'm going with or without you. Rune held up his hands and he's like, I'm gonna follow you, but like, could we maybe think this through? But Lydia was already sprinting. And this is when Rune really realizes that like, Lydia is too desperate. And that makes for a dangerous ally, his mate or not. He couldn't let her jeopardize herself like that. If anyone was going to put themselves in that lethal danger, it's gonna be him. So what does he do? He catches up to Lydia. They're about to go down the stairs to the first core room when he clicks off the safety of his own gun. When Lydia hears that sound, she slowly turns to him and is like, what the fuck are you doing? Rune rasped, I can't let you get yourself killed. Lydia's voice was like ice itself. I will never forgive you for this. And Rune says, I know. And shoots her in the leg so that he can run off and she has to lay in agony, unable to run in a deserted hallway. Rune? Meanwhile, Hunt and Bryce teleported off to find Adis, right? They pop up next to him. Adis is looking out over the chaos and he's like, do you think they have any idea what's about to happen to them? Have we not learned? Bryce loves to be underestimated by the Asteri, by little old me. Hunt and Bryce obviously knew that the Asteri were going to notice that the Northern Rift was open. They planned for this, babe. Come on. That'll teach him to think he can outsmart us, Naomi said. I think the 3 legions he sent to Nenna will be in for quite a surprise when they find that half of Hell's armies are still there, waiting for them. This is when Bryce messages Declan. She's like, all systems go. He hacks the mech suits like planned that the Asteri guards are using to attack the Eternal City currently. All of the mech suits stop and Bryce uses her mask to be like, hey Fallen, meet your new battle toys. Go ahead. The eyes of the mech suits blazed. Then the Fallen in the mech suit turned to the closest Asterian guard and bashed the soldier's head in. The Asteri guards at the Rift were all basically killed instantaneously by Hell's armies, so half of the guard is gone. The other half is currently losing the battle down at the Eternal City. Adis, Hunt, and Bryce boop towards the center of the action, where the Asteri have just arrived, along with the Prince of the Ravine and the Prince of the Pit. Regulus isn't there, but the other 5 Asteri are here, and they're like, can you stop? They're talking big shit. They're like, Bryce, you are in so much trouble, girl. You have no idea. When Apollyon kind of pokes his head in and he's like, hey guys, it's been a while. Specifically, Polaris is like, ooh, get him away. Get him away. Because remember, Apollyon, if he gets close enough, he can just like eat them. So the Asteri are suddenly like, They get in a scuffle. Initially, Hunt and Bryce were supposed to leave and let the Princes of Hell do their thing. They have other shit to do, right? They need to go get the First Light Core. But Bryce is like, change of plans. Let's take a test drive. And she brings out the Star Sword and the dagger. Polaris's eyes widened as Bryce plunged the blades into her chest. As the blades thrust through skin and bone, the star in Bryce's own chest flared out to meet them. So she is uniting the blades and trying to open that void, that portal to nothingness. Hunt is watching. At first, he's like, wow, my mate is so pretty and strong. And then he's like, he starts to see the black hole open and he's like, ooh, I don't like that. A primal chill sang down Hunt's spine. That portal to nowhere, opening right now inside Polaris, was dangerous not just to the Asteri, but to anyone in its reach. Basically, Bryce is gonna be sucked into it too. He's like, I didn't take physics, but like, not like in the looks of this one. So he's like, I was made with hellfire to match her starfire. She can't do this alone. If she does, she's gonna be sucked in. It was pure instinct. Pure desperation. Hunt unleashed his lightning, directing it towards the nexus where those blades met. He watched as it collided with the sword and dagger, and where his hellfire met starfire, where lightning met the blades, it bloomed with blinding light. He expected an outward explosion, but instead, Polaris imploded. A black dot, a black hole. The portal to nothing, they created a black hole, right? Hunt catches her, he's breathing hard. The Asteri start to scream. The entire city is shaking. The Asteri bounce, and Hunt is just holding Bryce like, oh my God, he can still feel the power vibrating through him. And then he's like, wait, actually, that's my phone. Sorry. Hello? Rune has called him. Perfect timing. And he's just like, we need help. And the call drops. Hunt looks at Bryce, who is clearly tired, okay? She needs a second. He also sees on her face that, like, this is it. We're going. There's no stopping. Let's go. When they land, they're accidentally surrounded by monsters or whatever. And Hunt is like, Bryce is way too tired. I'm gonna take them on all by myself. He starts to snarl. He's like ready to go, but he didn't have to fight. Lucky him, because a wall of water crashes through the corridor and roared straight for him and Bryce. There was nowhere they could run to dodge the water. They're just engulfed in this wave. Hunt is holding on to Bryce and he sees this light. He's like, oh my God, it's the end. Like, there really is a light at the end of the tunnel. And no, it's just their fishy friend, Therion. Yeah, he took the antidote, like I said, down at the Blue Court, and he swam into the I don't know. He arrived though, and he's just got a shit ton of water power, and he doesn't really seem to have a handle on it yet, but he managed to like swipe away the things that were attacking them, and he uses a little air bubble to talk to Hunt and Bryce. He's like, hey guys, because when like the water came, like something about the timing about the water and the fighting and Hunt and all of this stuff, somehow in the process, he dropped his bag of the antidote. So Therion and Ethan are supposed to be bringing antidote to Bryce and Hunt. Oopsie daisy. He's like, listen, I'm gonna go find that antidote that I dropped. Good luck to you. See you later. Okay? Okay. Rune walked straight into the trap that he knew was set for Lydia. Pollux is there like, where's Lydia? And Rune is like, where's her sons? Rune knows that he can't kill Pollux because Pollux is the only one who currently knows where her sons are. So he's just like, well, shit, okay, here we go. And they go try and find Lydia, who is not where Rune left her. He can smell her, but she is no longer bleeding, immobile on the floor. Hunt and Bryce make their way to the First Light Core, where who is waiting for them but Rigolis? And so they somehow need to fight another Asteri the smartest one, I gotta say. Regulus is the only one with some brains. So he's like, yeah, Polaris honestly deserved to die if she let you get close enough to her with those swords. So they need to somehow distract the smartest evil guy while also breaking the First Light core. And so Bryce is sort of like, Hunt, you know, your lightning can melt a lot of things. Do you think it could melt crystal? And how fast? Regulus starts throwing crazy light stuff at them. Bryce is dodging, and Hunt manages to sneak around in time to shoot his power right into the core. Hunt's hellfire boomed as it collided with the stone, which had indeed warped and was now splintering under the monstrous heat. Crystal peeled away, melting, and beneath it, a tunnel to the core of First Light began to form. So Bryce just needs to somehow hold off Regulus for long enough for Hunt's power to get to the core. And if you're wondering where Ethan is, Ethan, who was supposed to deliver the antidote a long time ago, but he got distracted by a bunch of different things. Yeah, he finally is making his way towards the palace. And remember, the Eternal City is now fully under attack. So there are missiles being launched left and right. One of them falls really close to him, so he stumbles, even though he is like a graceful wolf. He stumbles and hears a crunch. His bag of antidote vials shatters. And Ethan, who is also bringing the bullet and the gun, remember he's bringing the antidote and then the special second light bullet and gun. He's like, well, thank God Therion has some of the antidote too. Okay, but off he goes. He gets up, brushes off his clothes, and is like, on to the Asteri's palace. Oh, God. If we're wondering where Lydia is, she's nearby. She's literally right around the corner. They just haven't seen her yet. Because Therion managed to grab her first, and he's like, hey girl, what's up? Rune shot you? Damn. He's got balls. And then he gives her the antidote. He found the antidote that he dropped. All of them are destroyed except for 2 vials. And he's sort of like, well, at least Ethan has some. I'm like stressed out of breath reading this. He gives one of the 2 vials left to Lydia. She doesn't even ask any questions. Takes a sip. Immediately, her gun wound heals. She's at full power, and Therion doesn't even think to stop her as she walks out of the shadows to face Pollux. Pollux kind of just doesn't waste any time and snaps his fingers, and her sons appear. He also notices how Lydia looks at Rune, and he's like, you left us for him? Ooh, Lydia. Ooh. Lydia snarls, don't give Rune that much credit. This reckoning was years in the making. With that, Pollux immediately, gun out, ready to strike. We don't fucking know who. He could shoot any one of them and it would be disastrous. But Therion was faster. He blasts water. He's a walking, talking super soaker. So he's just like with water. Rune darted to the left as Pollux fired his gun. But not for Rune, he realized as the bullet raced faster than it should have. Borne on a wave of angelic power, Therion grunted, going down before Rune could see where the Moor had been hit, somewhere in his chest. Pollux turns his gun towards the boys, and this is where Lydia just starts begging. All of her bravado, all of her ego is gone. Rune looks at his mate, looks at one of his closest friends bleeding to death on the floor, and he says, no. Rune steps forward. If you hand over those boys unharmed, if you let them and Lydia and Therion go, I'll walk right up to you. No guns, no magic. You can pull me apart piece by piece. Take all the time you want. Rune is offering himself up. He's like, listen, I know that you want Lydia, but I know that you want me more. And Pollux is sort of still smiling, and he's like, yeah, as fun as that sounds, why don't I just kill all of you? Lydia screamed as Pollux unleashed a lethal spear of his power towards Bran, the one son that is like semi-nice to her, right? Lydia ran, swift as the wind, swifter than a bullet. Rune can't comprehend what he's seeing. He's like, you're fast, Lydia, but not that fast. He's like, what am I seeing? Because Lydia jumps in front of the bullet, throws herself over her son, and bursts into white, hot flame. And the angel screamed, or tried to. Fire poured down Pollux's throat, into his body, roasting him from the inside out until he was nothing but smoldering cinders. Rune watches all of this go down. It happens in like a split second, okay? Because remember, Lydia has the antidote, so she has full access to her powers. Turns out, remember how Day appeared in the mind, the soul thing, whatever, where like when she was Agent Daybright, she appeared covered in flame. That was who she really was. So the sons are free. Pollux is a pile of ash. Therion is currently still bleeding to death on the ground. So Lydia is like, get him to a Mediwitch. Take my sons. I'm gonna go help the others. Get my sons to safety. She's like, I'm only going to forgive you for shooting me if you get my sons to safety and protect them, okay? You're not coming with me. Therion just fucks stuff up, okay? His water was a little bit helpful, but like he's a mess and he's dying. Rune, I just don't want to be near you right now, okay? You shot me. Take my sons, please. She glanced back at her boys and then vanished up into the palace, into the battle-torn world beyond. So here's the thing. Lydia has always known about her firepower. She's always had a little bit of it. That is why she kind of hated Danica, because she knew that she needed to kind of keep this secret. And when Danica was uncovering all this stuff about how shifters also had elemental powers, Lydia was really scared that if her father found out, he was gonna use her. You know, she was basically like, Danica, shut your trap. But when Danica kind of found out the final puzzle piece, which was that the shifters were fae from another world, it confirmed what Lydia had long guessed. Why she named her son Bran, full name Brannon, after the oldest legends from her family's bloodline, of a fae king from another world, fire in his veins, who had created stags with the power of flame to be his sacred guards. If you've read Throne of Glass, which I haven't, which is why Google is so great, Brannon is mentioned in Throne of Glass. So she's not super surprised at how fucking powerful she is, and she blasts off to start killing everyone in sight. Literally, she just like is walking down the hall. Anyone that looks at her wrong, gone. Okay? She makes her way out of the palace, having killed every Asteri guard that she has passed, and now she has to fight off the missiles. When she sees the missile launchers turning white hot, there is only one way to stop them. Take them all out, herself included. She wished she'd been able to say goodbye to her sons, to Rune, to tell him her answer to what he'd said. I love you too. It had been a short life, as far as Vanir were concerned, so few happy memories, but she wouldn't have traded them for anything. She dives in front of the missile launchers, ready to unleash her own fire, ready for her final incineration. But before the missiles could reach her, she sees 3 little sparks floating ahead of her. The fire sprites are back, baby. Remember, long time ago, the 3 fire sprites that we stole from the astronomer, we sent them off to go find Erithus, the head of the sprites. Perfect timing, babes. They show up. They're super tiny, so nobody really noticed them. They just go broop, 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 and melt the missile launchers. So the missiles are like stuck. They can't actually launch. They're just like kind of stuck in the machinery. Oops. The girlies all fly up to Lydia. Erithus is also there, and they're like, yeah, sorry it took so long. We just found her yesterday and we flew straight here. I knew you had firepower, girl. I knew I liked you. And without much gossiping, Lydia smirked at the queen, at their gathering enemies, and said, let's burn it all down. Back with her sons, though, yeah, they're still like running through the palace, okay? Because remember, they don't have any teleportation powers. They've got an injured mermaid with them. It's bad news. So they're trying to run when 2 Asteri guards, 2 angels, pop out of nowhere. And this is when Rune takes a hit of that final vial of antidote and unleashes his own found power. Bran and Ace, her sons, are like, what the fuck, when Starlight blasts the angels into nothingness. And we get a bonus power too, because during this time when he's just like boom boom stars, woo, he also feels something else. He turns to Therion, who has now passed out again because he's losing so much blood, and he feels that he can heal him. Warm, bright magic answered as he puts a hand to Therion's chest, healing magic rising to the surface as if it had been dormant in his blood. It was a clean shot through the chest, and his new healing magic seemed to know just what to do. Therion was healed. Meanwhile, with Bryce, Hunt is still blast, trying to make the tunnel to the core a little bit bigger. They need to make it all the way there. So he's just like, come on, babe, keep going. Meanwhile, Bryce is just like teleporting. Almost comical. What's going on? Wriggles is like, shoot, teleport, shoot. Okay, Bryce is tiring the fuck out. Okay, she's been teleporting and she's been like bringing her friends along all day. She's tired. She needs a break. Eventually, she does get hit by one of Wrigglis's blasts. Luckily, Hunt's lightning is also kind of shielding her, and she knew that that would have been fatal if it weren't for Hunt. She gathered all of her strength and managed one last trip. She teleported herself and Hunt, but not to the center of the room, towards the first light, but to a floor a level above, away from the core. And Hunt was like, listen, I just need one more strike. One more fucking strike and we're through, Bryce. But her knees buckled. Her power had dissolved into stardust in her veins. Her nose starts to bleed. She is completely drained, and Hunt is like on the floor with her, like, fuck, wake up. Stay with me. She manages to be like, just charge me up, Hunt. Like, let's just one more. That's all I've got, but let's do it. And so reluctantly, Hunt, instead of blasting her with his lightning, which he feels like probably isn't a good idea, he simply leans in and kisses her and starts to transfer his lightning power to her for one more shot. Bryce is about to get up and teleport them one last time into the room with Wriggles when an exhausted male voice calls from down the hall. Although she'd leapt between worlds and ended archangels and Asteri, nothing had prepared her to see Ethan Holstrom racing down the palace hallway with the Godslayer rifle slung over his shoulder. Ethan finally gets here. He's like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Got a little caught up in traffic. Hands her the rifle, explains how the bullet works, and she's kind of like, say no more, I know what to do. And Hunt is like, hand out, ready to go, like, let's go, babe. When Bryce says, no, get out of the palace, Bryce warned, and teleported alone. Yes, she takes the rifle. For some weird reason, she leaves the mask with Hunt. We get the feeling that she's not just gonna shoot Wriggles. We have a feeling she has bigger plans. Last time, Lahaba had bought her the 2 seconds it cost to line up that one shot. This time, there's no fire sprite to save her, no synth to fuel her, only training that Randall had hammered into her over the years. One shot, straight down the tunnel that Hunt had made, to blast apart the last of the crystal around the core and release all that first light. And Bryce knows what this means. She knows that choosing to point the gun at the first light instead of Wriggles gives him an open shot to kill her. And she doesn't have any power left to shield her. So she knows these are her last moments. She lifted the rifle to her shoulder, clicking off the safety as she teleports to the center of the room. But now, Wriggles isn't alone. Not that she can be killed more than once, but all 3 of the remaining Asteri now stood with him, standing as a solid wall between Bryce and the first light core. And as she's thinking of like, okay, how do I get this bullet around these fucking Asteri, Wriggles says smugly, don't you want to know the risk before you act so recklessly? He didn't wait for her to answer. You destroy that first light core, and you destroy Midgard itself. Of course, Bryce doesn't want to believe them because they're crazy evil people. Why the heck would she believe them? But she thinks back to Vesperis's claims about the cauldron. Remember, Prithian, if we destroy the cauldron, the whole world will collapse, right? So she's like, fuck, you made the core a kill switch for this world, Bryce breathed. The Morning Star sneered, to prevent rodents like you from getting any ideas about destroying us. And Bryce immediately is like, well, fuck, what if I just call your bluff? What if I just shoot the damn thing? And Wriggles is like, well, darkness like none you've ever known shall devour this planet and you will cease to exist. He was like, you seemed pretty upset about us destroying all of those humans living in the meadow. Just a couple thousand deaths. Think of the millions you will kill by taking a little chance. Is it worth it? Bryce looks Wriggles dead in the eye as she fires the Godslayer rifle straight into the first light core. Oh shit, your girl, she gambled. And Wouldn't you know it, the second that bullet hits the first light core, a black hole opens up. The darkness like she could never imagine. Yeah, they weren't fucking lying, Bryce Quinlan. Bryce looks as this black hole unfolds and she thinks, maybe this is what Danica had planned all along. Maybe this is what Erd had planned for her. What Hell had imagined she and Hunt might one day do. She wished she had a bit more time with Hunt, with her parents and her friends. I believe it all happened for a reason. I believe it wasn't for nothing. As the bullet erupted the core, Regulus's hand wrapped around her wrist, and, like the battery she was, she sucked the power right out of him. Yeah, big mistake, Regulus. Don't touch Bryce. He realizes what's happening and is like, ah, but it's too late. And this is where it's confirmed. Bryce is like tasting the power that she's absorbing. She's like, definitely not my starlight power, because she was worried that she was similar to the Asteri. The Asteri are literally nothing without the power that they drain from Midgard. They are 100% first light. Without the people that they control, they are nothing. And with satisfaction that these people are real, fully pieces of shit, Bryce sends all of that power through the horn on her back, right as the core ruptured. And do you know what she does? Just as Midgard's kill switch switches on and the black hole starts to suck in everything in the room, Bryce opens a portal of her own. She sent the core, that lifeless growing dot, through her own portal. It sucked in the Asteri, their screams vanishing as they went. And Bryce had a heartbeat to take in what, where, she'd open a portal to. A black, airless space, dotted with small, distant stars. A heartbeat to look, and then she was yanked in, too, straight to deep space. Bryce saw that there was an actual black hole opening. The Asteri weren't kidding. It was actually going to destroy Midgard. So she makes another portal into a black hole, deep space, and throws that black hole and the Asteri in there. But oopsie daisies, she goes too. She looks back at the portal door, one last glimpse of home, as she floats in a completely airless state. They're literally just in space now, if you can picture it. So the Asteri, they're all floating. They start to get close to this barrier, and it seems like that is the void, the point of no return, wherever she's opened the portal to. So one by one, the Asteri start to just go. There's no gravity and there's no air, so she can't move. She can't swim away from this void. She's just slowly but surely floating towards the end. Regulus is not going to give up without a fight, though. So he uses one of the other Asteri. They're like floating next to each other. And he somehow manages to like float and kick. Like he propels himself off of his brother, kicks him closer to the void. And Regulus is able to like swim up. And she realizes he might have just enough power left to like propel himself towards the portal. So she does the last thing she can think of as he's floating towards her. She just like koala grabs onto him and they start careening towards the void. She's like, listen, you're going into the void, even if I have to go with you, okay? You're done. Back with Hunt, he listened to Bryce because he knew he'd be in big trouble if he didn't listen to Bryce, and he got Ethan and himself out of the palace. But he can clearly see what's going on, okay? He sees bright lights erupting, he sees darkness, he's like, what did you do? Hunt is standing next to Adis when he kind of realizes what she must have done. She wouldn't have been Bryce if she had chosen herself. Because Adis is like,
I told her
to choose life. And Hunt is like, yeah, that was never gonna happen, buddy. Adis clearly sees that Hunt is preparing to jump into that portal because that's just what Hunt does. And Adis is like, if you go in there, you will die. There's no air. There's nothing for your wings to grasp onto. Like, you are fucked. You will die with her just a few minutes after. And Hunt is like, no, she left the portal open. She wouldn't do that. She wouldn't leave an opening to Midgard without a reason. And he looks down at his hands and he's like, and she left me the mask. Bryce always has a reason. Why didn't she take it? Why would she leave it with her mate? the mate that has a little bit of her power. Because remember, they shared that power last night, and I said it was gonna come in handy, which means maybe, just maybe, he is capable of wielding it for just long enough. Adis is like, do the math, bud. Like, look at how fucking far she is. You could jump into that portal. You're not going to be close enough to reach her to do anything that would matter.
What's the intercept range?
I'm checking. 312 meters.
And that is when a mech suit approaches him. Yeah, one of them offers him its hand. It was Shahar, he realized. Tears falling down his face. His former commander and lover, the Archangel, her soul, is in that med suit. And if Hunt were to get in there, he might be able to pilot himself and in like a little spaceship and reach his mate. He didn't look at Adis, at the collapsed palace sending debris skittering towards the portal. Hunt just stared directly at the void as he began running, suit thundering around him, straight for that portal, and leapt in after his mate. Hunt's grand plan works for all of 10 seconds maybe. The suit allows him to get into the portal. There are blasts of power where he can kind of like rocket ship himself towards Bryce. Very quickly, the oxygen systems start to flash red. There are alarm bells going off everywhere. And so Hunt did the only thing he could think to do. He put on the mask. To escape death, he'd don its trappings, and the mask ripped apart his soul. Once again, Nesta is probably just about to finish her book, and she's just like, ugh, do you feel that? Who is using my shit? So yes, Hunt puts on the mask. It's not a whole lot of use currently, and that is when Shahar, who is still in the mech suit, like he's piloting it, but she like is it. Does that make sense? She comes up with a really brilliant idea. She's like, you know, this thing's got missiles. He can see that Regulus and Bryce are like struggling. They're fighting in zero gravity. And he's like, I need to get Regulus off of her because they're spinning faster towards the void's boundary, right? So we've got to separate them so that Bryce can float closer to me. So Shahar just goes, boing! Off goes a missile. Immediately, Regulus and Bryce just both freeze. They're like, what the fuck? The missile, it's not going to explode, okay, in space. All it does is just go boink on Regulus, and he like lets go, blasts him away to the border. And Bryce was free, drifting, but still too close to the edge. Using the suit's precious cache of firepower for momentum, Hunt propelled himself forward, racing through space for his mate, his wife, his love, and the missile and Regulus crossed the event horizon. So Regulus goes pop, and time slows. All of the Asteri are now gone, and that causes a kind of time freezing sensation. I'm not really sure. He manages to grab a hold of Bryce. But how the fuck is he gonna turn around and get back to the portal? As Bryce thought, when all the Asteri are gone, it's likely that the portal will also close. The first light that she used to help open that portal, yeah, that's gonna run out as well. Because remember, Bryce was running on empty when she opened the portal. So the only thing keeping it open are the Asteri, and the last one just went poof. So the portal door is closing quickly up above them. And that's when Hunt sees a few familiar faces. His daddies arrived. Yes, Adis and Apollyon are up at the portal. Their power grabbed the edges of the gate and held it a little wider, held it open just a moment longer. And so Hunt is just thinking on the fly. He creates a kind of like Wonder Woman lightning lasso and throws it to his dads. Apollyon caught it and pulled. They're trying to pull them all closer to the portal, but having to pull the lightning and hold the portal open. Even Adis is like losing his power. And then Rune is there, Lydia beside him, Therion, Holstrom, Flynn and Declan, a fire sprite, her small body bright with flame, Isaiah, Naomi. So many hands, so many powers from almost every house. Friends they'd made were what mattered in the end, not the enemies. Through love, all is possible. It was love that was holding that portal open. And they held it to the end as Hunt and Bryce crashed through back to Midgard.
We got him.
I'm in outer space with Mark Hyde. They have done what many information. Mark what we.
The portal sealed shut. Black hole and all of that weird space shit behind it. The Asteri were gone. Hunt is like out of the mech suit, looking down at Bryce, who is not breathing. Hunt is doing his version of CPR, which is just slamming lightning into Bryce's chest. And Declan is standing over him like, buddy, it's been way too long. Like, even for a veneer, going that long without oxygen, it's mirroring what happened in the very first book when Bryce is trying to get Hunt back. He's just like, get the fuck up, Bryce Quinlan. I am not done with you. Flynn starts praying like the Fae prayer that you say at a funeral, and Hunt is like, one more fucking word, Flynn. He gets to the point where Bryce is about to start like sizzling. He has put so much lightning into her, so all he can do is scream. And when his breath ran out, there was nothing left. And what the fuck was the point of it all? Then a gentle hand touches his shoulder, and someone says, let me take a whack at it. Hypaxia, MVP of this book, might I add, is in the building. Hypaxia, famously a necromancer. Hunt is like, she won't forgive me if I let you raise her from the dead. She's not into that. As much as I want her back, I'm not risking her wrath when she comes back to life, fucking pissed at me. And Hypaxia is like, no, not exactly my plan. And Hunt is like, well, what else could there, she doesn't even have a soul, right? Because remember, she bargained with the Underking for Danica, and now she doesn't have that second light. She doesn't have any extra soul. She doesn't even have a soul. The Underking's not going to jive with this. And Hypaxia is like, yeah, catching you up, buddy. I'm the new Underking. Any bargains he made with the living or dead are null and void. Bryce's soul is hers to do with as she will. And this is when Hunt is like, anything, Hypaxia. What do you want? I will give you anything. The witch looked down at Bryce and said, I don't need a sacrifice. I want a trade. And that is when our true Queen of Shadows, Jessica, reveals herself. Oh, Quinlan, Jessica said, and there were tears gathering on her lashes. Apollyon pops out of the crowd and is like, priestess, because remember, they've got beef, okay? He wanted her books. It's been 15,000 years, buddy, okay? Not in front of your son. And what are we offering? What are we trading? Jessica's life, of course. My long, wicked life, Jessica said, smiling. Apollyon is like, wait a damn minute. I kind of own your life, babe. Not yours to trade. And Jessica said, you cursed me. You cursed me to immortality. And now I'm making it a gift. The gift of a veneer's long life, and I give it freely to Bryce Quinlan if she wants it. So apparently you can just trade your curses if you've got a hookup with the House of Flame and Shadow. So clever. Convenient. Rune is like, wait, you're gonna die, Jessica? And she's like, babe, I'm 15,000 years old. I've had my fill of Midgard. Trust me. Hypaxia is like, yeah, we gotta go now. I can feel her thinning. Stop chit-chatting. So Hunt just very quickly is like, thank you. Like, I would have never thought Bryce meant this much to you, that you would give up your life. And Jessica's like, do you know how difficult it is to find a competent assistant? She was worth her weight in gold, Hunt. Speaking of Bryce, what's she up to? She was in a place that was the opposite of where she'd gone during the drop. Rather than an endless chasm, it was just soft, golden light. She's looking around like, wow, this is nice. And she hears a voice go, the exit's that way. And there's our Jessica. Bryce is like, are we dead? And she's like, yeah. But the good news is, all of your friends are alive, and the Asteri are not. And so Bryce is just like, okay, good. Good. And Jessica's like, don't look so comfortable here. This is not your time. And Jessica explains the trade. She's like, the only thing is, dear, you have to look after my books. The books are still yours. Don't let Apollyon get his sticky little hands on them. I watched them for over 15,000 years. It's your turn now. And she's like, listen, your angel is waiting for you. That hunk of a man is crying his little eyes out. You gotta go back to make him stop. And we're all gonna be here waiting for you. Don't worry. And as she says that, 7 figures appear on the grassy hill behind her. Bryce knew them by shape, their height, the glow around them. She picked out Connor standing tall at the back, and standing at their front, a hand upraised. Bryce began crying, and it was pure joy and love that burst from her as she lifted a hand in greeting towards Danica. She heard the words on the wind, carried from her friend's soul to hers. Light it up, Bryce. And you know who else is there? I feel like genuinely my throat is closing up. I hate myself. Lahaba. Lahaba's there, living her best life. And you know what? How does that work? Because their second light was taken. Well, that whole ritual took their power. But what is eternal, what is made of love, that can never be destroyed. And Jessica's like, and that's about as sentimental as I get. So can you go, please? I'm not going to cry in front of you, all right? Skedaddle. Live your life, Quinlan, and live it well. Bryce turned away from Jessica, towards the gate, towards life, towards Hunt. Oh, baby. All right, so some quick updates. Hunt takes a break from his little sex marathon with Bryce. Yeah, we have to read some smutty text messages between them because apparently he's not allowed to leave the home. He takes a quick break to tell Isaiah, hey, I would like you to be in charge of all the angels now. I'm over it, okay? That's on you. Declan, another MVP. Declan is working with the team on the math for how long Midgard can run with like the remnants of the first light that's left, because everything, their tech, their cell phones, Declan's precious computers, everything electric is from first light. They don't have electricity. They have, that. So he's trying to figure out what to do when the grids fail. Bryce is very excited to have smarter minds to sort out all of this political shit. She's just like, I did the stabby stab and the floating in space stuff. Somebody else can do the political intrigue. And she has one more thing that she has to do. Oh my God, almost forgot. Gotta go pick up the parents. Nesta is in the same room, same seat, having a blast apparently, with Ember, Randall, and a handsome, vaguely familiar winged male who smelled like Nesta's mate. They're all sitting around talking over tea and chocolate cake. Yeah, Bryce is there. She also brought Hunt along, and Cassian and him are like protecting their little women. Bryce calls them both alpha holes about 4 times in this like 5-minute scene, okay? Cassian, we learn his name is like, you've got 1 minute before Reese gets here and explodes. And Bryce's mother is like, oh, Reese will be fine, Cassian, you calm down. And Bryce is like, what? Because first of all, she's calling the High Lord Reese, and she's speaking in modern Fae language. And Randall and Ember just kind of shrug, and they're like, they were kind of sick of us miming everything, so they gave us those little beans. So yeah, we can speak it too. How handy. Randall and Rhysand bonded because they're both overprotective dads. And Randall's also just like super buddy-buddy with Cassian because they like swords. I'm not really sure. And honestly, it's quite sad because Nesta doesn't seem to want to give Bryce's mom back because they seem to really bond too. And as we know, Nesta doesn't really have a great experience with motherly figures. Ember pulls Nesta into a tight embrace, and Bryce could have sworn something like pain and longing crossed Nesta's expression, like she hadn't experienced a mom hug for a long, long time. And then, because fair is fair, we get the parents back. We hand over the mask. We hand over the dagger, which Azriel is stoked about. But then she hands over the star sword. She's like, you talked about that tattoo that you had. Take the sword and figure out why. I'm so done Literally hanging up my sword after this. So you look like you have some more fight in you. Take it. Lydia is reunited with her sons, who are reunited with their adopted fathers. Bran is finally like, Mom, you're a badass. Thanks for saving us. Ace is still kind of prickly, but he does look at Rune and he's like, don't shoot my mom again. But yeah, they're gonna stay with their fathers because that's who has raised them. And maybe we'll work out visitation rights, because we also get a scene where Rune and Lydia return to their newly purchased apartment, which is directly below Hunt and Bryce's apartment, which Rune is like, I don't know which one of us is gonna hate this more, to be honest. But there's a spare bedroom with 2 twin beds, and Rune is like, for your boys, if they ever want to stay. Cute, all right? And now we're closing up shop. Gotta close up that northern rift. We're saying goodbye to Apollyon and Adis. Apollyon kind of looks at Bryce and he's like, good work, girl. You did better than I expected. And Bryce is like, gotta put that on my business card. Bryce Quinlan, better than expected. And Apollyon just chuckles and walks towards the gate. Adis says goodbye. He's kind of like, I'm really gonna miss you, girl. Adis is always kind of a secret cutie, so he's really like, I'm genuinely gonna miss you guys. Thank you so much. God bless, you know, all that. They do a cute little wave towards each other, and with a ripple of thought and power, she closed the rift, locked it securely, leaving no cracks to slip through. It was shut. Therion, what are you up to? He's at the meat market, looking for his wife. Okay, we still don't know where Sathia is. He's just walking around and he's only in like 1 block deep into the meat market where he hears a familiar female voice. 2 crimson eyes smoldered in the darkness. Hello, Ariadne. I'm so sorry, we're getting so much done. Bryce, we're not done with her. She shows up in a pretty pink dress, of all things, to a meeting at the Fae Palace. She has called all of the nobles in, and she's like, hello, everyone. This is my first and only decree as the Fae Queen. The royal houses, you're done. She ignored the gasps and protest. I've had the documents drawn up, but allow me to be perfectly clear. I'm not abdicating either throne. I'm no longer queen, but with this document, no one will wear the crown again. The Fae monarchy is abolished forever. I'm donating all the Autumn King's residences to the city to house those displaced by the attack on the meadows. And as for royal properties elsewhere, they will be sold to anyone who can stomach their tacky-ass decor. And the profits will go towards rebuilding the meadows. And thus, with a stroke of the Autumn King's golden pen, the royal bloodlines of the Fae were wiped from existence. Who did we forget? Spoiler, we forgot a lot of people. There's a lot of plot holes, but no. Who in like the main circle did we forget? Baxian. We just left him on that godforsaken island, and Hunt is like, I think we should go get him. He's been there keeping the Fae in line since they left, taking good care of any and all refugees, but he's also like, please God, at least send me back up. That's when he gets another phone call. He's like, speak of the devil. Hey, Baxian, what's up? He's like, where's your mate? It was the low note of panic and urgency that had Hunt putting him on speakerphone and saying, we're both here. Baxian let out a shuddering breath. Baxian choked on the word. There are 24 of them. Hunt is like, of what? Of what? And Baxian let out a laugh that verged on hysteria. I swear it's like they were hibernating or something. They just came out of the earth. I don't fucking know. And she's like, Baxian, what is it? Flying horses. Horses with wings. Bryce is like, horses with wings. Yep, yeah, they're flying around. They're trampling everything. They're eating all the crops. I cannot do this alone. I think this is a job for the super magical fancy starborn princess. Bryce, that's you. And remember, in Celine's accounts, there were flying horses. So this is just another mark of the magic healing and, you know, the world righting itself. But she is so excited. By the way, right before this phone call, her and Hunt were about to have sex on her new desk. So the arousal has swiftly disappeared. And now there's pure excitement because Pegasuses are back. Please come and help me, Baxian said miserably. And Bryce said, we'll be there by dawn, and hung up. She's like, rain check on the desk sex? And Hunt is like, for Jelly Jubilee in the flesh? Absolutely. And they start packing their bags. There was an angel in her office, a Pegasus herd on a Valen. The Asteri were gone and the dead were free. And though she knew there was work to do to heal Midgard, the world was out there. Life was out there. So Bryce and Hunt ran out to live it. The end. Oh my lord. That's it. We're done. That is the third book of Crescent City. And doesn't that sound like an ending to you? So there is absolutely confirmed going to be more books in this series, but this is the end of Bryce's arc. We still have lots of questions about Therion, Sathia, Ariadne. We also just dropped a lot of characters. There are a lot of plot holes. Honestly, you can go on Goodreads and people who are a lot smarter than me wrote them down. I'm going to refrain from giving too much of my opinion in this video. Thank you for being on this ride with me. I'm gonna wrap it up. Yeah, let me know your thoughts. The Mortal Instruments is gonna be a breeze. Oh my god, after this, 300 less pages. I thought that the 600-page finale of The Mortal Instruments was gonna be a pain in the butt. I will never complain again, ever. I promise. So yeah, that is also on the docket. And then let me know what other series you would like me to possibly cover. And yeah, I promise to do a proper board next time. It was just, this was not possible. Not for a 900-page book. So, okay, I'm going to leave you. And just once again, thank you so much for being here. I will catch you guys next time. No one died. Isn't that weird? That's as close to my opinion as you're gonna get for now. As always, I do my monthly reading wrap-ups. You can check out for my actual thoughts on this, and I will see you guys next time, okay? I hope that this answered any burning questions. I'll see you later, all right? Light it up.